And we are live, man. What's going on, everybody? It is Set and Key Media, man, in the house. You got Key in here on the solo, man. We got some content for y'all today, man. Campaign trail continues. We got Donald Trump coming up first. We're going to follow that up with some Kamala. And then, you know, Candace Owens been on that that investigative journalism. So we're going to follow that up with her newest addition to her little series on Kamala, man. Groundbreaking information and news on that one. So let's get right into this content, man. Like the video before you do, man. Y'all know the vibes. Let's do it.
Very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello, Michigan. I love to be in Michigan. We're going to bring so many car manufacturing plants we're going to bring, but I see a lot of farmers outside today. And there's never been anybody better to the farmer than Trump, that I can tell you. But it's great to be back in this beautiful state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, which is exactly what you are. Early mail-in voting is underway now in Michigan, so if you want, go out and get that ballot, return it as soon as possible. And if not, get a ballot, just go and vote. You got to vote. We got to win this election. Our country is being destroyed by these lunatics. And while you're at it, get as many other Trump supporters as you can, and they'll do the same. 33 days from now, we are going to win the state of Michigan. We are going to defeat Lion Kamala Harris, one of the worst candidates ever. We've never had a candidate like that. And how about the vice president? That's going to be president someday? I don't think so. I don't think so. Did you see the debate? I don't think that's going to be president. He called himself knucklehead. We don't want a knucklehead as a president.
He did.
And we're going to make America great again.
I'm just like, I knew he said that to resonate. Like, I know he kind of said that to like break down a barrier. Like, I'm not just some what am I trying to say? Some Washington, D.C. politician. Like, I'm just with the people. I'm one with the common man. Like, I know he said that, again, to be relatable. But I was just like, he could have said so many other things. Like, I like his coach persona more. Like, he could have kept with that. Him calling himself a knucklehead, I don't think that was a good look.
And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in launching a new golden age for America. As catastrophic as Kamala Harris, you know, I never use the name Harris. Nobody knows what the hell I'm talking about. I say, you know, Harris is doing a lousy job. Who's Harris? So we usually just say Lion Kamala. It's much better, more accurate. But as bad as Kamala's failures have been, we have a plan to fix it, and we're going to fix it very fast. It's going to go very quickly. Can you imagine what she's doing to our country on the borders, though? Can you imagine? With everything else is bad. But can you imagine what they're doing on the border? Why? Why are they doing it? They're killing our country. We can soon have soaring incomes, skyrocketing wealth, millions and millions of new jobs, and a booming middle class. You know, we had the best four-year period of any president in history, and that's despite the China virus coming in. Despite the China virus. Instead of a manufacturing recession, we can have a manufacturing renaissance.
Yeah, some of y'all don't like that China virus term, but we got a Spanish flu. We got a West Nile virus, man. We've always named these illnesses based on where they've came from or stemmed out of geographically. So get out your feelings.
Which is what we want, especially here, especially in this time. We can live in cities and towns that are safe and clean and borders that are sealed and secure. Wouldn't that be nice? And America can once again be strong and confident and free. I mean, how would you like to live like they're living, where thousands and thousands of criminals are put into your town or your city, and all of a sudden, your whole life changes. Your whole life changes. You see what's happened with Springfield and Aurora. You see what happened, Springfield, Ohio. You see what's happening. Would you like to have that happen to you? Good, I was just curious. Who the hell can do that? Who can do it? They inject 32,000 people from a foreign land that has lots of problems, but they inject 30, and you're 50,000 people, and now you have, in a month, you have...
Yeah, so I'm going to fact check them on that a little bit. So the rollout was over a longer period than a month. And then, there's some reports of it being 10,000 Haitian immigrants up to 20,000. So the 30,000, I haven't heard that number before. I haven't heard that figure before. So there's differing reports on exactly how many immigrants have flooded the town. But yeah, Springfield, Ohio, I know close because we grew up about 40 minutes west of Springfield. And it is a smaller city, probably a population like 50 or 60,000. So $10,000 or $20,000 or $10,000 or 20,000 immigrants added to that is a large little boom.
You've almost doubled the size, and it's a disaster what's going on in Aurora, where you have Venezuelan street gangs that went into the same business as me, but they take their real estate with guns. I had to go borrow money from banks. They're in the real estate business. They go in, and the governor there in Colorado, Aurora, Colorado, the governor is petrified. He doesn't know what to do. He's never seen anything like it. Actually, nobody has seen anything like it when you get right down to it. Yeah, but we can be a nation that dreams big again. We can be a nation that builds things again. We can reclaim our pride, our dignity, our glorious American destiny. But only if we make a clean break from the failures of the past 4 years. They've been the worst 4 years. When you add everything up, the inflation, the lack of respect, the Afghanistan disaster, which was the most embarrassing period of time in our history where we were just humiliated, and you add it all up, and all we're going to do is a very simple thing. We're going to make our country so incredible and so fast. You only have one thing to do. On November 5th, we're going to vote for a person named Donald J. Trump. Have you ever heard of him? Have you ever heard of him? Nice hat. Nice hat. But if KAMALA gets in, if she gets, can you imagine another 4 years like we've lived the last one? Think of it. People are dying in North Carolina. They're dying all over those 5, 6 states. They're dying, and they're getting no help from our federal government because they have no money, because their money's been spent on people that should not be in our country. If Lion Kamala gets 4 more years instead of a golden age, America will instead be plunged into a dark age. Your family finances will be permanently destroyed. Your borders will be gone forever. They already are when you think of it, right? We don't have any borders. You're a border state now. You know that. Welcome. Congratulations. Tens of millions more illegal aliens will invade our cities and towns. Medicare and Social Security will buckle and collapse from the weight of all of these people becoming proud members of our Social Security system. Isn't that nice? Remember, for 4 years I took care of it. I didn't raise the age 5 years. You know what that means? That means, darling, I thought I was going to have Social Security. I thought I was going to retire a little early. But they've raised the age by 5 or 6 or 7 years. That's what they're going to do to you. I won't, because I would have done it already if I was going to do it. But they're going to do it. They're going to do it. And they're really destroying the whole system. And the world will be thrown into chaos and conflict like never before, although we're pretty close to that right now. And we're also very close to a third world war. And we have incompetent people running our country. We don't want to be... We don't want to have them. Did you see where Biden said today when they asked about what about Israel? What are they doing? And he said, well, I don't know. He didn't even know where the hell he was. You know, it's all these politicians now. I think I was the only one that ever went to the planes and the helicopters and talked, right? Now they all sort of stop and they talk, but he doesn't do a good job of it. He talks but he said, well, they'll have to do, I don't want them to do anything, Israel. But as long as they don't destroy the nuclear weapons on the other side. I said, did he say that? No, isn't it supposed to be the opposite, Judge? We got some of the biggest judges in the country right here. But isn't it supposed to be the opposite? No, as long as you do destroy the nuclear weapons, right? He said he's the worst foreign policy president in history, and everybody knew that from the beginning. No, he said as long as they don't destroy the nuclear, and I'm still trying to figure that one out. Nobody can figure it out. He can't figure it out either, come to think. If you want to avoid this miserable fate for America, Michigan and the entire Midwest will have to go out and we have to be too big to rig. You know that. Too big to rig. Turn out and vote in record numbers. Too big to rig. You know, last election, we did great in 2016. A lot of people don't know. We did much better in 2020. We won. We did win. It was a rigged election. It was a rigged election.
They gonna have to sue that man Trump to get him to stop saying, speaking on the 2020 election. He's gonna swear he had the popular vote. He's gonna swear it was stolen. It was rigged. There was some states that colluded against him. They gonna have to sue that man to shut him up on that. I ain't gonna lie. It's 4 years later and he's still talking about it.
Election. You have to tell Kamala Harris, that's why I'm doing it again. If I thought I lost, I wouldn't be doing this again. You know where I'd be right now? In the beaches of Monte Carlo, maybe, or someplace. Be having a nice life, but if I had my choice of being here with you today or being on some magnificent beach with the waves hitting me in the face.
And what he won't tell you is with 10 baddies fanning them with giant leaves and feeding them grapes. Yeah, him and Joe Biden would have been on the same beach, chilling. Big dog status.
I would take you every single time because we're going to make our country great again. Every single time. It's a very energetic crowd. And who else can fill up? Only MAGA. But whoever fills big places like this at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? We're going to be meeting. We're going to think of it.
I said, y'all got work, kids, whole lives to live, but I done made the whole city of Saginaw show up. And I'm familiar with Saginaw. I got a homie who went to school out there, but I done made the whole city of Saginaw show up to one of my rallies, 3 p.m. on a Thursday. Only Michigan. Only Trump, only MAGA.
I just left Wisconsin. We 5 days ago, we had a sort of a rally. It wasn't supposed to be. 60,000 people showed up in Wisconsin. But the White House wouldn't give us proper security coverage. So we end up in a room of about 900 people. You have 60,000 people, 50 to 60,000 people outside waiting, but they don't want that because they don't want crowds. What they are doing is such a disgrace to our country. And so to those people in Wisconsin that didn't make it, I think they love us and I think they're going to vote. By the way, we're up in all of the polls. We're up in every swing state. Doing great. They had a honeymoon period. You know, they had like a honeymoon. I didn't know what a honeymoon period. They kept talking about the honeymoon. Because I beat Biden, we were up 21 points by their numbers. And they went to him, crazy Nancy Pelosi. She's crazy as a bedbug. Crazy Nancy, but others too. They went to him and they said, Joe, you're out. He said, I'm not getting out. And they said, no, you're out. We're going to use the 25th Amendment because you're frickin' crazy, man. And he eventually agreed to get out, which took about, 24 hours. Remember, he said he would only get out if he was forced to by God.
I'm not leaving. I'm staying. I'm Sleepy Joe, and I endorsed this message.
And that didn't work out. That didn't work out. So they said, you're getting out because you're going to lose. You're going to lose by a lot. Right after the debate, they went to him, right? I don't know, did I do a good job or a bad job in this debate? Crazy. They said, you should have taken it a little bit easy, but all of a sudden we start hearing rumors, right, that he's getting out. And then we heard they, have the standard list of people, Democrats, and Gavin Newsom and lots of people. He destroyed California. She destroyed California, by the way. She destroyed the greatest city in our country 20 years ago, San Francisco. And then she became AG. She destroyed the state of California along with Newsom. But she had every bit. Did you ever hear of him? Gavin Newsom. He's a terrible governor. Done a lousy job. And you have such advantages. You do have great weather. You have the beautiful ocean. You have everything. But you still need somebody that knows what they're doing. And she destroyed, think of it, she destroyed San Francisco when she was the DA. The crime started to be rampant. It was the best city, the best. And then she destroyed California. And now she wants to destroy the United States of America. We're not going to let her do it. So you have to tell Lion Kamala that we've had enough, Kamala. We can't take you anymore. We're not going to stand for it anymore. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. You're fired. You're fired. Get the hell out of here. Right?
Only dude's not paying attention.
Starting on day one of my new administration, we will end inflation and we will make America affordable again. It's not affordable. They killed you. They killed you with their spending, a combination of spending and their stupid energy policies. They said, we're going to get away from the Trump energy policies. We were energy independent. Your numbers were the lowest they were in 30 years. We're going to get lower numbers. By the way, we are going to, from January 20th, that's the day you take office, 1 year from January 20th, your energy bills will be 1/2 what they are right now. 50%, 50. They'll be 1/2. Because we're sitting on more liquid gold than any other country in the world, including Saudi Arabia and including Russia. We have more liquid gold right under our feet, and we don't use it. We go to Venezuela to get their tar, and then we clean it up. You know where? We go to a very good, I just left there actually. We go to Houston, Texas, where they're the only plant that will clean their tar. It's tar, instead of using our stuff, which is pure as there is. And it's so crazy what we're doing in this country. It's just crazy. But we have more liquid gold. I did a thing called ANWR. That's in Alaska. You know about it a little bit. Reagan tried to get it. Everybody tried to get it. They couldn't do it. I got it. In their first week, they terminated it. It's larger, perhaps as big as, but maybe larger than Saudi Arabia. Think of that. We would have supplied the entire Asian continent. We would have supplied Asia. We would have supplied everybody, but we'll have it redone very quickly because they didn't kill it like they wanted to, because they didn't kill it in Congress. I actually got it approved in Congress as part of the biggest tax cuts in history for this country. I got that approved in Congress. We got ANWR. So they didn't kill it in Congress, and I don't think they ever could. So we'll get it back very quickly. It's going to be back very fast. But think of that. The biggest site probably anywhere in the world, you never know exactly, but pretty much anywhere in the world, in Alaska. And it would have been great for Alaska, but it would have also been great for, so big would have been great for our country, but we'll have it approved very quickly. But they ended it in the first week, but they approved the Russian pipeline. I had that disapproved. I said, you're not going to build. When they say I was nice to Russia, I terminated their pipeline. I mean, it's the biggest thing they've ever done. They had a pipeline going to Germany and all over Europe. I said, nope, you're not going to build it. You're not going to build it. Vladimir, I'm sorry, Vladimir, you're not building it, Vladimir. No. Because it didn't make sense. We're defending them with NATO, right? So we're defending them, all the countries over in Europe. They're not paying their bills. They're delinquent. They're delinquent. They're not paying their bills. But we're defending them with NATO, and yet they're paying billions of dollars to the people that we're defending, for the country that we're defending them against, Russia. So we defend them, and I said, you know, Angela, I met with Angela Merkel. I said, Angela, this doesn't make sense. We're defending you from Russia, but you're paying Russia billions of dollars a month. Somehow that's not working for me, Angela. And I terminated their pipeline right in the middle of that construction. You think Putin was happy? I don't think so. You think Biden would have done that? When Biden came in, one of his first acts was to unterminate. It was to let him build their pipeline. That wasn't a good, and by the way, if he didn't, you wouldn't have had the war in Ukraine. You wouldn't have had it anyway if I was president. If I was president, you wouldn't have had that. You wouldn't have had October 7th with Israel. Iran, as you know, was broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for anything. They would have made a deal, and they would have been happy. They would have made a deal. And now look at what's happening over there. The whole world is blowing up. And the biggest threat we have is World War III. And we have incompetent people. And she's more incompetent than Biden. And remember, that was a coup. That was a coup of an American president. They took his presidency. They said, you get the hell out. And he walks around shaking hands with people. He still doesn't know what the hell happened. And then he goes to the beach. He goes to the beach all the time. Somebody told him he looks great in a bathing suit. Typically, an 82-year-old man doesn't look great in a bathing suit. There may be a couple, but I'm not sure I've ever seen it. But he has an ability that I wish I had. He's able to fall asleep stone cold out in front of the media. They're taking pictures. Who the hell wants to sleep in front of the media? I wish I had the ability to sleep like that. I wear it. It's true. No, he falls asleep. Think of it. He's laying down on the beach. He has those chairs. You know, they're meant for old people and children to lift. They weigh about like 6 ounces, right? They're aluminum, like 6 ounces. And he has a hard time moving them. They have to bring kids over to move them. Can't get his feet out of the sand. And they think this is good. But who can do this? Who can fall asleep with cameras blazing? Here's our president. And President Xi of China, Putin, all these people are looking and they're saying, what the hell is happening with that country? But we're going to change that around soon. Change it around very soon. We were respected 4 years ago. We were respected.
And we got over 3,000 of y'all in here, man. I see everybody chiming in the comments. We appreciate everybody joining in on today's stream. But let's get the likes up, man. Double tap that screen for me. Or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner, man. Y'all know what time it is. It's S.E.T. Key Media. We just getting started on tonight's stream. It's going to be a fire one. If you don't like Trump, man, we got Kamala up next. Special content right after that as well. It's going to be a fire stream, like I said, man. Show some support.
Viktor Orban, he's the head of Prime Minister of Hungary. He said the only thing wrong with the world today is Trump isn't president, because if he was president, there'd be no conflict whatsoever. You know, I had no conflict. We had no wars. We had no. He's a tough guy, but he understood that. If Kamala is reelected, one of her very first acts will be to massively raise taxes for the American family. You know, her bill raises taxes. Whereas my idea is not idea, it's going to be a fact, is to lower it. I gave you the biggest tax cut in history, and we're going lower because we're going to rely on so many other things. Today, socialist Bernie Sanders is out on the trail campaigning for her because Kamala is known as the tax queen. Do you know that she is considered to be far left of Bernie Sanders? Now, Bernie, we know, he's crazy. He's crazy Bernie. We call him crazy.
All right, bro.
He got screwed twice, actually. He ran twice, looked like he won, and he didn't. And you know, he's a good sport, though. He acts like nothing happened. First it was Hillary, then it was this one, right? It was Joe. Sleepy Joe beat him. But we have a little video. You know, I only do this for people. When I like people, I do the videos. Otherwise, they're too expensive. So let's put it up.
Kamala Harris is going to significantly raise taxes.
Taxes to the next door.
Kamala's plan will raise families' taxes by nearly $2,600 a year. Under Kamala, prices have already soared. Now she'd make it worse with even higher taxes.
That's what I'm saying. Prices have only soared under this administration, and they keep going up. So why is everybody over here thinking that she can make it better? Why are we letting her run off the campaign of let me fix the problems that we created? I'm like, nah, let's get some new leadership in here.
Taxes to Venezuela.
President Trump will cut taxes again. No taxes on tips, overtime, or Social Security.
And not only Team Trump can I approve this message.
Now she wants to raise taxes, and she's going to raise it very substantially. You know.
And if those of y'all who don't think it's going to affect the middle class, she's raising the tax on Medicare from 0.7 to 2.3. So yes, you're going to get taxed more on Medicaid or Medicare, I believe.
You know why? To pay for the Green New scam. It's like throwing money out the window. We had the cleanest air and the cleanest water we've ever had during my last 3 years. We had the best water, best air we've ever had. And we were working. They'll put everybody out of business. They'll put everybody out of business. Our companies will be forced to do things that companies in China and other places in the world aren't forced to do. I used to watch this guy Kerry get into his plane and fly over to China, meet with them, say, we don't want you to use coal anymore. They'd say, oh, yes. So then he leaves, and that's the end of that. You know, they don't do a thing. They say, what a stupid country that is.
Shout out to Big Wave Dave, man. He said, I'm Big Wave Dave, and I approve this message. I love it. I love it, big dog. Yeah, I got him, G. I got him. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and get you your celebration, big dog, because, hey, we appreciate our supporters here.
For sure, Big Way Day, one of the mods. First super chat of the show, too, man. Appreciate that, dog. Let's go.
For years, Americans have watched as our country has been stripped of our jobs. By the way, this state, more than any other, you lost 60% of your automobile business over the years. And you know, a lot of it went to China, but a lot of it is currently going to Mexico. And China owns it, but it's going to Mexico. They think they're going to make cars. They're going to make cars and sell them into the United States with no tax. And that will destroy. It won't happen. It won't happen, and I'll tell you why in just a couple of minutes if you don't mind waiting, but it won't happen. They want to strip us of our wealth, and you've seen our companies being sold off to foreign countries all the time, and how about U.S. Steel? I'm not going to let them sell U.S. Steel. I don't care, even if it's maybe good, but this was the most important. 65, 70 years ago, U.S. Steel was the most important company in the world. Now, Japan wants to buy it. I would not let that happen. I hope it doesn't go through before I get there, because if I get there and it's not done, we're not letting that. We'll help it get along, but we're not letting them buy U.S. Steel. But with my plan for the American economy, this will stop immediately all of this nonsense that they're doing, all of the hurt they're inflicting upon us. And we will begin to take other countries' jobs and factories, bring in businesses and trillions of dollars back to the United States of America. In other words, for the first time in 7 years, although I will say we started that process for 4 years, we started it, we had it going good, and then we had to fight the COVID stuff, and we did that really well. We never got the kind of credit we got for the economy and for the military, because we defeated ISIS very quickly. ISIS was supposed to take 5 years, and it took us about a month, which tells you when you find the right ones, we have a great military, but I rebuilt the entire military. Under my plan, American workers will no longer be worried about losing their jobs to foreign nations. Instead, foreign nations will be worried about losing their jobs to America. We're bringing them all back. German car companies can become American car companies. In other words, what I'm saying is they've got to build their plants in America with you people operating them. We can beat China in electronic production. We will, too, using a very similar form, actually a better formula than they have. Manufacturers that have left us will come sprinting back to our shores. Here's the deal that I will be offering to companies and manufacturers all around the planet. We're going to be going after their companies for the first time ever. They've been ripping us off for years, but that's not going to happen anymore. The United States will give you the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the best and biggest market on the planet Earth, but only if they make their products here in America and hire American workers. That's the whole deal. And if these companies don't take the deal, if they say no, then they're going to have to pay tariffs to come into our country. They're going to have to pay tariffs. And they want to come into our country, they're going to have to pay. And they're not going to send their products made in another country to us, and we have to eat their products. They're produced by other labor, and their labor, we're not going to take it. We will use the hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs to benefit the American citizens. We're not going to let happen what's happened for so many.
And for those of y'all who don't know, yes, we've actually used tariffs for the benefits of the Americans, well, of American farmers. We use tariffs on China to pretty much fund American farming. So yes, that's one of the ways we've used tariffs to benefit the U.S. economy. There you go. Just in case you didn't know.
The new American industrialism that we create, and it's going to be something, the industry will be beyond anything you've ever seen in this country. We'll create millions and millions of new jobs, massively raise wages for American workers, and make the United States a manufacturing powerhouse once again. So what we're doing, so we're lowering the tax rate for the middle class, for everybody, but we're bringing the small business tax and the business tax down. I got it from 39% to 21%, got it approved by Congress. Everyone said that was impossible to do. Got it approved by Congress. Nobody thought it was possible. Now I'm bringing it from 21 all the way down to 15. So we'll now have at 21, we were highly competitive. At 15, we're one of the most competitive in the world because we want to bring companies to this country, right? She wants to raise the tax for everybody so they all leave and there go your jobs. Think of it. By contrast, Kamala, known as the taxing queen back in San Francisco, is demanding a 33% tax hike on all domestic production. In addition,
I see why people are leaving Cali, man. Even if you got money, it's like, bro,
it's almost impossible to make it there or maintain your status.
It's just crazy. I'm wondering what would incentivize anybody to stay in Cali. They're taxed crazily. The crime is up. Housing is crazy. The homeless population is wild.
And he's talking about like her tax policy is going to bring down domestic production.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you raise corporate taxes, it definitely will. It definitely will bring down the production. Because how are they going to pay these taxes, especially on unrealized gains, and then you raise the corporate tax. So not only do they got to pay back taxes from the evaluation of their company from like last year to now, but now they also got to pay this new corporate tax.
Yes, he's not creating a friendly environment for these businesses, which is why a lot of them have left. A lot of them have left, and you've seen kind of those practices in a smaller, in a macro environment in Cali. A lot of businesses have left Cali. That should tell us something. Like when these businesses aren't able to operate smoothly or efficiently because of the governance in the state or the province taxing them heavily, they will leave. They will leave. California showed us that. Shout out Big Wave Dave chiming in for another 5. He said, did you guys ever pull up that video from Cartier family the other day? Black woman exposes Kamala.
Well, was it the one with the little girl in it? I think it was a little girl that was doing it, like some 8-year-old exposed, but it wasn't the video that Troutman sent us. It was something else.
Nah, that wasn't it then.
All right,
that was somebody else's, bro.
I'll pull it up.
she wants the largest capital gains tax in the history of our country, and maybe the history of the world. She even plans a tax of unrealized capital gains. So she wants a tax on unrealized capital gains. So if you don't sell your stock or your company or what, you have to go out. And some companies don't make money, but they're very valuable companies. They'll have to go out and beg, borrow, and steal to pay tax. This is a communist tax, it's called. And it's never used. Nobody's ever even heard of using it. But it's no good, and it's something that we're not going to let happen because we will be driven into a depression, the likes of which we probably only seen in 1929. Kamala Harris already cost the average family $29,000 with her rampant inflation, and now she's coming back for more. So we're not going to let that happen. Her plan would raise taxes by $4.1 trillion, hiking the typical family's taxes by, congratulations, $2,600 a year, reducing GDP because people won't do business here. They're going to all leave. Our companies are going to leave. You know, got to remember, these companies are smart, and they have people, they love the country, or in some cases they don't. Some cases they're run by people that aren't from our country, but they always look for the best deal, and they go to Europe.
Very true. Sometimes these people have dual citizenship and aren't even America first. So if their American government starts making the environment unfriendly for them, taxing them heavily, what the fuck you think they gonna do?
Like, dog,
a better environment.
Yeah, like, bro, I'm just here for business. I'll move if y'all make it tough,
Like,
and I'm
shit,
take the
first of
jobs
all,
with me.
American workers are lazy. We gotta pay them. They don't produce as fast. Like, what you mean? I'm taking this shit to Taiwan. Stop playing.
Europe, and they go to the medical industry, went to Ireland largely. They go to the country that offers them the best deal. They go to China. China loves to have them. But it's going to be reducing GDP by 2%, lowering wages by 1.2%, and killing off almost 1 million full-time jobs. That's her thing. It's crazy. Harris is right now shutting down power plants across the country, causing electricity prices to soar by more than 100%. You see what's happening? It's amazing. They want to go to an all-electric car. Listen to this, which will, by the way, destroy your business in Michigan. They want to go to an all-electric car, right? But in California, where they're going all-electric, they have blackouts every week and brownouts because they don't have enough electricity. So they have to figure that one out. But it's driving us into a third world status by attacking the entire fossil fuel industry, which is, unfortunately, that's the industry. If you want to fire up your big plants, you're not going to do it through wind. The wind isn't blowing, darling. Let's turn on the television. Let's try it anyway. I want to see President Trump make a speech tonight. No, darling, the wind isn't blowing. We have no juice in the house. We have no juice. If Kamala Harris, I mean, think of this, her America, if you ship production overseas, she will give you a tax break. In other words, her tax break, this is her plan. It's a plan for stupid people. Her tax break is that you'll get a tax break if you ship your product overseas. No, it's supposed to be the opposite. With her tie-breaking vote on what I call the Inflation Creation Act, it's supposed to call the Inflation Reduction Act, remember? And they admitted it was a scam. It's not a name because it had nothing to do with inflation except raising it. It was really a way of getting money for the Green New Scam. So they actually admitted the Inflation Reduction Act was a scam, but I call it the Inflation Creation Act. I actually like the way that sounds, pretty good. She is going to create tremendous inflation. She's sending billions of dollars to Chinese battery factories, Chinese solar factories, and Chinese electronics factories. And we don't have to send anything. All we have to do is make it expensive for them to send their product into the United States, and they will end up building, or somebody else will, those plants in the United States. In other words, tariffs to me are the most beautiful word.
Give us a second on the video, guys.
Other than my chart, I love that chart. Other than my chart, it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. It's going to make our country rich. Unfortunately, we have a lot of stupid politicians in Washington. They don't like it. It's actually they're learning, though. They're figuring it out. It'll make our country rich again. Our country right now owes $36 trillion. It's going to make us very rich very fast, and the rest of the world will be living with it, and they'll be fine, and we'll help people out, too. But it's time that we took care of ourselves. It's time we put America first, right? We got to put America first. And it's no wonder that under Kamala Harris, we lost 25,000 manufacturing jobs in August. You know that, right? That was the last reporting period. We lost 24,000 jobs. Manufacturing jobs, good jobs. But this horrific nightmare for American workers ends the day I take the oath of office. It ends. We will cut energy, and thank you. Thank you. I love you too. Stand up, please. Who said that? Energy, and thank you. Thank you. I love you too. Stand up, please. Who said that? Oh. Such a beautiful voice. I said, stand up. That's a beautiful voice, beautiful person. Thank you very much. We will cut energy and electricity prices in half within 12 months. So, again, your energy costs for your home, your car, your air conditioning, your heating, all of it is going to be cut by 50% within 1 year. Because that's what drove up the price of it. And we will also quickly double our electricity capacity. We're going to have, the AI, artificial intelligence. People don't know. It's a big deal. I don't know, good or bad. Who the hell knows? I think it's got some drawbacks. I want to know the truth. There's some big drawbacks to it, but...
Shout out Big Wave Dave. He says, I really want the trolls to see that video. Yeah, we fixing the video, our video. We have some little technical difficulties behind the scenes, but we fixing our video, and then we're going to pull up that in between this Trump right here. So just give us a few seconds, Big Wave. We got you. Shout out Big Wave Dave in the chat, man. Appreciate you, dog.
That's going to be the hot thing. That's going to be really the hot thing. And in order to do it and compete with China, they're already building massive electric plants. We will need double the electricity produced in our country right now in order to do it. And we'll have that. If I get it, we're going to have electricity, the likes of which we're going to build plants. We're going to build them next to the factories, and we're going to get very quick environmental impact statements approved immediately. It's not going to take 14 years to get them approved. We had a big refinery, like it was $16 billion, one of the biggest in the world, in Louisiana, and a very big, beautiful. It took them 14 years, and they were rejected on the environmental impact statement because there was one line, and they made for that one line. The thing was like 28,000 pages long. 28,000 pages. They covered every fish ever developed. There was never a fish that wasn't discussed in this statement. But they had one half of a sentence that was not good. They made them do it all over again. Anyway, they were in there for 14 years. I come into office and they complained, and it was a foreign country actually putting like $14 billion into our country. And I said, how long have they been working on it? Like 12 or 13 years. I said, 12 or 13 years, and now they're getting fed up. I think they're going to leave, sir. I approved it in 1 day. It was done. And it's built. It's built. It's built and operating. It's built and operating, and then we got another one approved quickly, because that's good. That's not bad. That's good. And it's really incredible. I've never seen a building so big. It's like 3 Empire State Buildings laying on its side. It's got more pipes in it than anything. I said, what the hell is it? All pipe. I don't care. All I know is it's producing like crazy and everybody's happy. I got it done immediately. With the lowest energy prices on earth, we will attract energy-hungry industries from all over the planet and millions of blue-collar jobs. And the reason we can do that is because, again, we have more liquid gold under our feet than anybody else. Otherwise, nobody else could do this but us. We're in position to do it.
It's funny. They got video of Kamala coming out and saying her first week in office, she would ban fracking and offshore drilling. Now they have recent video that's surfaced saying that she's for fracking and offshore drilling. It's really
because Kamala
hard to pin her on any position.
Honestly, Kamala's is it's really hard to pin her on economic.
That's why they call her Chameleon Kamala.
Honestly, it's really hard to pin her on economic positions. It's like anything that involves the economy or job creation. She has no knowledge of, because back in the day she was talking against it. She was talking to dismantle it, but now all of a sudden she's talking to build it. It's like obviously she don't know what she's talking about.
Facts. And shout out Martian Gamer chiming in with $10, bro. One of the mods, one of the full-time supporters, man. We always appreciate you in here, dog. He says, I just learned something recently. Do you know that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris shut down the airspace over North and South Carolina, preventing anyone from being rescued by emergency flight?
Now, I've been hearing about that wild stuff all over. They're talking about they might need to get militias involved to fight FEMA, because FEMA's out here, bro, confiscating donations.
Are you serious?
Yeah, bro. And then it's been reported that because FEMA spent so much money on migrants, they only can give each citizen who's been affected $750.
They need to dismantle all these bureaucratic establishments. I swear they don't really help us at all. FEMA over here giving out $750 to these Hurricane Helene victims,
but was giving out hella money to the bro. Some of these money that the immigrants are riding off with, Came from FEMA.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Like I said, it just shows you who our government prioritizes, bro. It just shows you who they put at the top of the pecking order. It's sick.
Instead, we're going all electric, and we don't have that. Although we do have some, and it's usually controlled by the environmentalists. We're going to uncontrol it pretty quick. It's called rare earth. We have some great rare earth sign areas, but we're not allowed to touch it. Because if we touch it, the world will come to an end, they say. If we dig a little bit, like China.
Arrested by Kamala.
All right, and we're going to go ahead and pull up that video for you, Big Wave Dave. Got that right here for you, man.
Yeah, we have the original video, and I believe it was the Kamala getting a black mother arrested on truancy, even though her daughter was sick with sickle cell. And I know some of y'all in the chat like, there's no way Kamala did that, and I'm like, yes, actually, she did do that. Yeah, proudly too.
California schools get their state and federal funding based off of average daily attendance. Schools are paid. If Black Lives
I intend to fight for Black Lives Matters. I intend to fight.
If Black Lives matter to her, why didn't I matter?
I don't agree what Kamala Harris did to my mom, and I don't agree with what she's done to other parents as well.
My message to all Americans, especially Black Americans, do not trust Kamala Harris.
I'm so proud of you right now, because you walked all the way down here and I wasn't expecting you to walk.
My daughter, Shayla, suffers from sickle cell anemia, a chronic, painful genetic disease.
As a prosecutor and law enforcement, I have a huge stick.
It's a very sharp, stabbing pain, and it hurts a whole lot. Like from my chest all the way down, it hurts, including my side.
So I decide.
Tension with Russia and Ukraine, Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and Israel, and you consider their proximity to all of us. Like, these people are completely subsidized by U.S. government and military, and I would say we're more involved than a lot of folks realize.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like if it comes to a certain point, bro, are we even gonna be able to afford it to jump into the battle ourselves, just subsidizing all these people? That's one of my main concerns. And well, one, we're in World War III through proxy. Now, as soon as we put boots on the ground, then we're officially in it. Because once America puts boots on the ground, I feel like all these other Arab countries also gonna do the same. Well, hopefully not, but hey.
I got you. Yeah, I think closer than a lot of folks realize on that. Good question, though, Uncle Ben. Appreciate that.
I was going to start prosecuting parents for truancy.
When Kamala Harris was the California Attorney General, she had me arrested and prosecuted because my handicapped daughter was sick in the hospital and had missed some days of school.
I spent a majority of my time here at the hospital.
Kamala's horrible policies hurt mothers like me and the Black community. My name is Sheree Peoples, and this is my story. I am a single mother. I've worked as a certified nursing assistant and a caregiver. My daughter Shayla was born in 2002. When she was born, she was diagnosed with sickle cell anemia. It affects all major organs in the body and also causes extreme pain. Her whole life, she has been on medications like morphine and Dilaudid to help her control the pain. In addition, she had to undergo blood transfusions every 3 weeks. My lifestyle became taking care of her almost full time. It is pretty typical for kids with Shayla disability to miss a lot of school.
I just got out of school. I've done 3 full days this week. Oh, I'm so tired.
And for years, the teachers were aware of her condition and her absences were all excused. California schools get their state and federal funding based off of average daily attendance. Schools are paid about $30 per student.
Hell yeah, y'all remember remember count week? When them teachers damn near incentivize you to show up, it'd be like a pizza party if you didn't miss school that week.
Man, I'm weak because her whole paycheck depended on it the whole time.
Funding, paycheck, shit. The sports teams got their funding from that too. I remember the coaches would low key be on your ass. Like, yeah, show up to school this week. Like,
or else.
Crazy as hell. Shout out Martian Gamer coming back in with 5. Appreciate you, bro. He says some of the proof that Kamala Harris has failed wherever she has gone. Shout out to the ones who are here for the truth, man. Facts. That's the crowd we want to attract, man. The normies, the sheep to the left, truth seekers to the right.
Don't look away, Kamala supporters.
In San Francisco, we threatened the parents of truants with prosecution.
I first heard of Kamala Harris when she got elected California Attorney General.
We are putting parents on notice. We are going to make sure that you face the full force and consequences of the law.
For what?
She wrote a report saying truancy was costing California schools $1.4 billion a year in funding.
Because of truancy, California public schools lose $1.4 billion a year in funding.
Crazy. All this gang violence going around, gang banging, drugs, and all this, and you doubling down on truancy? Wild.
I mean, I guess that was the intended goal, but they missed the target clearly.
Yeah,
right?
they obviously missed the target. It's like giving the border patrol overtime. Oh, you missed the target of fixing the border.
Oh, I was saying, I guess that was the intended goal with the Truancy Act, but they obviously missed the intended target. Like, you going after supposed gang member parents, and you end up getting this little girl's mom? Like,
yeah.
on, crazy as hell.
Like, what?
Lose $1.4 billion a year in funding.
I want money.
Appreciate those of y'all who are rocking with the stream, rocking with the message, man. If you like what we're doing, man, like the video. You can also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right hand corner, double tap the screen. Subscribe to the channel as well, man. We bring y'all this type of content daily, so if you're enjoying it, man, don't miss out. Leave your post notifications on, man. It's Set Key Media, man.
All right.
Kamala then wrote a law making it criminal for parents if their kids miss school time. Kamala even wrote a book called Smart on Crime.
You can read an excerpt from the book that she just plugged shamelessly. It's called Smart on Crime.
Talking about arresting parents for truancy.
I sent a letter on my letterhead out to every parent in the public school system.
In 2012, like all California parents, I received a threatening letter from Kamala Harris saying we'll go to jail for a year if our kids even miss 10% of school days. It was like a crazy intimidation tactic.
I'm going to start prosecuting parents for truancy.
I thought, wow, this woman doesn't have any empathy. Is it because she's not a mother? I also thought, how could she not understand it would disproportionately affect people of color? Single black mothers.
Why didn't the teachers speak out as well to speak up for some of these kids? Like, was your paycheck worth that much where you just let parents get locked up over it?
I think it was beyond their hands at a certain point in time. It looks like the state really had full control and full autonomy over the situation.
So it's like teacher couldn't even say nothing.
Like I said, like the school clearly had her medical records. The doctors had their medical records. I'm sure there was some communication going on. So the ball was dropped somewhere.
Yeah.
The ball was dropped somewhere.
Or the act didn't account for that.
Perhaps I would think there would be an amendment in there for that. But I mean, it's sad that she kind of fell through the cracks on this. And like I said, I see some people in here like, oh, it's just happened once. You can't really put this on Kamala. It was a one-off occurrence. I'm like, bro, one time is more than enough. Y'all don't care about it. Y'all don't care about a black mother gets in prison simply for standing near her child, helping her child overcome this painful disease. I mean, y'all telling me y'all don't care?
Hold on, a one-off occurrence. Look at the border. The one-off occurrence. Look at this presidency. Like now we're at 3 times of neglect. She neglected the black mother. She neglected the border, bro, and she neglected the U.S. economy. She neglected her job as president of the Senate. Bro, what? It's like, bro, if y'all gonna give her this much excuses, then she truly don't need to be president. If y'all have all these excuses.
The fact that they have this many built-in excuses for her that she's gotten this far. Because we've seen time and time after again, whether it be rally, whether it be interview, whether it be all the smoke, that she really ain't got too much substance. She really is, bro. It's kind of like No Kid Left Behind.
Yeah.
Like we've ignored Kamala's shortcomings. We've ignored her lack of intelligence for so long. She's gotten to this point, and I'm just kind of wondering, like, hold on a second. We should have been caught on. But no, we kept propping her up like she was supposed to be.
Kept coddling her.
Yeah, honestly, holding her hand, walking her through. That's exactly how she's got.
And they wonder why nobody respects her as a candidate. It's really because some of y'all.
Shout out Wifey Hernandez, XOXO, chiming in for $2. Ain't got too much to say. Just wanted to show some support. We appreciate that. And it's your first super chat on the live.
Appreciate you
sharing that honor with us. Marshall and Gamer chiming back in with 5. Appreciate you, dog. Always showing support, man. Shout out Marshall and Gamer.
Appreciate the support.
Couldn't locking up the parents and inevitably make it to where kids might not be able to attend the school anymore. Yeah. There's a lot of, I would say, shortcomings in the bill.
I mean,
in the proposal.
Bro, a high schooler could have came up with a better plan than her.
Because like I said, I made the point when we had first watched this video, like, hold on a second. I was a badass kid, not gonna lie. I was on probation in high school. I was skipping school. I was doing all type of crazy shit, right? So I never would want to bring that responsibility or that the brunt of any reprimandment on my mom. Like if she was gonna get arrested for that, I feel terrible. Like I don't think the parent can be fully held accountable because man, the days I was skipping school, my mom thought I was going to school, right? So it wasn't like she just knew I was being bad. So sometimes you gotta look a little bit deeper, peel back the layers some to kind of get the full picture.
All right.
Shout out DJNS, $2 chiming in. Ain't got too much to say, just showing some support. Appreciate it, bro.
But honestly, I didn't imagine it could affect me. Her teachers had her medical records from the Children's Hospital. I even had a 504 plan, which was an agreement between the school district and the parents to provide care for students with disabilities. It was April 18th, 2013, in the morning. I'm in my...
And if anybody has any thoughts, questions, comments, disagreements, please super chat in $1 or more. Go ahead and engage with the stream, man. We got y'all.
Pajamas. I had just fed my daughter, gave her medications, sent her off to school. Little did I know, there was a warrant out for my arrest. All of a sudden, the police is outside my house, and they started banging on the door. I opened up my door, and 2 officers entered my home. They told me I was under arrest for my child missing school. They said I was going to jail. I was shocked. I said, but my baby is sick. The school knows that. And they said, go talk to Kamala Harris. Place your hands behind your back.
My mom did nothing wrong. We did everything we were supposed to. I was always bringing doctor's notes, always calling the school to let them know that I was in the hospital.
Then they handcuffed me. So they take me outside for what you call a perp walk. And oh my God, the TV news was there. The newspapers were there. You could swear I had killed somebody. It was degrading and humiliating. I was taken to the Criminal Justice Center. They took my mugshot. I was fingerprinted like a criminal, and I was terrified.
And it felt like I caused her so much pain. Because in reality, it is because of me, even though I know it's not directly my fault. Sorry.
The next day, the Orange County Register showed the pictures of my arrest. They even had a close-up picture of my hands in handcuffs to show here's a black mother being arrested.
It was a truancy rate at over 2.5 times that of white students.
Everyone knew most truant kids were black. I think Kamala Harris wanted me as an example to threaten other single black mothers, like, this can happen to you if you don't get your kids in class. The police even put out a press release naming me and other black single mothers like Toya Daniels, who got arrested the same day. But my hell was just beginning. They gave me 2 charges: failure to supervise and encourage school attendance, and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. I couldn't believe it. They framed my daughter as a gang member and basically charged me with neglect. I spent the next 2 years in court fighting these charges. Kamala assigned her nastiest prosecutors to my case.
My homicide prosecutors, my gang prosecutors. And they went over there and I said, when you go over there, look really mean.
like 10 different prosecutors.
Brag about it.
They kept pressuring me to plead guilty and spend a year in jail. But I kept refusing because I did nothing wrong. All the time I had to spend going to court, I was struggling to care for my Shayla. I lost my job and couldn't pay rent, and we got evicted. I became homeless. We had to move into a motel.
So she made a black mother homeless with a child, with sick child with stem cell. But this is some of y'all want to vote in. Remember this now. We're not showing this to you to be an asshole about you voting for Kamala. We're showing this so you can be more informed about the woman you're voting for, because this the same woman that want to talk about abortion, don't got no kids, and look what she's doing to other kids. But when you don't have no kids of your own, I can see why you have less compassion for other people's kids. But y'all think she's just gonna be this good mother for America. It's like, shut the hell up.
And shout out Marson chiming back in with another 5, man. We appreciate you, bro. So all the people who may not know, this is proof that Kamala Harris has been using the media since day one. Yes, man. Y'all see how she got this black mother who had nothing to do with her proposed bill or her proposed act to lock up these gang member parents, got her caught up in this web and trapped her in this web, and then still used her picture for the headline news, for the front page news, to say like, yeah, I'm tough on crime, I'm tough on these parents. Kamala Harris, baby, for DA. I'm just like, bro, what the hell?
Did it to a black woman though.
Right. Claims to be black, claims to have stuck it up for black people.
Claimed to be a mother.
Decriminalize certain crimes so black people can have a better shake. It's crazy. It's crazy, but the proof is in the pudding though.
And I ended up being in the hospital a lot during her trial. And in that hospital stay was when I had my stroke.
I had a stroke about 4 or 5 days ago. And right now I'm doing pretty good. My hand is doing okay, I guess.
In 2015, after 2 years, they finally just gave up and dismissed my case. In 2018, the Supreme Court of California ruled that truancy cannot be punished by incarceration.
Yeah.
It was unconstitutional.
Yeah.
The courts finally...
That's the problem with some of these lawmakers in these states. It's like, bro, some of the stuff they be doing is unconstitutional. It's like, bro, it's like the one judge who tried to pretty much enact abortion back again in Georgia, pretty much try to extend it to the 24 weeks. And then the AG has to come out and be like, nah, I got to put that back because, like, well, what are you doing? And it's kind of crazy how these judges and these prosecutors have that much power to enforce upon the citizens and won't be checked until later on by the Supreme Court or their attorney general. And this was their attorney general, so they had to wait until the Supreme Court to check her. Trust me, there's judges and prosecutors with just the same power.
If this is a conspiracy to y'all, then I don't know what to tell y'all. This is an actual case. This is an actual testament of what happened to a black mother in California under Kamala's leadership.
Bro, they'll hide anybody suffering for Kamala, bro.
But y'all BLM, right?
Bro.
Y'all pro-black, right? But when a black mother speaks out against Kamala and her lack of leadership, her lack of good policy, it doesn't fit y'all narrative, so it gets ignored. It gets swept under the rug. Despicable, yo. I ain't gonna lie, yo. I'm gonna scream this lady's story because it's wild as hell how she got wrapped up in Kamala's lack of leadership. Shout out Big Whip Dave chiming in with 5. He says, they do these unconstitutional laws in New Jersey all the time. Shit, tell me about it, bro. You'd have to tell me more.
Man.
You'd have to tell me more.
Stopped Kamala Harris abuses. When I look back, I ask, why did Kamala Harris arrest me? Why was Kamala Harris so insensitive to a black woman with a handicapped child? Well, first, I learned that Kamala Harris has no common experience with black people. She grew up with an Indian mother. I remember she kept saying she was Indian.
To become the first Indian senator in U.S. history, which would be quite an accomplishment.
Not good. What we're going to cook today is an Indian recipe.
Yes.
Because you are Indian.
Yes. And I learned she grew up in Canada, not in the United States, and went to a wealthy high school. I think in Canada, she must not have been exposed to America.
Shout out DEJNS chiming in with 5. Ain't got too much to say. Just wanted to show some support. Man, we appreciate that. What's going on, Vlad?
And values, which respects the rights of individuals. When Kamala Harris ran for president in 2019, they asked her about arresting people like me, and she just lied her ass off.
The truancy program got a lot of criticism too. Did you actually lock anybody up?
No, we never locked anybody up. We never sent a parent to jail. And no parent went to jail. And we did prosecute some kids.
And like I said, because this is the narrative that y'all were going with. Oh, it's just a one-off circumstance. Like, it's nothing really to publicize. I'm just like, yo, this is one time's too many.
Are you serious?
One is enough. Like, this lady went to jail for simply sticking next to her child.
Bro, the fact that she even made this a law shows that I'm like, bro, she doesn't think right. I'm like, a truancy law?
Lack of forethought. Lack of
bro,
forethought.
Do you not know the Constitution, you damn commie? Is like, what type of law is that?
If there wasn't an exception built in for like a medical exception, or like I said, maybe just a truant kid, not a truant family, not a truant parent, then I don't know. That was just a lack of forethought on her position. And again, it just stands to reason that the only reason why she implemented such a radical bill is for straight publicity. She wanted it to sound good, like, oh, I'm locking up these gang members' parents. Like, when in reality, she said no one was really locked up, but an actual parent who was helping their damn kid. Crazy as hell.
Missed the mark every time.
But far few, only about 20.
It's ironic because Kamala helped raise
who be shooting in the crowd.
Soft on crime. But that's what I'm saying. You're going after just truancy parents, but you can't go after the gang members, cartel member that's running through all of California.
She done sprayed through the whole crowd of gang members and their parents, missed the intended target, but hit an innocent bystander.
Crazy.
Shout out Morrison, man, coming in with another 5. He says, let's show some love to North and South Carolina and show some stuff that Biden and Harris have been doing over there. I got a little video pulled up kind of about Helene and kind of what's going on.
And the FEMA.
Yeah. Maybe we can find something else a little bit more introspective, but yeah, for sure.
Raise money to bail out murderers, rioters, and thieves. But she thought I belonged in jail because I had a handicapped child. To me, Kamala is fake. She just repeats stupid things like unburdened.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
What can be
You got a bad kid,
unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know?
I found out she only became Attorney General because she was a mistress to the
Willie Brown. Young little thing. Trying to say, oh, their marriage was on the decline. I'm like, right, okay.
Look at him at his side, a little dime piece. Fine looking young lady. Go ahead.
Man, it's but they'll say, oh, his marriage is on the decline and all that on the way out.
She was already separated. He's already divorced. I'm just like, come on, y'all don't think that was her way into politics?
Here's the thing.
Established Willie Brown.
How are we never even fact check if that was true though, if he was divorced or not.
No, we never really did.
But because I don't want to take Kamala supporters away from, because bro, they're always giving her a way out, as you see. Right. Bro, you can show them the most gruesome things she's done and they'll give her a way out. Look what she did to this mother, and y'all still giving her a way out.
They're gonna find a way to justify it.
So
10 times over.
At this point, we're damn near talking to the people who see this and are like, okay, yeah, maybe I made the wrong decision somewhere.
Hold on, because she said something that caught my attention.
Found out she only became Attorney General because she was a mistress to the married San Francisco mayor, Willie Brown.
Are you his daughter?
And today I see she tries appealing to black audiences by putting on fake urban accents.
And we're going to do it again in 2024.
Black people.
It's so forced, too. It's like not even natural. Like, it's not even smooth. Like, hold on.
Man.
You could tell, like, she low-key code switching.
Practice that one in the mirror, huh?
Nah, a few times.
Down to earth. This is insulting to us.
You better thank a union member for vacation time.
Kamala, how stupid do you think we are? And I saw Kamala's Twitter photo. That's from like 20 years ago.
Huh?
She's 60 years old today. Even with the heavy makeup, you can see she's 60. I seen her pretending to be.
Ain't wrong being 60.
I mean, hold on now. Now, I think the point she's getting at, she's catfishing.
Well, duh.
Yeah, but all right. I mean, all right. That's just women in general. No, you know what? That's just women.
You know what I'm saying? Like, duh.
Yeah, that's women. That's a woman thing. I can't even get mad at her for that one.
She looked good when she was younger. I'll hold on to that too.
talking on
of all the things to be mad at her for, I won't hold that one against her.
the phone, avoiding the press. She's a terrible actress. She was calling young people stupid.
What else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid.
With Kamala, we can't even say Merry Christmas.
How dare we speak
18 through 24, and that's most of her voting base, which is some of y'all.
Right.
It's gonna be funny. I know some of y'all. So see, guess what? She called you stupid.
Merry Christmas. How dare we?
The laugh is so insincere.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I mean, I'm sorry, but if you're a Christian and that didn't offend you, how dare you say Merry Christmas? That didn't offend you as a Christian. Oh man, you know, bro, just go ahead and like, I don't know, just walk out your church, just go ahead and give it up.
Merry Christmas become like a dog whistle. That's how they make it seem like it's just like a hateful statement.
What?
I mean, you remember that one episode of American Dad?
Her
husband Stan like went on like a raise because they wouldn't let him say Merry Christmas.
I'm gonna say this one time. Her husband is Jewish, enough said.
Bro, tell me if y'all remember that episode of American Dad, bro.
The laugh is so insincere.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? We have to stay woke. Like, everybody needs to be woke. And yeah, I am radical.
All this woke and radical stuff doesn't do anything for me as a single black mother. All it got me was inflation that hurt me and my kids. Grocery store prices are crazy. I can't pay for food on my income.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented and cross the border as criminals.
Black people has been in America for 400 years, but Kamala pushes us to the back of the line behind illegals. Why? As borders are. She just filling up our schools with kids who don't speak English just so they can get more government money. Illegals get free health care, but I have to pay. They get free housing, and I'm struggling to pay rent.
Are undocumented immigrants that are the least likely to commit a crime.
And it's more dangerous in our neighborhood. We don't need Venezuelan gangs.
To this day.
She can't come up with that herself. Shout out Walker Mac Fitness. Appreciate that, dog. $10. He says, remember kids, Camel Toe Kamala kept an innocent man on death row until the state forced her to do her job. She also laughed about putting people in jail over pot. Much love, fellas.
Appreciate you, big dog.
Man. Marco for you, man. Appreciate you.
At 22 years old, I suffer from full paralysis on my right arm and partial in my right leg.
Kamala Harris owes me an apology and my daughter an apology for what she did to us.
Let's be clear. My values have not changed.
Look, I am not a political person, but I want people to know what Kamala Harris has did to me. If she do it to me, she will abuse anyone if you give her the power.
I mean,
facts.
Man.
Shout out, who was it? Big Wave Dave? Yeah, shout out Big Wave Dave for having us pull that back up for y'all, man. Good watch. Okay. Informative watch, man. Back to this Trump, though.
Canada's and like other countries, we have some great rare earth. You know what rare earth is?
More folks in here,
different things, including chips and batteries and things. We have some incredible sets, but they're all taken totally off the market because some guy sitting there with very thick glasses looks at it and says, that's an environmental site. And now we can't develop trillions of dollars worth of value, so we're going to be unfreezing a lot of stuff that's been sitting there for millions of years. And it'll be there long after we're gone. We will set up special zones on federal land with ultra-low taxes and regulations for American producers.
Shout out Vlastine coming in with 5. He says, bro, the medication prices are out of control. Plus, on top of that, the DEA is putting a limit on how much medication can be manufactured. Oh, man, like I said, bro, they need to, what Vivek be saying, drain the swamp. I'm fleshing out all these bureaucratic agencies, bro, because, bro, they for profit. They ain't for people. Bro, they'll spin a law, spin an act, any justification of the law necessary to low-key line their pockets, bro. And honestly, I think that's part of the damn problem. The bureaucratic agencies that lead the nation.
Producers and entice The relocation.
Oh, shout out Marshall. He coming in with 5. He says, you know something crazy? She went from using the police to her advantage to defunding the police. Bro, she switches her position. She's a real chameleon, bro. Anytime she needs to, she's a sycophant to the fullest degree. Anytime she needs to, she'll switch her rhetoric, switch what she says to align with whatever group she's speaking to or whatever room she's in. And it needs to be done to a degree, I guess. But Kamala is like egregious. She'll switch her accent, the way she talks, her policy, and low-key kind of just leaves you wondering what's left underneath. Like, is this a real person or is she going to say whatever?
Of entire industries from other countries into ours. So think of it. We have low energy, we have low regulation, and we have low taxes. Nobody can do that but us, but we have to do it. And we'll do it quickly. I have pledged to remove the 10 old, and think of this, 10 old and burdensome regulations for every new regulation. So if we put a new regulation in the book, which is not going to happen often, we have to reduce 10. And nobody cut regulations as much. Nobody cut regulations as much as I did. As you remember, nobody cut them even close to what I did in the first term. 4 years. In 4 years, I cut regulations more than any other president in the history of our country by far. And that's why you had the best job numbers in the history of our country. You had it because companies were building so much they didn't even need what they were building, all right? That was a problem too. But they were building like they'd never built before. We had the best job numbers ever. African American, Hispanic American, women, men, people with no high school degree, people with degrees from the highest, best colleges in the world. And speaking of great colleges and smart people, how good did J.D. Vance do?
Better than you, Savvy. Better than you, Tom. Better than you, Savvy. Yeah.
I drafted the best athlete.
Nice for JD.
You know, Vince Lombardi is saying, go for the best athlete. But I had 12 people that would have been fantastic. But JD did a fantastic job at the day. And his competition that night, he cannot be president. He cannot be president of the United States. If you want your incomes to plummet, your net...
Shout out Vlad coming in with another 5. He says, I'm not even blaming pharmacy. It's the freaking government. And regulations causes shortages and price hikes. Pharma is being limited in their supply. Yeah.
Bro,
but it's the bureaucratic agencies that lead big pharma, though. I'm talking about the FDA. I'm talking about the drug regulating agencies that low-key...
FDA, EPA, those are all places that low-key like hold construction,
CDC,
mineral farming, or like mineral digging, all that good stuff. Yeah, CDC as well. CDC got a little bit of, I don't know, it all depends.
They're more so on pharmaceuticals, vaccinations, that type of thing.
Yeah,
it is the bureaucratic agencies that kind of regulate the way that these private sectors, pharma, construction, are able to go about their business.
And it's EPA who keeps us from the drill baby drill, or mining for more minerals and materials that we can start building our own with.
Facts. And shout out Big Wave Dave coming in with another 10. He says Kamala will be a new puppet just like Joe. I mean, like I said, Joe 2.0. They say it's OBZ 4.0. I've seen a lot, but anyone voting for her is a sheep or just have severe TDS that they can't think beyond their hatred for him. So sad. Not facts. Facts. Seething in TDS, bro. It's like anything but Trump. The never Trumpers. Shout out man. Emotional damage. Just coming in with $2. He says Trump is for abortion up to 6 months. I'll have to fact check that. I don't believe that's true.
Nope. He's up for the states.
Guys, Martian Gamer coming in for 5. Shout out. He says, guys, let's show these Harris supporters Harris 34 lies.
I'll go 5 minutes in.
Okay.
Worth to collapse, your tax bills to soar, your jobs to disappear, then vote for Lion Kamala to be the tax queen, to be your president, because if you want to do all those things where your country goes to hell, where your country ends up in a 1929-style depression, then vote for Kamala. But if you want Washington bureaucrats to keep their greedy hands off your money, and by the way, we're moving the Department of Education. We're moving, your state is going to control your children's education. We're moving it out of Washington. Immediately. And you know, we were going to do that, but then we got the COVID thing came in, the gift from China. The China virus came in and we had to hold up, but we're going to be moving. Because think of it, we have the worst education. We're like number 40 out of 40. We're right at the bottom of the pack, 38, 39, and 40. Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and I hate to say China. Those are the top four, and others, but those are generally the top four. But I'll tell you where we're number one, cost per pupil. We're number one by so much, it's not even close. So we spend more per pupil, and yet we're ranked at the bottom of the list. So here's what we're doing. We're going to let the great state of Michigan run your education. We're going to let Iowa run its education. We're going to let Idaho run their education. We're going to let Florida run their education. Lots of great. Now, the way I look at it, many of those states, I would say 35, or close to 40, will have education the equivalent of Norway, of Denmark, of countries that do very well. You're going to have then the laggards too. You're going to have some like let's say, Newsom, like California will have a problem. We'll help them out a little bit, but they're going to have to run their own education. It's going to really make, I think we're going to soar. And you know, you can do it for about half the cost too. We spend more money. We have building after building. You pass in Washington, D.C., Department of Education, Department of Education. You say, what the hell do all these people do? Here's what I need. I need one good person, let's say, to be the secretary. And then I need a real secretary that takes stenography. I need two people because I just want them to make sure they teach English, that they teach reading, writing, and arithmetic. And we're going to do that very fast. We're going to do that very fast. And it's going to be great. But to do that, you have to vote for Trump, and you have to do it fast. You have to do it very quickly. And you know, while I'm on the subject of smart people, I want to thank Elon Musk. He endorsed me. More important, he endorsed me strongly. He said, you better vote for Trump if you want to save your country. And he's a smart cookie, but he did something else. I was in Georgia the other day, and after the floods, and they were having tremendous problems, in particular in North Carolina. You can't even get in. They were wiped out. They had no communication whatsoever. And they said, do you know somebody named Elon Musk? I said, I happen to know him. He just endorsed me. They said, is there any way he does a product, Starlink? Did anyone ever hear of Starlink? It's another one of his genius products. It is genius too, actually. And they said, is there any way? Because North Carolina, in particular, has absolutely no communication. We can't communicate. You can't get there. You just can't talk. And many people are missing. You know, it's really bad. It's really, really bad. Many people are missing. And our federal government is doing so badly. So I said, Elon, can you do us a favor? Can you take care of it? He had within 45 minutes planes and helicopters loaded up with this equipment, and they were having perfect communication within less than 24 hours. It was unbelievable. And I said to the person that got me and made the request, who's over there really suffering too, I said, well, what's the difference between that and what they had with the hard wire? They said, actually, the hard wire is not as good. Think of that. So this man and he also said, just take it. You'll pay if you can. I mean, people are getting these expensive systems from him, and we really owe him a debt of gratitude. Elon, great. Not a lot of people would have done that. Most people could not have acted that fast either. He got it right away. They were starting to load, I think, before the phone conversation ended. So we have to thank him. I wish our federal government could move like that, right? Instead of spending money on people that are ruining our country. I delivered you the largest tax cuts in American history, and we'll do it again. We're going to get them lower, but we're going to do something else. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. And no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Right? That's a good one, too. That last one's so good. But, look, our seniors were devastated by inflation. They don't get rich by this, but we're going to give them back essentially what they lost. They were destroyed by inflation. Their fixed income, they were destroyed. But also with they work so hard. This was a young waitress came up to me. How you doing? Well, I'm having problems. The government was after her for tax on tips. I said, oh, you have to pay tax on tips? Who the hell knew that, right? But they do. And very nasty. The government was very nasty.
Yep, tip workers should definitely be going for Trump just off of that policy alone. I mean,
strippers for Trump.
I ain't gonna lie. Strippers for Trump, man. That should flip the whole state of Georgia right there.
Oh God, but at least Atlanta.
Oh man, slaves work over. Wow, disrespectful as hell.
Boy. I said, what do you recommend? They said, it's really unfair. We shouldn't have to pay tax on tips. You know what's going to happen? You're going to end up doing a lot more business, I think. I think you're going to actually end up... So remember, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. And with overtime, too. I think that could be a profit-making deal, too, because I think you're going to have a lot more overtime if you do that. Because of that, you're going to end up with a lot more overtime. I used to hate to pay overtime. When I was in the private sectors, they say, oh, I don't want overtime. I shouldn't tell you this. I'd go out and get other people and let them work regular time. It's terrible. I'd say, no, get me 10 other guys I don't want to have. Time and a half I don't want to have. But it'll be great. I mean, it'll be, those three things are great. But our seniors really deserve it because they've been decimated. And the seniors, please vote for Donald Trump, okay? Because they're not doing it. They're not doing it.
Hey, shout out Big Wave Dave coming in with $2 more. He says, why are white liberals so low-key racist? Bro,
because it's the whole excuse of voting for a black woman that lets them be able to hide their covert racism. Like, oh, I'm voting for a black woman, so I must not be racist. But really, though, you do look down on most black people. So let's be real.
To that point, they're able to absolve themselves of their racism by voting left, by being pro-black, pro-BLM. And so these people are some of the most racist. I ain't gonna lie. It's the coverted racism. It's the underhanded racism, right? The hinted racism, but it's there nonetheless. And I joke. I say I'd rather the overt racism, like you racist to my face, than the covert racism, like you just doing racist policy, racist dog whistles. I'm not really for all that. You trying to play like you're my friend, but you hate me low key. I'm not really for that.
Get out and vote. And get all your seniors out to vote. No, you're not a senior. Sit down. He's not. He's no senior. He's about 30 years away from being a senior. We're going to take back our auto industry for Michigan, and I call. It's supposed to be the car capital of the world. I call it the lack of car capital of the world, because when it was called the car capital of the world, it was many years ago.
Shout out Big Wave Dave chiming in with 20. Appreciate that, baller alert. He says, as a black man, do you have issues getting an ID to vote?
Nope. Nah. I mean, if you do, what the hell?
Nah, bro.
I mean, that's a bare minimum. Like, bro, it's like saying as a black man, do you have a problem getting a license?
No, because they try and say requiring ID is racist.
Oh yeah,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. It was, bro. I remember when Kamala Harris made that statement. There are black people in here that don't know how to use a computer, bro. I remember there was a meme.
That's
of this,
racist. The suggestion of it is
bro.
Racist.
I remember there was a meme of this black kid with a computer just tossing it around like he was a monkey or something. Like, I was like, bro, what? Like black people in the hood.
Nah, that's wild as hell.
There's black people who in the hood who don't know how to use computers. I'm like, This bitch.
Nah, facts. Nah, yeah, I got you, Big Wave. Nah, the suggestion of it alone is racist. Not gonna lie to you.
Oh man,
It's the lack of car capital, but we're going to make it again the car capital of the world. We're not going to let them steal your business. And it'll end up being bigger and better and more beautiful and more important than it was at its height. And that was a long time ago. You're going to have a lot of companies move. Right now, China is building a major auto plant in Mexico, actually 2 of them, among the biggest in the world, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States and destroy Michigan
Boy, it's going to be in Mexico.
South Carolina and other places that make cars. Not going to happen. And you know why it's not? Because I will put 100% tariff on every car, and it's going to make it impossible to sell their car here. And I'll tell them.
Yeah, you would have to be hard pressed to get one of those cars, pretty much. So he's not making American cars more expensive. He's making those cars that are usually made in China that they move, or maybe here that they move to Mexico. And he's like, oh, okay. Great. Well, we're going to make them unappealing by price, so everybody's going to buy our cars that are made here instead.
Shit, make them unappealing to the consumer by price, and then make it unappealing to even be operating where they're at for the business.
Bro, the only reason you're going to buy that car is if you're a Chinese loyalist at that point.
Shit, and if you're the business or the brass, the leadership of that company, you're going to reconsider being where you at. You might move back to America. Like, shit, these tariffs, boy, these tariffs.
Man, it's like, you know what? Back to America, bro. Let's go back to America.
Oh, God. What's up, Anthony?
That the only way that they're going to get rid of that tariffs, and it's the only way, is if they build the plant, not in Mexico, but in the United States, and our people operate the plant, okay? And this is going to happen a lot. You know, Harley Davidson, I was with them at the White House, and I said, how are you doing? I said, good. I said, how do you do in India? Oh, no good. Why? Because they have 200% tariff. I said, so you can't sell with a 200% right now. But they said, if you come in to our country and build a plant, we won't charge you any tariff. You have no tax to pay. And they said, oh, I said, what are you going to do? Well, I don't think so. They did it. I knew they were going to do it. They went in because they were sort of forced to go in. But we're doing the same thing. Build your plant in the United States of America, and you're not going to have to worry about tariff. It doesn't make any difference. So we're going to...
I don't know why y'all want to scare these big businesses away by eating the rich, taxing the rich. Oh, they need to pay their fair share. They pay their fair share.
Bro, you just want them to pay more because you want more. Ain't
and
that
y'all
crazy?
Want to complain about unemployment, how the job market is shitty, and trickle-down economics works, believe it or not. This shit has a direct cost and a direct link to everything else as far as energy costs, price at the pump, price of what we pay for groceries, housing costs.
You know what's so crazy? For the first time ever, I finally understood why mom did not pay me an allowance for so long, or really never did. Because I'll be damned if I'm providing housing, food, shelter, schooling, and all this, and you want an allowance too? Like, do you not see all these benefits you're getting already? That's how rich people feel. It's like I'm providing all your tax, like all your tax subsidies and all that good stuff. Bro, it's being funded by rich people.
And I ain't gonna lie, if your mom had a choice, I'm going somewhere else.
Man.
So much business, and I think this state will be the biggest beneficiary because your car business,
pay for everything for your ass, you still asking for more.
Will be bigger than it ever was. And you'll have more jobs than ever before. I will terminate KAMALA's electric vehicle mandate and end immediately the Green New Scam.
43% of the taxes are paid by the rich.
Voted for a bill to impose a 100% ban on gas.
And shout out Anthony Lines, man. Appreciate that, man. Hold on.
I'm glad he came in with that stat. Because that's exactly the point that you were just talking about. Shout out Anthony Lines, man, one of the supporters, one of the mods. He says the top 1% pays 48% or so of the entire government taxes. The lowest 50%, that be most of us, right, pays 2.3. 2.3.
Like, what a point. Not
2.3.
Man, I mean, and we're still asking. We still think they should pay their fair share. They are paying their fair share.
We're going to keep pushing this tax on them until we push them out the country and they take the jobs and the opportunity that comes with it. Shout out Big Wave Dave. He comes in with 5. He says, when Trump was president, I was doing well. When then COVID and Biden, I got screwed, bro. All of us can say the same, bro. And it wasn't just them. It wasn't just them stimulus checks. You know, gas was affordable. Rent was cool for a lot of folks in a lot of areas. You know, prices at the grocery store wasn't as absorbent as they are today. A lot of things were better when Trump was in office, and that's just putting it on layman's terms, in terms that everybody can understand. But energy, geopolitically, we were well aligned. There were no proxies we were involved in, and we had a stronger border. You know, there's a lot of things that were at play when Trump was in office.
Gas-powered cars and trucks, can you believe it? Killing an estimated 200,000 U.S. auto jobs, including 40,000 auto jobs in Michigan. It's a death sentence for the Michigan economy and for the industry, frankly. I don't know. You have a guy named Sean Fain. I don't know who he is, but this guy has to be the dumbest union leader. He was okay by saying we're going to build 100 very shortly. They want 100% electric cars. That's going to put you out of business because China has everything necessary for electric. We have everything.
I always wonder why nobody ever did call Biden out on that. I'm like, hold on. How are we gonna, bro? We've been building electric cars for damn near 100 years now. What the hell we look like just switching out like this? And then what are they like?
A drastic change.
Yeah, and for what? For something that's not even gonna go as far? I mean, dog, I just seen a video where they had to hook up a diesel engine, a diesel battery, a gas battery to a Tesla because it ran out of gas while going up the French Alps.
Wow.
Yeah, worst place to run out of energy.
Elon, where you at, man? I need your comment on that.
Oh, God, bro, you need bigger batteries or a big battery pack.
And Trump is talking about hydrogen, but believe it or not, funny enough, these cars aren't stable enough and they're blowing up.
Man, what about the carbon engine, water engine? Like, come on, we've came up with some pretty.
Those guys.
Yeah, I forgot. My bad. Don't take me out, man.
For a gasoline-powered car because of our liquid gold. And I'm not against electric cars, but we're going to have also gas-powered cars. We're going to have hybrids. We might someday have hydrogen. Did you ever hear of hydrogen? That's the new thing. That's the new hot thing. No, hydrogen's the hottest thing going. It's too hot.
That water engine,
you know what happens?
Hottest thing going.
When there's a problem, it's bad. The car blows up, and you're not even recognizable when this happens. It's like, it's a disaster. They tell me about, and I say, are there any problems? Well, there's one problem. When a car goes bad and when it blows up, the person driving the car is not recognizable. So I think I'm going to pass on that particular car. They said, oh, well, we'll figure it out. I said, you better do a lot of figuring because this does not sound good. It's not off to a good start. Well, I'm president, no state in America.
Shout out Martian Gamer coming in with another 10. Appreciate you, dog, man. Always showing support. Another good point is if she increases the taxes, all of the rich corporations are going to start moving away, so we're not going to have all these shopping malls and stuff anymore. Bro, yeah, it's going to affect life.
Bro, and here's the best case scenario is they move states. Worst case scenario, bro, they jump country.
They jump countries. Now Trump has to tax them on their goods as they get imported. Now we're paying more for the shit that we know and love. You ain't never lied, bro. That's a good perspective, bro. And it's what a lot of folks don't realize when they're like, oh, tax the rich. They need to pay their fair share. Like, bro.
Yeah, it's like the problem is when you try to like supplicate to the majority and you leave out the minority, well, this is the problem with that relationship. You forget the minority is the one who's giving the job to the majority. And if you make it hard for them to give jobs, then you're really cutting off the middle class, to be honest. You're going to make less of the middle class. And that's only going to further destroy it.
America will be permitted to ban gas-powered cars or trucks, and I guarantee it. Nobody. You're going to make them right here. You're going to make them here. Over the past 4 years, Kamala Harris has unleashed nothing but chaos and suffering for American labor. With historic inflation, she's made life excruciating for the blue-collar workers who make this country run, and now our entire nation is paying the price. You see what's going on, right? If I was president, the longshoremen strike affecting the entire East Coast and indeed the entire nation would never have happened in the first place. And just so you understand, they were hurt very badly by inflation. They were hurt there's two sides to every story. The issue should have been settled by Harris and Biden. They don't even know what's happening. I don't even think they know what's happening. I doubt, Joe, what do you think of the longshoreman strike? What? It's affecting trade. It's affecting half of the country, Joe. Maybe all of the country. I don't know about it. And she won't ask about it. That's why she won't have a news conference. I did one the other day in Wisconsin. It lasted like for 2 hours. They asked me so many questions, the press was exhausted by the time. They were exhausted. I love seeing that. They're just exhausted. They're looking for, gotcha. I got you. If you don't read a big story, that means they didn't get you. They want to get you so badly. They're sick. Look at all of them back there. But the fact is, we don't have...
Shout out Big Wave Dave coming in with another 5. He says, please show the economic charts to all these Harris supporters.
And I can see why Marshall and Gamer is on it tonight because, bro, there's a lot of y'all Harris supporters in the chat. I done heard some ridiculous things like, bro, most Trump supporters haven't read Project 2025. I'm like, dog, the fact that you said that lets me know that you never read Project 2025.
And I love that you say that because I've seen somebody in here talking about the poll and your guys' text only leads to group polarization. I'm just like, bro, in no way or shape, form do we push any Kamala supporters to the side. We welcome Kamala supporters to come in here, disprove us.
The fact check. You remember the fact check from yesterday where even when they fact check Walls on CNN, they was like, yeah, the Project 2025 has nothing to do with Trump. It doesn't even say that in Project 2025. Even CNN disproved Project 2025. After the debate, if you go look up the fact checking that CNN did, they'll even say that, yeah, that's a lie. It doesn't say that. Trump disavows it. It's made from the Heritage Foundation. So the fact that y'all still pushing it after that debate lets us know, 1, you didn't read the debate. 2, you don't really pay attention to politics to be talking about it. And 3, Trump derangement syndrome.
Oh God. We got you, Marshall. That probably would be good for some of these folks in the chat, man.
All right, let's
have the kind of president that we need. We don't have a real president. We have the most incompetent vice president in the history of our country, and by far the worst president in the history of our country. Jimmy Carter, a very nice man. Jimmy Carter is the happiest man. Just celebrated his 100.
Big Wave Dave coming in with 10. Appreciate you, bro. He says, Karen, let me answer that for you. It's about the country being first for the politicians. It's about the citizens being first. Or it's about the country being first for the politicians? Or did you mean it's not about the country being first for the politicians? It's about the citizens being first. It's about improving our economy. Yeah, it isn't about the politicians and the bureaucrats being first, honestly, bro. It isn't. And if we keep leaving it up to them, the structure as is, it'll always benefit them over us. And we see what happens when we leave them with the majority of the power and influence. They put groups like Ukraine, Israel, and immigrants over us.
Man.
Right? So, yeah, we do need to address it, bro. We do need to address it for sure. And more people are starting to wake up to the message and the idea that it needs addressed. And that's a step in the right direction for me.
100th birthday. He's the happiest man in the history. I just celebrated 100 years. Just celebrated. His wife passed away, Rosalind, not too long ago. My wife, the great first lady, went. And Jimmy was pretty old then. He's a little older now. I tell you, he's so happy because his administration was considered brilliant compared to what we have now. Jimmy Carter was a brilliant president compared to Joe Biden and Kamala. Under my leadership, America's workers won't have to go on strike for better wages or a better life because they will once again have a champion for them in the Oval Office. I'll be their champion. Believe me, I will be their champion. And I'll bring back the American dream. I don't know how long this strike is going to go on, but if it's on with me, I'll get it back pretty quickly, I think. For the longshoremen and all of the other people that have been hurt so badly by inflation. They've been really hurt badly by inflation. No matter what they make. I mean, you probably have inflation, real numbers, 50, 60, 70%. Some things went up 100%, 125%. Look at interest rates, though. Seriously. Take a look at interest rates. You want to buy a home. I had 2%. Now it's much more than 10%. Somebody said it's 10%, but you can't get the money. I said, that means it's higher than 10%. That's what that means. The Trump Republican Party is the party of the American worker, and it's also...
Shout out Martian Gamer coming in with 20. Appreciate you, bro. Always showing support, man. And to keep it even, the only thing I can really fact check Trump about right now is the fact that Biden wasn't the worst president in all of U.S. history, but he definitely a lot worse than 90% of Americans' past presidents.
Oh, I can agree to that. Trust me. I think we already did that in the chat when they're like, all right, so what was the worst president in your eyes? And I was like, Woodrow Wilson, whoever signed in the Federal Reserve. Yeah. I was like, that guy. But then a lot of people had some other ones, like some bangers. I ain't even gonna lie.
Nixon wasn't the best. He kind of did initialize that whole COINTELPRO movement against the Black Panther Party and black nationalism and all that good stuff. But I won't go into that.
Yeah, but then so did Biden, though. You know, Biden's locking up a black socialist group, so. But they don't know about that.
COINTELPRO, that was a banger.
Yeah, that was a banger. Ooh, you're right though. COINTELPRO. That
was a banger.
And he did sign off on it.
Yeah, that was a banger.
Yeah, that is. Ooh, that's a tough one to beat.
Best friends with the CIA director, all that good stuff. But you know, we can jump down that rabbit hole another time. Let us know if y'all like hearing about shit like that.
Oh God, we got you.
So the party of common sense, and it always will be. My pro-worker policies are one of the major reasons why I've been overwhelmingly endorsed by the rank-and-file membership, first time it's ever happened, of the Teamsters, including 62% of the Teamster members in Michigan. Are any of them in this room? Ooh. I think it's great. I think it's great. Well, thank you very much. First time it's ever happened. It's great. Now, the leaders aren't going to endorse us. Actually, the 62% are not exactly thrilled because, you know, they say why, but I fully understand. And if you look at the leader of the Teamsters, his name is Sean O'Brien, right? He happens to be a very good man. But Sean Fain, the United Auto Workers, he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He sold out the auto workers like nobody's ever sold. Within a short period of time, they got a little gain up front. But in 2 years, you won't be making any cars. If I'm not elected, you will not be making any more cars in Michigan. It's all going to be moved over to China and different places, all electric. As we bring back our jobs, we will also restore America's borders with 4 more years for KAMALA. She will flood every Michigan small town and Midwestern city with illegal migrants from the most dangerous places on earth. And Michigan will not be Michigan any longer. Would you like to have a couple of million migrants living in your wonderful state?
Think about it.
We should really. I don't know. Really, you see, the sanctuary cities, they didn't ask to be sanctuary cities.
Springfield didn't ask for that.
Oh God, actually, you know what's so funny though? But the Kamala Harris supporters are. So y'all should be able to take in some immigrants in y'all cribs.
I mean, I joke about it. Y'all need to clear out that attic space, clear out that spare bedroom in your basement, make the bed nice. You about to have 10 Haitian immigrants in
God, unless you're Professor Swagamuffin, because that man actually stands on what he's talking about. He said, "What you mean? I let refugees stay in my house before." I was like, you know, dog,
you got it, dog.
You in on that one.
Shout out Professor Swagamuffin.
Like he's 10 toes down, and a lot of y'all ain't 10 toes down like he is about voting for her. I can at least respect that.
She has let in 21 million people during her 3.5 years, from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, terrorists at record levels, terrorists. I used to have a very strong watch with Terror Watch. People said, that's not nice. I said, it's very nice. It's called intelligent. We had a Terror Watch. In 2019, Border Patrol said we had none. I don't believe that. I think it has to have some. But they actually have us down for 0. The following year, they had us down for 11. We have thousands of terrorists now coming in from Yemen, from all over the world. They're coming in. Not just South America. They're coming in from all over the world. If they wanted to close the border, all the president has to do is say, close the border. I'm the president. Close that border. That's what I did. And the border was closed. She keeps talking about, we want him to sign a bill. The bill they wanted me to sign was the worst bill you ever seen. 2 million people in. Everybody gets automatic. You're automatically a citizen of our country. The worst bill you've ever seen. And it would have done nothing. It would have hurt. But they use that as a ruse. No, they don't have to use that. All they have to.
All right, man. Appreciate you for the support, man. Go ahead.
Shout out Team DATL Tay. Do y'all watch the Vance debate? The best thing about it was Vance calling out Kamala for allowing the trafficking of kids.
Boy, man, look, dog. We done went in on Kamala about that whole immigration thing, bro. Did you see the chief deputy? Or was it the chief officer of the Border Patrol, former chief officer of Border Patrol, came out on Congress and on Sean Hannity and pretty much said that, I'm gonna be real with you,
Sworn statements, by the way.
We were told that we had to take these people from the border and put them into certain cities. We put
$150,000 flights
there and back every day, $300K a day, just to send immigrants into these sanctuary cities.
Asked who allowed this, where the order came from. He said it came from right above the brass. Like, it went over my head. All I could do was follow at a certain
Man, if you don't believe us, we can show the video, but I dare you do the research yourself before you make yourself look silly.
We actually got that clipped up on the channel. It's one of our most recent shorts, so go check that out if you're interested in that. And shout out Big Wave Dave chiming in for another 5. He says, I've let illegal Brazilians stay in my house. I'm not a scumbag. However, this needs to stop. New Jersey registers them to vote when they get a license. Bro, I told you, once they get that resident status, once they get that resident citizen status, and a lot of them are getting that under TPS, they can get their ID, they can get their driver's license. Some of them don't want it. I mean, you kind of see what happens in Springfield. They drive around without it, and some people lose their life, and no big deal, right? But yeah, bro, once they get here under that TPS program, which has been expanded under the Biden-Kamala administration, so a lot of them are coming in here seeking asylum, getting bused or flown into these sanctuary cities, whether it be Chicago, LA, New York, Springfield, Ohio, which is close to us. And yeah, they're able to just come in, infiltrate, get their car, vote in November. It was all part of the plan. You got to imagine it was all a part of a plan.
To do is say close the border. They don't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I closed the border. I said close the border. Border Patrol, by the way, is fantastic. You know, they want to do their job. ICE wants to do their fantastic. She wants to get rid of ICE. She wants to get rid of ICE. Who's going to go into a nest of MS-13 killers? These ICE guys, they're tough as hell. I've seen it. They're tough, and they love our country, too. The corrupt media is outraged that I keep talking about the migrant crime epidemic. Well, I'm outraged that Kamala Harris keeps importing migrant criminals. These are among the worst criminals in the world. Remember when she said, no, no, no.
Oh, shit, shout out. Big Wave Dave coming in with the correction. He says, no, no, no. Just like Trump said, you can be illegal, fully illegal, and get a driver's license to register to vote in New Jersey?
Hold on, whoa.
In New Jersey? Oh, hell nah.
Emotional damage.
Oh, I gotta do my research on that, bro.
I mean, like, damn.
What did Onyx say? Do the knowledge, nigga. I gotta do the knowledge on that, cause yo. Now, shout out to supporters, man, providing that perspective, bro. Cause I did not know.
Getting off.
The more you know.
Migrants don't cause any crime.
We're immigrants at this point.
And I said, wow, they're pretty rough-looking people to me. They're pretty rough-looking people to me. And it turned out to be, I was right. This was 2 years ago. They said, no, migrants that our people are much more dangerous. No, it's not that way. It's the opposite. It's the absolute opposite. I'm outraged that according to new statistics, 13...
For those of y'all who are like, that's false, that can't be true. I say, hey, we all got phones, we all got Google.
3,099 convicted illegal alien murderers have been set loose into the USA. Be careful. I'm outraged that Kamala Harris freed 2 illegal alien thugs who assaulted, kidnapped, and murdered a 12-year-old girl named Jocelyn. You know Jocelyn. I'm outraged that Kamala released into America the predator, the animal who murdered Laken Riley. I'm outraged she let in the savages who raped and murdered Rachel Morin. I'm outraged on behalf of every American family whose children have been murdered by illegal alien and horrible, horrible, savage migrants that Kamala brought into this country. Kamala's agenda is bringing death and despair to America. I will restore light, hope, and dignity back into...
Play that for him real quick.
That is the most hilarious video of all times. I promise you. Like, bro, chat.
Illegal migration is not a crime. Illegal migration is not... Or undocumented migrants aren't a crime. Undocumented migrants aren't criminal.
I mean, bro, talk about criminal, though. When you say it like that, though.
He said my soon-to-be ex-wife is an illegal immigrant from Brazil. I know
Then an
it
is wrong. It is wrong to somehow suggest that an undocumented immigrant is a criminal.
Being an undocumented immigrant is not a crime. I know what a crime looks like. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. An undocumented...
Shout out Martian Gamer chiming in with another 10. He says, all these people saying these immigrants aren't that violent. We need only to look to Mexico and the cartels over there. They're leaving people headless on the side of the road by the hundreds. Bro, and yeah, they actually, if you look into it, bro, there's a whole satanic ritual behind some of the violence that they purport. Some of the child trafficking that goes on within inside of these cartels. Yeah, it's a whole satanic ritual behind it. Wait a minute. Yeah.
Oh, man. Well,
undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal, and we have to correct course in this conversation.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals. That's correct.
It is wrong.
She thought the more she said it, the more valid the statement was.
The more she said it, the more it was going to come true. And, well, look where we are. I mean, look where we are. I mean, we can show you more videos of them going in Arizona and, you know, pretty much proving that citizens can vote. And they're voting for Kamala because Trump said they're going to send their ass back. We could get into that video, but, you know, we going to spare y'all on that for now. For now. Coming soon.
Michigan, and very quickly. Thank you. I will make America safe again. We will be safe again. On day one of my administration, the invasion...
Big Wave Dave chiming in, man. My boy don't give a F. He said, Bernard, shut up. Why? Because I would speak the truth? First Amendment, bro. You got certain Dems trying to repeal the First Amendment.
Aren't we? Big Wave Dave out here giving people off his First Amendment rights. I love it. I love it, bro.
Keep talking, bro.
Invasion of illegal migrants, terrorists, drug dealers, and murderers ends, and on that same day, the largest...
If anybody disagrees, Kamala supporters as well. Super chat in $1 or more, man. Let's have this conversation. Let's have this discussion.
Deportation in our history begins. We have no choice. We have no choice. We have no choice. The record was Dwight Eisenhower, who was a moderate president, but he hated to see people pouring into our country illegally, and he has the largest record. It's very strange when you think about it, but Dwight Eisenhower, very, very strongly about borders, because you don't have borders if you don't do this. If you want to see how sick and distorted Kamala Harris's priorities are, just consider FEMA, F-E-M-A. You know what that is, right? The Federal Emergency Management Agency, and you read about it now all the time, because there's nobody that's handled a hurricane or storm worse than...
Shout out Joshua Harrell chiming in with $2. He says, keep spreading the truth. And Big Wave Dave 82 coming in with another $2. He said, you two know I don't give a flying fladoodle. Hey. Test me, please, man. He said, you know I got time. He said, today I got time, cut.
Than what they're doing right now. Kamala spent all her FEMA money, billions of dollars, on housing for illegal migrants, many of whom should not be in our country. including $1 billion for gift cards for illegal aliens and putting them up in luxury hotels with a gift card to welcome them to America as our veterans are sleeping on the sidewalks below those hotels and they're being walked into luxury hotels. Now we have a horrific disaster in
Chicago. Bro, imagine getting overlooking the city. EBT card, gift card with cash on it, housing. Let's get you a job, and boom, you're a citizen. Let's go.
An ID too, so you can vote come November.
And then
don't forget who got you over here.
Oh God, and give about 2 weeks. We'll go ahead and ship you that Social Security. Don't worry.
Man.
Like, we gonna go ahead and riz you into the United States. Don't worry, you're illegal. Don't matter, bro. We got that Biden riz, man. We can get anybody. We can make anybody a citizen.
Bidenomics.
Man, boy, look, you're going to be looking at a U.S. citizen like, look at me. I'm citizen now. Me voter.
North Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, Florida, and Virginia. That's how big this hurricane was. And the Harris-Biden administration says they don't have any money. They've spent it all on, they spent all of their money. They have almost no money, because they spent it all on illegal migrants. How would you like to be a veteran and you've been sleeping opposite the entrance to a luxury hotel and illegal migrants come in and they're going up and occupying the hotel?
Shout out Big Wave Dave coming in with another 5. Appreciate you, bro. He said, I had a liberal tell me that illegals getting out was false. Definitely true. Yeah, I can't really make an account for how much they're getting, but yes, they are getting EBTs with money. Loaded for groceries. Bro. Yes, they do have access to subsidized housing from the government, whether it be a high rise or a neighborhood here in Springfield.
Bro, you can literally walk up. Let's go to Springfield. Let's walk into one of these stores, and these store people will tell you. Because you can see their receipt before you give it to them at the bottom, and they be looking at their balance like, whoa. I can barely afford groceries right now, and you got $4,000 on this card? And you only got, how much kids you got, bro? What, you got like 7 kids in the background? Nah, I came to America with just 1. What? So yeah,
shout out Big Wave Dave, man, coming in with another 2. He says they get free healthcare, bro. Where's mine? Yeah,
that's a slap in the face. I ain't gonna lie.
So, bro, they done looked over us. They done looked over veterans, bro. They done looked over the other marginalized communities, other small communities, Hispanic and Black communities that low key need help and attention, bro. They looked over a lot of folks to get these migrants' attention.
That's what's happening. They stole the FEMA money just like they stole it from a bank so they could give it to their illegal immigrants that they want to have vote for them this season. You know, they're trying to...
Yes, and FEMA has admitted to pretty much emptying their pockets damn near emptying their pockets for immigrants. So you're telling me a disaster relief fund, that's what I'm saying, a disaster relief fund was put towards immigrants? Well, what does, well, it's an immigration disaster. We need to put them somewhere, so we need to give them FEMA money to pretty much avert this disaster. Trust me, I kind of can see how they can word salad us with that one, but it ain't right, but it's what they did.
Shout out Big Wave Dave. He says, MAGA is about Americans first. Yeah. And while Trump isn't perfect, while MAGA isn't without flaws, man, I'm about America. Shit, not first, but America only.
Man.
America only, G.
Like, man.
To get them on the voters' roll, we cannot let that happen. This is the worst response in the history of hurricanes. A certain president, I will not name him, destroyed his reputation with Katrina. And this is doing even worse. She's doing worse than he did. Vote for Trump, and we will take care of the American people first. We'll take care of everything. Thank you.
Big Wave Dave coming in with another 5. He says, we aren't welfare for the rest of the world before our own. Man, facts, but that's how everybody sees us, man. We subsidize this country. We go over here giving military funding and weaponry to this or that country. Flying immigrants in from this country. Bro, we got too many going. We got too much on our plate. Too much on our plate when we got issues domestically that need the utmost of attention. But we over here turning a blind eye to it and helping out everything else.
Yeah, because there's a lot of tweets like, bro, what do they say? So far, America's given, God damn, about 24 trillion to Ukraine, 11 trillion to Israel, 1.9 trillion to Ethiopia, 1.6 billion, I believe, to Jordan, 1.4 billion to Egypt, 1.1 billion to Afghanistan, 1.1 billion to Somalia, 1 billion to Yemen, 987 million to the Congo, 896 million to Syria, 9,000 per illegal immigrant that's entered the U.S. In America, we have lost everything to Hurricane Helen, and we'll be getting $750, courtesy of FEMA. And let me correct myself, because is that 1, 2, 3? That's billion. Yeah, that is trillion. Okay, that is trillion. Okay. Am I right? Million,
that's billion. That's billion.
Billion. Okay,
yeah,
good.
Yeah,
billion.
Yeah.
All right, so 24 billion sent to Ukraine. My bad.
Yeah.
Misplaced that one.
Shout out Big Wave Dave coming back in for another 2. He says, vote Trump and fix our issues first. Yeah, man. I think he's just the best man for the job. Like I said, he's not without issues. He's not without flaws. I ain't no MAGA fanboy. Everybody might feel their own respective way about the man, but I can see that the man isn't perfect. Nobody is, right? But as far as the best man for the job, when you compare him to Kamala, when you think about the situation retrospectively and you take all things into account, it's very nuanced, and Trump has the best hands on the situation, I say. I think he's the best man for the next 4 years going forward.
Bro, 24 billion though?
It's crazy.
Bro, to Ukraine?
It's crazy.
And we got 750 going out bro, if we just take half of Ukraine's, take that half out of Ukraine, I mean, bro, everybody been able to at least get like, I don't know, 50, 60K check, maybe 100K check to start their life over or something. These people need something. And my bad for misspeaking. Yes, it's 24 billion, 11 billion to Israel, 24 billion to Ukraine, and 1.9 billion to Ethiopia.
Bro, enough is enough, bro. It didn't matter if it was $1 million, to be honest. I'm just like, shit, we can use that over here, no?
Yeah, we could, but hey, man.
Big Wave Dave coming in with another 2. He says, don't vote on personality, vote on policy. Man, people voting on personality, people voting on
even
identity.
If you was to vote on personality, I mean, Trump is the better one, sadly.
Oh, well, no, because he's a felon, he's an S.A.er, and Kamala's just such a nice lady. She was raised by a single mother, you know? Like,
oh, my goodness.
Come on, bro.
Like, I'd be killing me.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to take care of our country. On top of it all, we just learned that Kamala skipped out on all of her briefings to prepare for hurricanes. She never took a briefing. She wouldn't understand. I don't think she would understand if she did. It did. Think of this. For years, I took the briefings. I mean, I was hoping it wouldn't happen, but you take briefings, you have to be prepared. She's totally unprepared.
They've been exposed for mishandling.
And he's unprepared. They're both unprepared mentally, but at least they could give it a shot. But Kamala could not be bothered by doing briefings, and now we're paying a big price. They have no idea what the hell they're doing.
Carmen's real.
We had the best 4 years with hurricanes. We took care of people, and I was on the phone. I was screaming at people. They hate my guts to this day. They write books about me. I'm the worst human being they've ever, but they got the job done, and they weren't even that good. She simply doesn't do the work to protect the American people. I will stop all migrant flights to Michigan and every state. So they say, this is the greatest con. They say, no, because she was getting killed in the polls, they say what happened, and this was even him before her. But they did a couple of little things, little tricks, it's just tricks, same number. And they said, we've got...
Shout out Big Wave Dave, man. Bernard, his border policy is a big one. You know, the ones that Biden wrote away. Overturned, I believe, 90 plus executive orders that bolstered the border just because they didn't like the man. I'm just like, bro, you could have got in there. We could have had a difference of opinion. But if I seen your policy in place that was actually protecting the border, I'm a true hater. I'm un-American if I say, nah, I don't like Trump. Just overturn all that. I'm un-American. It's crazy, bro. Crazy as hell. Shout out Big Wave Dave coming in another 2. Remain in Mexico. Yeah, that's the best policy they have, bro. Be honest, bro.
Nice.
Catch and release in Mexico. We catch you at the border, release you in Mexico. Not in our country.
Nah,
I don't know how they flipped it.
Yeah, y'all need to stay over there, cause
Bruh.
numbers now on the border, which is true, a little bit better. But what they didn't do is stop airplanes from flying over the border, bringing in hundreds of thousands of migrants. But we caught them, and we say...
Appreciate everybody chiming in, man. It's been a fire live. Go ahead and like the video, man. We got almost 1,200 of y'all in here, man. Let's get the likes up, though. Double tap the screen. Let's get some people who disagree, man. I know a lot of us in here, we rock with Trump, but let's get some folks in here who rock with Kamala. I want to hear what they got to say. Maybe we can have some good discourse in the chat, agree to disagree on obvious issues, but maybe find common ground on some others. So like the video, increase the engagement, double tap the screen. Let's get some more folks in here.
Hey. Why are you doing, if you want to stop them, why are you doing airplane flights coming in with hundreds of thousands? Tremendous numbers, hundreds of thousands. And then they have a phone app. Do you know they have an app? Yeah. Think of it.
JD,
you know who the app is for? The guys that bring the migrants into our country have a phone app so they know where to dump them, so they know where to bring them. The cartel leaders, the leaders of the cartels who are among the richest people, I believe, in the world, and they deal also in women.
And I'm not sure if Walls...
They trick women.
I'm not sure if Walls misspoke last night. Because, they had it in place since the 90s. I'm like, bro, what? You're telling me to have phone apps that these immigrants could sign into since the 90s?
I think that may have been a misspeak.
Yeah.
Maybe we misinterpreted what I think
maybe the program of they could sign some application in the 90s, but
even DeWine had spoke on it when he came out and was speaking about the migrant situation. We've always had a TPS or some form or fashion of that policy in place to get asylum seekers over here, right?
Yeah.
But it's just been expanded, it's been altered, and ultimately it's came to its highest prominence under the Biden administration. They've low-key blown it open, for real. So to refer to the TPS or whatever we had in place to rival the TPS back in the 90s is disingenuous.
Yeah, low-key. Like, you can't even compare what we had going on in the 90s to now.
Nah, G. There wasn't no app for these niggas.
Oh, God. That's kind of crazy. They got an app now for it. They don't even got to walk in nowhere. Just get on their phone.
Into a country that's turned out to be a big business, to a lesser extent, children.
Wow. Where are we at?
Not too many men. Not too many. They don't want the men. They want the women and they want the children. And they're traffickers, they're called. They're really bad people. They're really bad. It sounds like an ancient thing, right? An ancient crime, but it's not. What made it so big today, they do at the same kind of money they make with drugs. Some people say it's more. What they do today is like unbelievable and horrible. But you know why it's so big today? Bigger than it ever was 2,000 years ago? Because of the internet. They get all the information about people on the internet, and because of that, it's a massive business, and we had it under control, and now it's totally out of control, and drugs are pouring in at 11 times more than they were when I was there. And you'll never, by the way, stop the drug epidemic unless you have the death penalty for drug dealers, I will tell you that.
I mean, hey, it makes sense. That's a great plan.
Each dealer, male or female, each dealer kills, on average, 500 people during their lifetimes. And that's not to mention all of the, I mean, I know so many families, they've lost a child. They've lost parents too, but they've lost usually young kids. They've lost a child. That family is devastated forever. They don't get better. Somebody says, oh, time heals. They don't get better. They've lost a son or a daughter to fentanyl, brought in by drug dealers that are smart and vicious, and that family never, ever recovers. Never recovers. I will shut down all entries through Kamala's migrant phone app. I'll close that app so fast. I will end sanctuary cities immediately. There will be no sanctuary cities in our country. A sanctuary city protects criminals, and I'll do all of the illegal migrants that Kamala has dumped into your small towns will be going home. You're going to have to go home. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Because it's not sustainable.
It is.
And it's going to be very hard to do. It's a very hard thing to do. They'll pick out one person who's very sympathetic.
And we have no hate for these people at all. We're just like, bro, we just can't sustain y'all and put our people at risk for y'all. Now, y'all may be okay with the government doing that, but as the people, we're not okay with that. So when the people vote Trump in and we send y'all ass back, no hard feelings.
If y'all have ever taken a true deep analysis of migration and how it affects us and our subcultures, then you'd understand that we really are best served helping these people and creating infrastructure where they're at. Honestly, we kind of hurt the country when we take their best, their brightest, at least in a legal migration situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
We take their best and their brightest away from them. Now the lines have been blurred between legal and illegal migration. We just taking anybody, which further proves the point that we're really more so hurting us than helping them. Like, think about it. What was the stat? We got like what? I think it was like 30% of Haitians in America. 30% of the country is in America. I think it was some crazy stat like that. I want to fact check that. I want to fact check myself on that.
Yeah, because it's kind of crazy.
Crazy stat like that. We over here taking in more than we can afford, more than we can handle, and Springfield is really a microcosm of that. Shout out Big Wave Dave coming in with 5 or 10 actually. Let me get you right, bro. 10 from Big Wave Dave, bro. Appreciate that. Again, as a person who married and illegal, had a kid with, I know what the process is before Biden. Is very different now. Since Biden, I have personal experience, not what I hear on MSNBC or CNN. Bro, share that experience, bro, because they'll try and tell us our experiences and what's really happening. Oh, that was a one-off thing. You don't really know what you're talking about. That's anecdotal. Nah, bro, share that experience, bro. We listening. You know we listening, dog.
Like a woman with 2 children, and they'll show it it's a very tough thing. But we have thousands of murderers. Of the murderers, 25% of them have murdered more than one person. 10% of them have murdered more than 5 people. These people are roaming our country. They could go into a restaurant, they can do whatever they want, and they will kill you because they are wired that way. They were wired that way. We're going to get them the hell out of our country. But for all of that to happen, you have to vote for Trump. You also need to vote for a great gentleman who is going to be of tremendous help to me. He's one of the most respected people in Washington, as you know, and he's running for a thing called the United States Senate. And he's from your beautiful state, but he's tough, he's smart, he's so respected. And I had a lot of choices because my endorsement means a lot. Whoever the hell I endorse does good. And you know, I looked at some very good people, and they were very good people, but I know him, and this is a man who's about as smart and tough as you can be. All of the things I told you about with jobs and getting illegal migrants out, all these things are very tough things. He will be an unbelievable advocate, and he'll be a great advocate for Michigan. So I want to bring up Mike Rogers, please, wherever Mike is. Come on up, Mike. Got to vote for him.
Big Wave Dave coming in with another 10, bro. We always appreciate you, bro, over here at CHENEY Media. You know that. I know and have helped many illegal Brazilians. Most have came here to make money, send it home before they get sent back. Most want to go back after taking money. Bro, they got a plan of going back. They ain't over here for a long time. They're over here for a good time. Yeah, I heard it was green over here. I heard I could make some money, send some money back, get right, and go back.
But that's not, I mean, that may be Brazil, but that's not these Haitians, though. But some of these people come from a worse off country than Brazil.
Nah,
actually, Brazil's not even that bad.
I ain't gonna lie. I talked to some migrants myself, and that is kind of a common theme I've recognized amongst them is that, like, yeah, they'll be over here with a plan 5, 10, 15, 20 years, but, bro, they want to die in the motherland.
I know. I see that being, like, in maybe African countries. I could see that because, you, like I said, a dollar will go a long way in an African country.
I mean, bro, but think about it. You come over here.
I mean,
you do well for yourself.
But we're comparing a country that has a government to a country who no longer has a government. That's the only argument I have. You're right, though. You're right.
That's true.
Because if you're talking about, like, I don't know, Somalia, Jamaica, some places that are still have, like, you know, form of government.
But I guess the idea being like, oh, well, we over here in the meantime, but once they get it together, once we get our money right, we're going to go back.
Ooh, that's a fair argument.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a fair argument.
And it kind of defeats the purpose of actual migration where these people are coming over here for worker school and looking to assimilate to our culture and our society, add to what we got going on here in America. Appreciate you, Big Wave Dave, chiming in with another 2. He says it's not just their country that takes advantage. Not facts, bro. It's a fact, bro. And I ain't just talking about Brazil. We ain't just talking about Haiti, bro. We're South American ourselves, and you know what I'm saying? We got mad Caribbean homies as well. Ain't nobody ragging on any particular group. It's just something that it's just a common thing. Like, all migrants are doing this, like, for real.
But U.S. born, though, all the same.
Facts.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to take a minute, if I may, and tell a story about Donald Trump you don't get to see very often. He's been flying all over the country. He's been doing his thing. He comes to Grand Rapids. He invites me to come with him over to Macomb County. I get on the airplane and my phone starts blowing up, and I look down, and there was another really important, maybe even more important than the presidential election. My niece was running for
back for the smallest thing. Like they want you to know, like, yeah, you here, but you ain't here yet.
Man.
Shout out Marshall. Appreciate you, bro, chiming in with 5. He says, I mean, all you have to do is go to Walmart and see the global money system they have there. Man, people go to Walmart and send that Western Union. They send that Western Union back home. You ain't lying, G. Shout out Big Wave Dave. He says, with another 5, he says, my soon-to-be ex from Brazil didn't have hot running water. People take advantage of us. Facts. Facts, bro.
Bro, oh man, trust me.
And that's not to say, I'm not bro, this is my personal take, and everybody might feel differently. Everybody's entitled to their own. I'm not against legal migration. There is people that come over here seeking better opportunity. And I mean, America is a melting pot of cultures, ideals, and people. So there's nothing wrong for me with legal migration, but I do have the problem with where we're at in 2024 with the current climate of migration,
reckless migration
to the United States in general. Like, the lines have been blurred, and like I was just saying, the set, like, it's completely unfair for the people who are trying to still come over here legally, bro. It's a long process, bro. I know folks like you want to talk about your bro.
Yeah, but when my mom got over here, dog, it was like you had to be a law-abiding citizen. You couldn't have no type of criminal record, and she came over here and she came over here with like with her mom and all that good stuff. So, and guess what? Like some people in my family effed around and found out what happened when you go against American law. You get deported.
Right.
And it was easy to get deported back in the day. I mean, you just had to cause like a high level misdemeanor could end up getting your ass deported. Bro, today you're telling me in today's time you could do a felony as an immigrant and still stay in the country? Bro, it would amaze my mom what some of these immigrants are getting away with. It would literally amaze her. She'd literally be like, what do you mean they're doing this? What do you mean they're getting off with this? I mean, yeah.
Facts. It's like when you come over here legally and they stress the rules to you versus when you come over here illegally and there is no rules, right? Because like I said, just coming over here legally can be a strenuous process, can be expensive, migration lawyers, all type of shit. And like I said, just a long, stressful process in general.
And most of these, bro, like my mom, bro, she came over here living in poverty and had to work her way up to the middle class. So it's kind of wild that they're coming here just automatically put in damn near into a middle class situation. Oh, it's amazing to some of these immigrants. Like I said, the only benefit of America that my parents or other immigrants got was just being in America, and that was it.
And no, I'm okay with, or what I want, what I expect. What I'd like to see is an administration who's tougher on migration in general. They're not expanding programs that allow people to come over here and gaslight us into making us believe that they're seeking asylum. Like I said, for every asylum seeker there is, and I'm willing to bet, for every asylum seeker that comes over here with good intent, is 5 to 10 other migrants who came over under bad pretense. Like, oh, man, I know the southern border is green. My cousin got over there just by saying he was seeking asylum. I'm going to bring me and my people. It's like, come on, bro. There's some bad actors amongst them. There's a confirmed stat of other, of south of 500,000 confirmed criminals being over here in the last 4 years under this administration.
And shout out to Marshall Land Gamer. All right, now you're.
Is it?
Is it?
It shouldn't be.
No, you should be.
It shouldn't be.
Good.
But yeah, lost my train of thought. But yeah, Martian Gamer shout out. I mean, they're letting some of these people go for major crimes. You ain't lying, bro. And they want to sit here and tell us that undocumented immigrants are purporting less crime than U.S. citizens. I'm like, bro, they ain't got documentation.
I'm like, of course.
Everybody named Jose when you run up on him. When he's arrested, everybody's name is Jose, bro. We don't know who the fuck, what's really going on.
Nah, for real. All right.
Student treasurer in middle school, and she was so nervous the day before. She happens to be a huge Donald Trump fan. The phone goes off and I said, Mr. President, you're not going to believe it. We had our first great news today. My niece won for student treasurer. And yeah. So The president is, he's got a lot going on. He's the Energizer Bunny. He's got 3 phones coming out of his ear. He's signing stuff. It's unbelievable to watch him work. And I said, hey, would you mind just signing this little card? Just say, congratulations, Ileana. This would be great. And he said, no, I'm not going to do that. Why don't you come over here and I'll make a video. So, yeah, you bet. So we make a video, and I'm going to tell you this, Mr. President. I can pretty much guarantee this is going to happen. You are killing it in the middle schools across the United States of America. And I do look forward to working with you on all of your agenda to get it done, to keep America safe. And thank you for not giving up on Michigan workers. I'll tell you, those Teamsters right there, they have more common sense amongst those Teamsters right there than in every committee room in Washington, D.C. And I look forward to working with you to make America great again, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Mike. Oh, you got to get out and vote for Mike. Very important. He'll be the best senator you've had, and he will do things that nobody else can do. We're also pleased to be joined by a warrior, a friend of mine, and a congressman who fought for me, and he will always fight for me. He's going to fight for you, basically. Jack Bergman. Jack, thank you. Jack, looking good, Jack. Thank you very much. Thanks, Jack. Good job. Really a warrior. A candidate for Congress who's doing very well. I just looked at some poll. Paul Young. Where's Paul Young? Hi, Paul. That's good. Oh, they liked him. Good. Good luck, Paul. And Michigan GOP Chairman, Ambassador Pete Hoekstra, who's been a friend of mine for a long time. I went to Pete, he's a very successful politician, congressman. And then he retired and did other things. He did a great job. Then he became ambassador. He was a great ambassador. I called him. I said, you got to take over the party. I want you. And it wasn't that easy to get him. And he's done a hell of a job. I want to tell you. Thanks, Pete. And are we going to win? We got to win. Yeah, good. Thanks, Pete. Good job. I hear unbelievable job. So Kamala is the worst vice president, according to many, in the history of our country. And here are the facts. She wants to open borders, totally open borders, keep them open. If she gets in, you'll have 200 million people in here along with you, not 21 million that they let in already. She will deliver even more catastrophic inflation. She was an original creator of defund the police. Defund the police. Anybody that wants to defund the police is not qualified to be the president of the United States.
A lot of us.
No, because it shows you're a radical left lunatic. I mean, when you want to defund the police, it shows what are you going to do? We're not going to have police. Oh, let's not have police. I'm being robbed. They want to send a social worker over to talk to the people that are robbing. These people are crazy. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. She supports free health care for illegal aliens. She wants mass amnesty and citizenship for all aliens. And she wants them for illegal or legal. I said, you want them for, yes, we're on for, she's crazy. She says she must not utter the words. Nobody is allowed to utter the words illegal alien or radical Islamic terrorist. She lost more than, to me, the worst thing. She lost more than 325,000 migrant children, many of whom have been trafficked and raped. She, think of it, 320, that's like taking Yankee Stadium and filling it up like 10 times, 15, who the hell knows? Nobody's ever seen anything like it. 325,000 children are gone, probably never to see their parents again. Illegal migrant children. They're either dead or they're sex slaves or slaves of some.
Shout out Big Wave Dave chiming in with 5. He says, defund the police and take your guns. What crap. They want everybody dependent on the gov.
Yeah, that's big gov for real. When it comes down to your protection, I'm like, all righty, G. So you tell me the only time I can defend myself against a lunatic with an assault rifle is when, The police show up.
You see how she tried to gaslight us by saying on debate night that she had a gun, and then they asked her if she was going to try and take the gun. She was like, "No, I'm not trying to take your gun. Just your assault rifle." It's like,
Nick,
hold on a second. How you gonna tell me what gun I need? That's not what the Second Amendment says. I got the right to bear arms.
Oh God,
arms.
Rocket launcher.
Bro.
If I desire, of course.
I swear. Trying to tell me I just need a pea shooter. You can't tell me that. I'm from Ohio. You can't take our guns.
Man.
Kind. As California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with.
Shout out Big Wave Martian Gamer. My bad. Shout out Martian coming in with 5. He says, for all we know, these children wound up somewhere in Diddy's man. Ooh. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. I didn't want to talk about that though.
With a deadly weapon and rape of an unconscious person as a non-violent crime. She praised the idea of 70 to 80% tax hikes. She pledged to abolish private health care for anyone that wants it. So instead of going into a socialist government-run health care system with some people want to have private health care, and I think that's good. But she said, no, everybody waits in line. This is what she wanted. Everybody has to wait online for their health care. She did so many different things, so many deadly things, and we can't let this go on. We can't let this happen to our country. We're not going to let it happen to our country. And I just want to tell you that it's been a great honor to be with you. We're at a point in our country's life that I think is the most important election in the history of our country. I think there's never been anything as important. There's never been anything like it. And by the way, I want to tell you a funny story. Can I tell you one story before we leave?
Please. Sure.
The teleprompter just went out. Just went out. I'm standing here, and I do most of it without the Isn't it nice to have somebody that doesn't need a teleprompter? These teleprompters, it's very dangerous. You got to be careful. Teleprompters will often go out. And if you're a certain type of person like Joe Biden, what would he do with the teleprompter? He's no good when the teleprompter is on. But what would you do? No, the teleprompter just went out.
Folks piling in, so make sure to like the video if you haven't already, man. Double tap the screen, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right hand corner. Appreciate everybody's support.
Appreciate
Big Wave Dave coming in with another 5. Joe Biden saying cannons are illegal. They are not at all. Wait, he said what?
Cannons are illegal.
Huh?
Well, all right.
Cannons. What you mean? Elaborate, Big Wave. I'm lost on that one.
You guys on that one.
Hey, shout out Northern Grow Hobbies, CA. I think that's Canada, I believe. Adrenochrome. The elites don't age. Drain the swamp. Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
that's true.
A lot of people don't know that's a real scientific compound too. They be thinking you talking about some conspiracy shit.
And nope, it's real.
They be like, what? You're crazy. Google, my friends. Google.
You know what I say? Usually I don't talk about it. Just keep going. Just keep going. You saw I just did. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. It's wonderful. I love you very much. And go out and vote. Go out and vote. And I would say, together we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs. We're going to have low interest rates. It just went on, by the way. Low inflation, so that everyone can afford groceries, a car, and a home. No, it is true. Oh, we've lost the teleprompter many times. The worst is the wind. I was in Ohio for Bernie Moreno, and it was 45-mile-an-hour winds. These things were blowing like flags. You felt like a drunken sailor, in all due respect. They're blowing, so then they blew off the stage, and I'm stuck out there with 52,000 people. I'm stuck there.
Shout out Big Wave Dave, coming in with another 5. Appreciate you, dog. You're showing crazy support tonight, man. One of the real ones. Biden tried to claim that it is illegal for citizens to own cannons like the pirate ship. Oh man, did he say that? That's hilarious. Like, bro, I'll be joking around. I say, bro, you should be able to have a tactical nuke in your garage as long as it's up to city code.
Tactical nuke is wild.
Like for real, Second Amendment all the way, all the way, bro. Second Amendment.
I had no nothing. I couldn't even stand up with the wind. It was so crazy. We got through it, and you know what? He took a big increase, and he's doing okay. I understand, Mike. I hear he's doing all right. We will stop the invasion, end migrant crimes, strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield. You saw how well that worked. Keep critical race theory and transgender insanity out of our schools. Day one. Day one. And we will keep men out of women's sports. So crazy. No, so crazy. That's interesting. Thank you very much. They actually have the best seat. I had to give the Teamsters the best location today because I'm so happy with them. It's never happened before. I don't think it's ever happened. Look at the great seats.
Nah, facts, Big Wave Dave. He says, look at my profile pic or channel. I'm all for the Second Amendment. Now, I've seen your sit before, bro. I've seen you before. Yeah, for y'all that don't know, go check him out, man. He's not lying. Second Amendment all the way, bro.
All the way through.
Where you from, Big Wave Dave? Where you chiming in? What state? You gotta be from Texas, Ohio, maybe Tennessee, maybe Florida.
But we will defend the Second Amendment.
Maybe Texas.
Hey, shout out Marshall. He coming in with another 5. He says, show some of these people buying, trying to explain how guns work. And we got that statistics we're about to pull up for you once this video concludes, and we'll do that too. We'll do that too.
Religious liberty, restore free speech, and we will secure our elections. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris, Lion Kamala, and we must stop her country-destroying liberal agenda once and for all. You know, I call her Lion Kamala. She worked at McDonald's. I watched her being interviewed. People were crying. It was so sad. Yes, I grew up working at McDonald's over the French fry counter. Oh, she never worked there. It was a lie. She's Lion Kamala. She never worked there. Somebody went, some good reporter back there, actually. They didn't want to actually report the story, but we found out about it because they don't like to report. You don't hear that much about it. You know what's beautiful about that one? It's so simple. It's not like complex. We don't have to go through the history of it. She said, I worked at McDonald's. It was a tough job. She said she worked over the French fries. It's probably not so nice if it's 200 degrees out, right? Probably not so nice. It turned out to be a lie. It's all a big lie. She's not qualified to be the president. She can't answer a question. She doesn't do any interviews. And even the radical left liberal lunatics, some of which are there, I know some of them very well, but even those people are angry with her because it's not, you got to test, you got to be tested, and he's not going to do any more. I tell you what, they're going to have a combination of...
Shout out Big Wave Dave. 5, he says, you guys are going to make me spin. I'm in communist New Jersey. Nah, I seen your comment, bro. Nah,
Man.
Hey, shout out Big Wave Dave. The stream is damn near funded by Big Wave Dave and Marshall Gamer.
Man, at this point, bro, shout out to the sponsors.
Shout out to those two, man, right there, man. We appreciate y'all continued support, man. We do this shit for people like y'all, man. Man, love y'all guys.
I'll never speak to the press again, which is maybe that's okay. Remember, early voting is beginning in just a couple of days. You must get out and you must vote. We want a landslide that's too big to rig. On November 5th, we will save our economy. We will rescue our middle class. We will reclaim our sovereignty. We're going to reclaim our sovereignty. And we're going to restore our borders once and for all. We will put always, we will put America first. And we will take back our country. Together we will make America powerful again, wealthy again, healthy again, strong again, proud again, safe again. And we will make America great again. We're going to make it so great. God bless you, Michigan. God bless you.
All right, former President Donald Trump there wrapping up his...
I mean, hold on. He must have had some black people in there.
Yeah, man.
I mean, God damn, that's a banger. But all right, then let me go ahead and
shout out Martian Gamer. He says, someone's got to spread the truth, and I'm glad you two are doing it. $5, man. We appreciate that, bro. Ah, man. People would be scared to talk on these topics or share their opinion on these topics because they feel like they be ostracizing a certain audience. And I'm just like, bro, like...
Oh, man, this is one of my favorite ones, though.
Somebody got to talk on this shit. Like you said, somebody got to talk on it.
Look, and you don't got to believe St. Media. You just got to believe, the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. Like, you don't even got to believe us. Just believe them. Like, they're good guys over there.
People lie, numbers don't.
Oh, God, because, shout out Obama. And this is, U.S. economic growth. Obama had some bad years, but most of the time, Obama did pretty well. Now, we may have had to bomb a couple African countries into slavery for it, but we got it off. And then Trump comes in, and he keeps it steady going. But then, lockdowns, COVID, all that good stuff we saw. So we can't even really blame this on Trump, right? Pandemic times.
You know what's crazy about that? Most of that economic growth, most of those jobs returned post-COVID.
Yeah.
They like to say he lost a lot of the GDP. They like to say he lost a lot of the jobs. Bro, it was COVID. Everybody was that
But
bad.
then somehow, some way, Trump hit a record number in the GDP growth. Record numbers. So you can't even deny my man's economic savvy at this point or financial savvy. And then Biden just F's it all up for us. I mean... How you go from 30% and then dropping it this low? I mean, Obama had some bad times, but bro was already hinging on some low growth. So to see a couple of times, all right, Trump, he has the pandemic as an excuse. Biden has no excuse.
Nah, big facts.
No excuse for these numbers.
Shout out Vlastine chiming in with 10, one of the mods and the members. Always good to see you in here, bro. He says, Ziggy, you seem like the type that shits on dreamers, no sense of the BS from the swamp. America first, no going back. But rather move forward for Americans and for our children's bright future. Man, some of these people that be speaking on the left are just selfish.
Man, not for
Honestly,
real.
It's like Kamala. It's like their leader. She ain't got no kids. She ain't got no skin in the game, bro. You don't care about y'all kids. No. They want to use your kids as pawns. It's not like they actually have kids themselves.
I was looking for this last one, but if I can't find it within these last couple strokes, it's okay. But it'd be like that. Because it was ones that was showing the what was it? It was the wage. It was wages.
Is that on X, though? Isn't that on X?
Let's see here. On wages. Here we go. Perfect. Yep, wages when adjusted for inflation. So this is what kills me about Biden. Because now, I mean, like, dog, how'd you F up? How'd you F this up? How the hell did, all right, Obama, yes, this is like...
Shout out Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Yeah, Obama, this round with me, you were starting out working and all those good stuff, all that good stuff. And then we head into Trump, and it keeps going up, right? So how is it hard to keep this uptrend?
Damn, how did it peak in Trump's administration?
And then it just falls in Biden's. It just shows you we weren't in a strong economy under Biden at all. Actually, Biden was gifted a good economy from Trump when it came to wages, at least. But they'll hide that from y'all, and y'all refuse to look up these statistics.
You could suppose that made it dip into the Trump's administration is, again, COVID.
Yeah, that's it. But all right, let's see here.
Shout out Big Wave Dave coming in with another 5. He says, by the way, red flag laws go against the Constitution. Those laws allow government to take your property on claims that could be lies. That could be lies.
Oh, so you want to listen to Liz Cheney all the way through too?
Yeah. How's that pulled up?
All right, Liz Cheney.
Thank you.
And Kamala. Liz and Kamala pulling up.
Thank you all. Thank you.
All right, Kamala supporters to the front.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Boy.
Kamala
My God.
supporters to the front.
What an amazing day
Wall
to be in
supporters to the
Wisconsin.
front.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sheriff, for your courage and your service and
you remember
for
and
that
everything.
wonderful introduction.
Tune into this one, bro.
It is such a pleasure to be here today at Ripon College.
Big
and
Wave Dave,
I have to tell you all,
Marshland Gamer.
Wisconsin is special for me for a particularly important reason. Way back in 1966, when a very young Dick Cheney and Lynn Cheney were graduate students at the University of Wisconsin, I was born here.
All right.
And
yeah, we all know Cheney. We all know Cheney. Effer. Nah, for real though. Yeah, warmongering, save the climate, save the globe. Cheney.
Ah, man.
Oh boy.
Another one of these lefties. Shout out Big Wave Dave.
Man, warmongering lefties.
Oh really?
So,
no, actually no. He's actually come from the right. Remember, he was George Bush's vice.
Oh yeah,
Dick Cheney.
Oh, Liz Cheney.
Yeah,
Dick Cheney's wife.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh shit. You know, I always thought this was a grift. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh God. So this when they say Republicans for Harris, this is what they mean.
Because bro, he was a career Republican. Bro has been on the GOP his whole political career.
Yeah, but he was part of the neo-Nazis of Republicans, like the warmongering ones. He wasn't a good one.
Man, I always just thought it was like a dig at Trump for them to come out and be on the Democratic side.
Well, actually, it's a plus for Trump because anybody who Cheney signs up with, we all know is pro-war. That's the scary thing everybody should be signing up for. It was like how PBD said. It's like, yeah, like, you sure you want to set that cosign from Cheney, the warmongering, trying to get everybody green Cheney?
I got y'all, chat. It's his daughter. Got you.
Yeah, she's a rhino.
All right, Big Wave. Big Wave Dave.
Exactly.
Bro.
So coming back to Wisconsin always feels to me more than a little bit like coming home. I want you to know the last time that I was here campaigning was 20 years ago.
You gotta be for your daughter
in 2004.
Oh, Republican
and
name only.
Although politics divided us, certainly in that year, we were united in our admiration for the Packers' legendary Bart Starr. And one of the most special and memorable days I had on any campaign was the day that we got to spend with him, which included a personal tour of Lambeau Field.
Yep.
So it's very, very special to be back again. Now, you all know, of course, that here in Ripon, the Republican Party was founded.
I got you.
It was founded in a meeting in 1854 in the Little White Schoolhouse. And it was founded by people who were opposed to slavery. It was that Republican Party, the party of Lincoln.
Hey, Big Wave Dave in here wanting to smoke, man.
Hey.
I am too, to be honest. Hey, he said, still waiting for a libtard to prove me wrong. Hey, like I said, Kamala supporters to the front, man. It's y'all time to shine.
Hey, man, when we show facts like that, I always wonder, I'm like, well, what can you say? But what can you do but wait till next day? Be like, hopefully next day they won't show this much facts and I'll be able to say something. It's like, maybe tomorrow.
And Eisenhower, party of Reagan and Bush. It's that party that I belonged to my entire life. I volunteered on my first presidential campaign. I already told you how old I am, so I'll tell you. In 1976, when I was 10 years old, and I was sealing envelopes for President Ford's re-election campaign.
Unconstitutional.
I cast my first
Marshland
vote.
Gamer, man, appreciate you, dog. You and Big Wave Dave, man. Shouts out to y'all, man. Like I said, y'all damn near supported the whole stream. Sponsored by y'all at this point. And for those of you who support the war in Ukraine, let me remind y'all, bro, they don't get it, bro. Let me remind y'all what would happen if they set off the dead hand system or one of the other doomsday systems that these other countries have. You want to go into that a little bit, dead hand?
Yeah, the dead hand system, I guess, is the monitoring on the ground system that Russia has. That if anything happens to them that's too severe, they will fire all their nukes at the U.S. So it's probably one of the main reasons why we don't try to get into it with them and we kind of let NATO handle that. But let's be real.
Why do you think Ukraine, or why do you think Russia's been so successful in this Ukrainian war? They've been able to annex the parts of Ukraine that they wanted to, low-key.
Yeah. As you know, it's crazy. So our Keystone pipeline that was supposed to be built under Biden that he, neglected. He said, nope, I don't want that. Right. But then he approved the Nord Stream pipeline in Ukraine, which we now found out he was actually profiting off of, but Putin owned 51% of. And now, and here's the karma of it. You green light that, and now you can't even access that because of the war that you let happen.
You know,
karma's real.
Actually, a point that you brought up, and I hadn't really thought about it like that until you said it, but I honestly think our current administration is fearful of Putin.
Yeah.
They haven't even talked to the man.
Bro.
They've been a hands-off approach, and you wonder why we're kind of here.
They don't want to have to sit there and say, I met with Putin, and he told me to my face that we're not getting Ukraine back. They don't want to sit there and have to pretty much say that, well, the stuff we've been lying about Trump about, we got to do ourselves. We said that, Putin, Trump bend over for Putin. Well, if we actually talked to Putin, Biden had to talk to Putin, he'd be the one bending over for Putin. And they don't want to admit that. That's why there's no talking to Putin. That's why all we do is talk to Zelensky and put our money into a dying horse or to a lost cause.
And it's to the point where Zelensky's even came out recently and met with Trump, signaling that he's endorsing Trump. Like, you got the current administration still in office and Zelensky over here meeting with the president hopeful, the would-be president. It just shows who really has the leverage. It just shows who really has the connections between Zelensky, Putin. Y'all might want to admonish the man for his relationships with these people, but it's like, bro, when it comes to getting shit done, you're going to have everybody's number in the group chat. You know what I'm saying?
Vote ever in 1984 for Ronald Reagan. I served in the State Department in both Bush administrations, and I served in the United States House of Representatives for 3 terms, including as the 3rd highest ranking Republican in House leadership. So, in other words, I was a Republican even before Donald Trump started spray tanning.
More jokes about the man.
Yeah, here we go. Trump derangement syndrome at its finest.
I am a Ronald Reagan conservative. I believe in limited government. I believe in low taxes. I believe in a strong national defense. And I believe that the private sector is the...
Sweetheart, you can't believe in low taxes and then be up here for Kamala. You can't say you're a Reagan Republican but want to tax the rich. It's like out their mind. It's like, you can't say that. You can't say that and align with Kamala at the same time, sweetheart. Come on now. You might want to dial it back.
The engine of growth of our economy. I believe that the family and not the government is the most important.
Man, shout out to Big Wave Dave, man. He said, I told you guys that the libtards protect their issues on the other side. Always. Oh, we are hateful? We are this, we are that. Please, voters aren't smart. Please, voters aren't smart, man. Bro, Big Dave, you're right, bro. It's like they protect their own issues. It's kind of wild. Like, I don't have to ask Liz Cheney, what issues is Kamala Harris protecting that you're just standing so hard on? And shout out Pepper Jackie, your first super chat on the live. We appreciate you for giving us that honor. Shout out Big Wave Dave and Jackie, man. Let me go ahead and shout y'all out real quick. Appreciate the support. But yeah, that'd be my main question. Like, all right, well, you just named this whole Reagan and all this good stuff, and Kamala doesn't stand for none of that. So what are you here for? Like, what is she standing up besides the hatred of Trump? If you're here just because of the hatred of Trump, then you're going to look real silly right now. Or you're okay with her, inciting, well, I'm be real with you, war around the world. Well, primarily in Russia, Ukraine, and Israel. Let's see here. Let me go ahead and
structure.
Get rid of that one real quick.
I know that our security.
And shout out Capone 609. The media hates you guys. You young black dudes that know what they're. Oh yeah, the young black dudes that know what know what the hell is going on. I'm a new fan. I'm all in, fellas, man. We appreciate you, Capone, man. Welcome to S.E.T. Media, dog. We got y'all back here, man. We got y'all. Man, I love to chat with y'all. Y'all salt misinformation on a lot of topics. Nord Stream is a German pipeline. Zelensky hates Trump and is raising taxes. Yeah, actually, Nord Stream is owned by the Dutch, German, and Russia. So everybody has dibs on that pipeline. That's the problem with the Nord Stream pipeline. So you are right, but I wouldn't say misinformation. I'll say I just kind of... Actually, I didn't know about the whole German connection, but all I knew was about the Dutch and the German connection. But I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one, though. I'll give you that. I could admit when I'm wrong or I left something out. Well, unintentionally, of course.
And our freedom depend upon a world in which America, with our
But thank you,
allies,
Taylor Smith.
leads.
Thank you.
And above...
And appreciate you, Taylor Smith. Let me go ahead and give y'all shout-outs, man. We appreciate y'all here at S.E.T Media. We got some more stuff to show y'all. Trust me, we're about to get into this whole strike going on at the imports, and we're gonna go get into this whole Venezuela election fraud and how it kind of mimics what we got going on right now.
Of all else,
So let's get to this.
I know that the most conservative of conservative values is fidelity to our Constitution.
Appreciate you, Taylor. Appreciate you, Capone.
I tell you, I have never voted for a Democrat, but this year I am proudly casting my vote for Vice President Kamala Harris.
Okay. I mean, they got all the chance in the world. I'm impressed.
Thank you. But mostly we're not going back.
Oh, okay. She's one of them now.
Vice President Harris is standing in the breach at a critical moment in our nation's history. She's working to unite reasonable people from all across the political spectrum.
Sure about that, sweetheart.
Vice President Harris has dedicated her life to public service. I know
Cheney's all the way deep
that
state.
she loves our country, and I know that she will be a president for all Americans. As a conservative, as a patriot, as a mother, as someone who reveres our Constitution, I am honored to join her in this urgent cause.
Really? And shout out Big Wave Dave, man. He said there are videos of one woman dropping tons of ballots in one state. Nothing was done about it. Yeah, bro. There was proof that there were dead people that were pretty much voting. There was proof that, bro, these mail-in ballots, people would get mail-in ballots from the old people who used to live there or deceased people who used to live there, and they would use them. They would pretty much use them. It's kind of crazy. There was people who could low-key double, triple, quadruple vote. And there was, some people with integrity that just threw them away. Like I say, like my mom, she has pretty good integrity. She got with some of the mail-ins and she was like, nope, I'm good. I have my vote. Strike is already over after today. Crisis over. Yeah, but we need to look into what was going on, honestly. Because I do understand Taylor Smith, and I appreciate you on that super chat. But people need to understand what was going on with that. Because a lot of people don't honestly know what was the cause. And we need to get into that because I've heard some crazy things. Now, I've heard some all the way left side conspiracy things talking about, they're hearing kids like screaming in the shipping containers. And, of course, being underpaid and all that and automation trying to take their jobs. You feel me? I've heard of, the surface level stuff, but the deep stuff, I kind of want to look into that a little bit more as well.
As we meet here today, our republic faces a threat.
Not saying I believe that part, but
faced before.
it is interesting to hear.
A former president who attempted to stay in power by unraveling the foundations of our republic, by refusing to accept the lawful results confirmed by dozens of courts of the 2020 election. We cannot turn away from this truth. In this election, putting patriot.
Shout out Big Wave Dave. So it's really not fair. Video doesn't lie. Shit, you ain't. I'm telling you. Trust me. They did Trump so dirty, bro. They put that in front of the court and they just dismissed it. They didn't even look at the evidence. They just said, nope, not doing it. Man, shout out to Marshall Land Gamer. How it be I'm not as big as you guys, but I would love to do a co-stream with you guys as a YouTuber myself. Bro, of course. Bro, I got you, dog. I got you. Shoot, if you ever want to do something, dog, just hit us up in the email. We can get something up. Shoot, we need to set something up with Les Phillips. I think we got some other things set up out here. But, bro, you can definitely go ahead and put yourself in there, dog. We'll definitely get to you because, shoot, I still need to reach out to Liz.
Patriotism ahead of partisanship is not an aspiration. It is our duty. At the very heart of our survival as a republic is the peaceful transition of power. Ronald Reagan said this was nothing short of a miracle, that every 4 or 8 years, the most powerful office in our land, indeed the most powerful office in the world, is passed peacefully to a new president. In the United States of America, violence does not and must never determine who rules us. Voters do.
It could work. But let me shout out all the supporters real quick because we appreciate y'all, man. Taylor, Marshall Land Gaming, Big Wave Dave. Well, yeah, Taylor Smith, Marshall Land Gaming, and Big Wave Dave, man. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate the support, man. If you want to go ahead and connect with us like they are, man, just go ahead and send in $1+ super chat. And we'll go ahead and we'll read it out loud. Question, comments, jokes. We got y'all, man. And if not, man, just like the video. Just double tap that screen for me real quick or the 3 dots up there in that corner. Appreciate y'all.
And in this country, under our Constitution, our president has a particular solemn obligation to ensure and guarantee the peaceful transfer of power. Since the beginning of the Republic, every president in our history has fulfilled that duty. Every president until Donald Trump. When Donald Trump woke up on the morning of January 6th, 2021, his intention, despite having lost the election, was that he would remain president. Rather than accept his loss.
Hey, Chad, bro, I swear the way the Dems paint it is as if Donald Trump woke up like this, bro.
I don't want peace. I want problems, always.
It's like, come on now. Come on.
And concede defeat. He had spent months overseeing a multi-part plan to attempt to seize power and remain in office. He ignored the rulings of the courts. He corruptly pressured state legislatures, including here in Wisconsin, to overturn the results of their elections. He told the Justice Department to lie for him. He conspired to have fake electoral votes cast, and he corruptly pressured his vice president to take illegal and unconstitutional actions. He summoned a mob to Washington, D.C.
And shoot, get you a shirt. Get you a Trump shirt, man. It's hilarious. I mean, like, dog, if you see how that shirt looks, it's downright hilarious. Like, come on.
With his lies. And he sent the armed mob to the United States Capitol in an effort to stop the counting of electoral votes. As the violent mob attacked our Capitol, in Donald Trump's name, as they brutally beat law enforcement officers, as they hunted the vice president and the Speaker of the House, Donald Trump watched the attack on television for hours.
Yep,
for hours. Sitting in the dining room next to the Oval Office, he refused repeated pleas from his family, from his closest advisors, from the most senior officials in his...
From his family, though, is wild. Like, come on now, you're lying. You're lying about that one, but okay.
...campaign and in our government to tell the mob to leave. And when Donald Trump finally did speak publicly after hours of violence, after the Capitol had been invaded, He praised the rioters.
Bro.
He did not condemn them. That's who Donald Trump is.
Okay, so that's what it is. They don't really align on taxes. Like, she's a Republican at the end of the day. They don't align with taxes, probably not even on abortion or family stuff. They don't align. The only thing that they align is their hatred of Trump. She's like, look, if I can come on here, we may not agree, but if we can sit here and bash Trump all together, we sisters at this point. Yep. Shout out to Liz Cheney and Kamala Harris connection right here. The hatred of Trump.
Those facts that we know about what Donald Trump did, including what he did when our Capitol was under siege, those facts do not come from Donald Trump's political opponents. Those facts come from the people closest to him. They are the ones who...
You mean the 20 people he fired, then all of a sudden they're trying to say, oh, he was this and that? I mean, let's be real. We're talking about he fired 20 people in government, some of the most spoiled workers in existence. The people who get paid to literally either do nothing or to do the job incorrectly. He fired 20 of them, and then 20 of them came out talk about, oh, he's a bad guy. It was terrible working under him. It was the most terrible work environment. I'm like, sweetheart, your man just got fired. And man, shout out Lunatic Ren. I like it. I like the nickname. Trump tweeted right away. They removed his post. Exactly. Bro released a video. They released a video. Even Trump made a post talking about, look, go protesting peacefully and patriotically. Bro, he released a video saying go home and all this good stuff. But they kind of leave that out. And they kind of made it seem as if he just said everything after the fact, when he said things before the fact and during it.
Testified that Donald Trump did not want to stop the violent attack on our Capitol. When he learned that Vice President Pence was not going to abandon his oath and help Trump seize power, Trump sent out a tweet attacking Pence and further inflaming the mob. One of Trump's aides testified that shortly after that, this aide received a phone call alerting him that the vice president had been evacuated for his own safety from his office off the floor of the Senate. This aide recalled rushing to the dining room to tell Trump, hoping that this information would convince him to take immediate action to ensure the vice president's safety. Instead, after this aide delivered that news, Donald Trump looked up at him and said, "So what?" He said, "So what?"
Okay, we'll work that out.
It is Donald Trump's closest aides who also told us this. They said that while the attack on our Capitol was happening, Donald Trump was handed a note informing him that a civilian had been shot at the door to the chamber of the United States House of Representatives. Donald Trump put the note down on the table in front of him, continued to watch the attack on television, and still refused to tell the mob to leave the Capitol.
I mean, how do you know it? All right, look, here's the craziest thing. We have proof, video proof of Nancy Pelosi admitting to the failure of her, that she had control of the National Guard, that she was go ahead and supposed to employ those people to protect the Capitol building. Why are y'all trying to blame it on Trump as if Nancy Pelosi wasn't on video admitting to this? On video, but God damn it, y'all killing me. You know what? No, that's it. I just can't let her lie about this no longer. Now I gotta show y'all the video. Marshall Land Gamer, bro. Big Wave Dave, man. We showing the video, bro. They got it. They got it. Because there ain't no way we're just gonna let them lie about this any longer.
The moderators try and paint the events of January 6th as though Donald Trump only told his supporters to march down to the Capitol and nothing else, and then after shit hit the fan hours later, jumped on Twitter and told them to be peaceful and go home. And this is not entirely accurate. What Trump actually said to that crowd before the events ensued was that, "I know you will soon be marching over to the Capitol to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard."
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
And then he followed up hours later on Twitter telling his supporters to go home and that we are the party of law and order.
But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great
And shout out, man. Shout out Hellbat, man. We appreciate you for appreciate you for tuning in and supporting the show, man. Proud supporter. We always see you in the chat, man. That's why we're gonna go ahead and give you that moderator status, dog. We see you here too much at this point. See you here too much for you not to be a moderator, big dog. And I did a little bit of digging into the White House protest. Apparently, there was also a BLM protest going on. That's where the violence came from. I'm not 100% sure if that's the full story, but that's what I keep seeing. Hey, I mean, goddamn, huh? Well, BLM riots. Hold on. So the BLM supporters next to Trump supporters? George Floyd and all. During George Floyd and all? I mean, yeah, I'm expecting it to go down. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm expecting it to go down. If you put Trump supporters next to BLM rioters, oh, goddamn. I mean, yeah, it's all out brawl if that's the case. If that's true, I could see it. And, bro, that was your first super chat on the live stream, bro. Bro, we appreciate you for giving us that honor, dog. Appreciate it.
People in
Bro, shout out Hellbat, man. Moderator officially now.
It's a very tough period of time.
And also, Donald Trump was right when he said Nancy Pelosi admitted fault for not accepting Donald.
People
And that
is heard.
we know you will soon be marching over to the Capitol to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
And then he followed up hours later on Twitter telling his supporters to go home and that we are the party of law and order.
But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time.
And also, Donald Trump was right when he said Nancy Pelosi admitted fault for not accepting Donald Trump's offer to send in the National Guard.
Here it is.
Responsibility, Terry. We did not have.
Donald Trump pretty much said, bro, we need to send in the National Guard. And she ignored it. And who knows why? I don't know. Maybe it kind of leads to this whole way they're able to spin it today.
Any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. Should we call the Capitol Police? I mean, the National Guard? Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient
No,
resources.
that is not a question of how they have been. They don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
Lie number 17, Harris says that Donald Trump incited a violent mob. Again, just covered it. Not true. Lie number 18, Harris claims that officers died in the line of duty on January 6th. This is false. Lie number 19, Harris alludes that Trump was charged with an insurrection. Again, this is simply not true. Lie number 20, Harris perpetuates the Charlottesville hoax, even though it's been debunked time and time and time again, including by yours truly. In actuality, he denounced it an hour and 49 minutes after.
Man, and shout out Big Wave Dave, man. He said January 6th was not Trump. Them pushing that lie is gross. There are videos of feds instigating that. Like, dog, bro, there was somebody in the said that somebody in the chat that they said they had hang Mike Pence flags, and I'm just like, dog, trust me. I mean, the fact that I can Google that and I cannot find it at all, that's misinformation. And also, bro, an insurrection, you got to understand, an insurrection is like a military coup in a way. You got to show up armed. And if it was a real insurrection, they're not going to the Capitol. They're going to the president. They're going to where they're going to overthrow the White House before they overthrow some Capitol building. That's a real insurrection. What January 6th was a riot. It was a riot that got on. It was a protest turned riot. Violent riot at best. So I don't really understand where everybody's getting this insurrection from when they didn't have a shitload of guns. Because if it was an insurrection, they'd have been shooting at the Capitol. There would have been no stepping onto it. They'd have been shooting it, throwing grenades into it. That would have been an insurrection. It wouldn't have been the Capitol building. It'd have been the White House. Yes, that would have been an insurrection.
After the events, and then 2 times after, here's what he really said.
And you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. And I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally.
Lie number 21, she claims that Donald Trump told the Proud Boys to, quote, stand back and stand by. So this is partially true, but there is a little bit more nuance to it than meets the eye. Donald Trump was asked by Chris Wallace during a debate in 2020 with Biden if he would denounce white supremacy and militia groups and tell them to stand down. Trump misspoke and said stand back and stand by, leading to confusion and people to think that he is affiliated with the Proud Boys, of which he is.
How is the laying of a vote an insurrection? I just want to know. Like, it sounds stupid at the end of the day. Look up an actual definition of an insurrection. It's not halting a government process. It's overthrowing a government process. It's not going against a government process. Like, that's okay. You can do that. You can file a case for that, which he did. An insurrection is you going against it. An insurrection honestly would have been better said if Biden would have got into office and then there'd have been people outside with guns trying to get into the White House to take out Biden. That's an insurrection. It's going against the complete authority of the government. That would be an insurrection, not the halting of a voting process or the people protesting for asking it to get actually, recounted or redone because they, are seeming or they were given the perception that there's election fraud going on, which you could make a case for it, to be honest.
Is not.
Are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
Are you
I'm willing
prepared
to do
specifically
that, but
do it? Well, go ahead, sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. Do you want to call them? What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
who would you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by.
Even though they are not a white supremacy group to begin with, their leader, Enrique Terrio, is actually of Afro-Cuban descent. Lie number 22, the non-biased moderators claim that Donald Trump's remarks about winning the 2020 election are completely false and that also more than 60 cases were seen by many judges and all dismissed. The truth is that no judges actually looked at these cases, and there's actually quite a lot of substantial and tangible proof to show that there was voter fraud and tampering of evidence. Again, this is a...
You know what's so crazy, though, about that riot that always, sickened to me? When that one Trump supporter, the young lady died, right? And everybody said, oh, well, she should have followed the rules. That's her fault. Well, what the Capitol Police was doing their job, and that's their job, to protect the Capitol, and they died. That's their fault. You see how sick that sounds? So, yeah, y'all might want to check yourselves on that logic.
Huge can of worms, and I plan to make a dedicated video to this topic alone at some point, so stay tuned. Lie number 23, Harris peddles the bloodbath hoax. Trump never said if he didn't win there would be a bloodbath. What he said was there would be an economic bloodbath in the auto industry.
We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole... That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it.
Lie number 24, Harris claims that Donald Trump would be a dictator on day one. Again, this is just absolutely false. It stems from a town hall that he did with Hannity a few months back when he claimed that he would be a dictator on day one because he would shut down the border and drill baby drill. This was said jokingly, and it was very obvious in jest to anybody with a room temperature IQ.
Says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. We're closing the border, and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator. So that sounds...
But all right, not to get too far off the point, though, because those are all the lies they told during it. But, we just had to enlighten y'all with at least the January 6th lies they telling, because she's just going off. She's going off with the lies. She don't even care. But, hey, you can't be fact-checked at rallies.
Our capital to allow law enforcement officers to be beaten and brutalized in his name and to violate the law and the Constitution in order to seize power for himself. I don't care if you are a Democrat or a Republican or an independent. That is depravity, and we must never become numb to it. Any person who would do these things can never be trusted with power again. We must defeat Donald Trump on November 5th. In that election 20 years ago, when we were campaigning in Wisconsin and all across the country, we were campaigning as compassionate conservatives. What January 6th shows us is that there is not an ounce of compassion in Donald Trump. He is petty, he is vindictive, and he is cruel. And Donald Trump is not fit to lead this good and great nation. Now, sometimes people will say, you know, January 6th wasn't that big a deal. In a time when I have heard many pretty stunning things from Republicans, one of the most stunning was yesterday from your former governor, Scott Walker, who said basically, people are over January 6th.
Nah, people aren't over it. Like, people aren't really over January 6th. We just understand the lies told about it. So we're just like, yeah, all right. So we understand anybody who bring up January 6th is pretty much just got the Trump derangement syndrome. Even though he was never charged for it or anything like that, but y'all still give him the charge. Like, I don't get it.
When you think about what that means, that an elected official, a former elected official, is so willing to minimize what happened, to say things like I've heard from others, to say, don't worry, our institutions held that day. We have a responsibility, all of us, to remind people that our institutions don't defend themselves. We, the people, have to do that. We, the people, defend our institutions. And our institutions held on January 6th because there were brave men and women, including elected officials at every level of our government, who did their duty, who stood up for what was right, who resisted Donald Trump's efforts to pressure them to violate their oaths. And our institutions held especially because of the bravery of the men and women in law enforcement and in our military, in our Capitol Police, our Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police. They are the ones who defended our Capitol, our democracy, and our lives. Many of them fought a bloody, hours-long battle on the west front of the Capitol. Go watch the video of that battle. It is sickening. They're the ones who held the line and prevented far worse from happening that day. They are the true profiles in courage.
Yeah,
do not let anyone lie about what happened and what they did.
Them was the most undertrained, underqualified Capitol Police. I remember it was like one fat black guy I seen in one of the clips. I was just like, bro, what the hell is fucking Paul Blart doing here?
I'm weak.
Bruh.
Our institutions also held because of Vice President Mike Pence, who refused to violate his oath to the Constitution. And that is why Mike Pence is not Donald Trump's running mate today. Instead, J.D. Vance is on the ticket. Vance has said, that's true. Vance has said repeatedly that he would have done what Donald Trump wanted, that he would have rejected electoral votes. He would have thrown out the votes of the people of Wisconsin because he didn't like the way that you voted.
No, that is not the process that he was asking for. Actually, that's not the process that Trump was asking for. Y'all honestly need to look up this election fraud case and actually look into what bro was asking for. Because he's being completely disingenuous about it. He's not talking about throwing away votes. He wanted it to be recounted. Like, bro, we always hearing about some crazy stuff going on in some of these states, and we just needed to be verified. And if we found out that it couldn't have been verified, right, yeah, it'd have been left up to, well, sadly, the Republican senators. And that's where they kind of just say, well, oh no, well if it had showed up to the result that he wanted, or if it was true, then yeah.
And that's what I say. It's like ball never lies, right? When you're shooting in basketball, they call foul. You like, nah, it wasn't a foul. Oh, ball never lies. Shoot for it. You know what I'm saying? If there was no evidence of collusion, if there was no evidence of conspiracy, run it back.
Yeah.
If you guys did a fair process, it'll show that.
But they didn't even give him that.
That is tyranny, and that is disqualifying.
Ball never lies. Like shit, if I wasn't lying, like shit, I'm gonna hit that bitch.
Yeah.
History teaches us again and again that democracies can fall. They fall to populists.
Prove them wrong.
They fall to strong.
What was just so wrong about proving him wrong? What was wrong about taking on this case, giving us all the evidence that he provided and just proving him wrong? Instead, you just dismiss it and then say he was wrong and give everybody this bad taste in their mouth. Like, hold on, you didn't even give bro a chance. Like, and trust me, us black people, we know about not getting, or I'm gonna be real with you, it's Americans in general, we know what it's like to not get a chance in the court.
Yeah.
So when we see something like that happen to Donald, it kind of touches us all. And we're just like, hold on, bro, didn't even get a chance. He didn't even get it read, nothing. Like, no evidence.
You said it right. That resonates with us the most, I feel like, or we can resonate with that a little bit extra. Because we do know what it is to feel like we're not getting a fair shake or a fair look across the board in the judicial system. So when he low-key took that on, it was kind of like, well, damn, Trump going through that?
Man.
Shit, what's that say for the rest of us?
Like, boy, I mean, it could happen to him too. Man.
Strong men who beguile their fellow citizens with conspiracy theories and false emergencies. As my friend, the late Charles Krauthammer, taught us, the lesson of our history is that the task of merely maintaining strong and sturdy the structures of our constitutional order is unending. It is the continuing and ceaseless work of every generation. And that responsibility now falls on all of us.
And for black people in the chat, bro, get out your damn feelings. He don't like us. He don't care about us, bro. He's done more for us than Kamala Harris has, to be honest with you. Y'all have not done your research into what Donald Trump has done for black people. He's done a lot. He even put a black woman on recently.
Y'all think the Democrats care about us? Bro, we've been voting for them unconsciously for the last damn near 100 years, and we ain't got shit to show for it.
I mean, and then, or let's take it back. Bro, we can say with all honesty that, well, or we could say that both candidates don't care about black people.
Honestly.
But one cares for America more than the other, which is going to help.
Black people.
Yeah. So I don't need this man to like black people. I don't need Trump up to come out and put his heart over his hand and be like, oh, I stand with the blacks. It's like, I don't need that. I need him to go out there and be like, look, I'm America first. That's it. I don't need all that extra like emotional or racial play. Like, I don't need it. Y'all need it because y'all some emotional ass niggas, but that's y'all.
In this election, this great country of ours requires leaders of character. We must choose men and women who have what Abraham Lincoln called a sincere heart. Our nation's second president, John Adams, put it this way. On the first night he ever spent in the White House, he wrote a letter to his wife, Abigail. And his letter included a prayer that is so special, President Kennedy had it engraved in the mantelpiece in the state dining room in the White House. And in his letter, he said this, "May none but honest and wise men ever rule under this roof." Now, I'm confident, just a second, I am confident that John Adams meant women too. In this election, a broad coalition has come together to support Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, we may disagree on some things, but we are bound together by the one thing that matters to us as Americans more than any other, and that's our duty to our Constitution and our belief in the miracle and the blessing of this incredible nation. We have a shared commitment as Americans to ensuring that future generations live in a nation where power is transferred peacefully, where our leaders are men and women of good faith, and where our public servants set aside partisan battles to do what's right for this country. So today I ask all of you here and everyone listening across this great country to join us. I ask you to meet this moment. I ask you to stand in truth, to reject the depraved cruelty of Donald Trump. And I ask you instead to help us elect Kamala Harris for president.
She's saying it.
I know that President Harris will be able to unite this nation. I know that she will be a president who will defend the rule of law. And I know that she will be a president who can inspire all of our children, and if I might say so, especially our little girls. To do great things. So help us right the ship of our democracy so that history will say of us, when our time of testing came, we did our duty and we prevailed because we loved our country more. And now, it is my great honor to introduce you to our Vice President and the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
It is so good to be back in Wisconsin. I thank you, everyone, for being. Please have a seat. I thank you all for being here. But I have to emphasize that every time I come here, and Liz, I was actually a kid here too when my parents were at the University of Wisconsin, so we have that in common as well. In fact, Tony Evers always says when I land, "Welcome home." But I say all that to say every time that I've come here recently, one of the conversations that we have, all of us together, is how much we love our country.
Really? You love your country, but you're letting all the immigrants across. Okay, yep. She loves her country, don't she? But anyway, we honor democracy. We are a constitutional republic. Yes, at the end of the day, we are a constitutional republic. Remember that. Remember that. Before y'all say, it's a democracy, I'm like, remember, it's for the people, by the people.
And that really is the binding factor in us all being together and taking the time to be together to really just renew and remind everyone of what is at stake, but born out of love that we have this fight. And I want to thank you, Liz Cheney, for reminding us that regardless of party affiliation, is a factor that binds us all. And so I thank you for your support and your leadership and your courage. I also want to thank all the other great leaders who are with us today. Governor Tony Evers, where is he? Thank you. Mayor Grant, thank you for the warm welcome. I want to thank Senator Tammy Baldwin, who is traveling around the state, but who I know you will re-elect in November. Thank you, Sheriff Mitchek, for your support and your life of service to the people of Iowa County. And so I do want to say a bit more about Liz Cheney. You all know her leadership, and she has obviously and so importantly been a leader for the people of Wyoming, but she has also been an extraordinary national leader and has served with great honor.
I'm just saying, if you have that type of
And she not only, as she has talked today,
what makes you think that she's
recognizes
a true Democrat?
that character is among
She
the
won't
most
align with whatever
important
party fits her
attributes of
narrative when she needs it to.
Bro, here's the crazy thing. She came out there, oh, I'm a Reagan Democrat. I believe in low taxes. Yes, for the rich. Yes, that's exactly what Reagan did. So what are you doing here?
And I like how Big Wave Dave coined it. Yeah, she's a rhino. Like, what makes you think that she's not just going to be a Democrat for when it fits her? A true sycophant.
And shout out Shane Hanlon. Yeah, bro, I definitely got that. I actually just got it. It was the video of Kamala Harris, like, you know, with the earpiece and all that.
Oh,
yeah.
I actually did see that on Twitter. We wanted to verify that from some sources, but man, it did look kind of damning.
But it is spreading all over the internet now, though. I mean, it's on Facebook. He sent me a Facebook link. I'm like, dang, it's on Facebook now?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
But
it's
she
tough
also
to say for sure, but it is damning.
That
it's true.
And she possesses some of the qualities of character that
Yep, like
I
the
most
video,
respect
man. Double tap the screen.
in any individual and any leader. Courage, especially at a moment like this, where there are so many powerful forces that have been intent on trying to demean and belittle and make people afraid. And there are many who know it is wrong, and then there are those who have the courage to speak out loudly about it and the conviction to speak truth. And, you know, it is so admirable when anyone does it, and especially when it is difficult to do in an environment such as this. But Liz Cheney really is a leader who puts country above party and above self, a true patriot, and it is my profound honor to have your support. And I also want to thank your father, Vice President Dick Cheney, for his support and what he has done to serve our country.
Shout out Marshland Gamer, man, chiming in with another 5. Appreciate you, dog. Crazy support this stream. That's what happens when you lie. The truth eventually comes out, yeah.
Well, ain't that the truth? I got you.
And for Kamala, man, when you lie, it's all good. Nobody really holds you to the flame, and you can just always realign or repivot your position. Even if you said it on camera, you could just come out later and renege at any point.
Yep. No fracking to going on fracking, man. It's kind of crazy. When has Kamala ever
at the border,
bro? Oh man, it's pretty much appointed as border czar. Everybody lets her get off. One, they try to lie and say she never was. We got video proof that Biden appoints her as border czar of the southern border specifically.
He
put them
about
on.
how she increased the overtime rate for border patrol agents.
So even for y'all Kamala supporters say, oh, what could she have done as vice president? She was given ultimate power. When Biden said, your word is my word. You don't even got to check in with me. Whatever Kamala says to do at the border, do it.
And that's just such a brain dead argument because, I mean, oh, she has no power. Bro, she's half of the leadership. We have a president and a VP. You telling me she ain't got no pool?
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, some of y'all do need to go back to civics class because, like, bro, even if you don't know civics, like, hold on.
They said we don't
vice
know
president?
Civics. They said we don't know economics.
Hold on, the vice president got to be have some type of crazy power.
Like, come on now. Y'all just think she's in there just for good looks? Like, let's use our brains here.
Every endorsement matters, and this endorsement matters a great deal, Liz, and it carries the special significance because, as you said, we may not see eye to eye on every issue, and we are going to get back to a healthy two-party system, I am sure of that, where we will have vigorous debates. And as you said, you may not have supported a Democrat for president before, but as you have also said, we both love our country and we revere our democratic ideals. And
shout out Troublemaker chiming in. There is literally no title known as border czar. Yes, it's a turn of a phrase, my friend, because she was appointed as the border's leadership. Any problem, Any issue was meant to be addressed by her, and Biden signed it, endorsed her right on camera during the COVID. I think it was 2021 they did that.
Yep, 3 years ago.
So during that crisis, during the emergency that's persisted to this day, she was appointed as the border's leadership. She has weak leadership over the border, which is why people on the right coin her the border czar. It's not a true phase or a true appointment.
Yeah, it's damn near like a political phrase. It's almost like a joke because like, yo, bro gave you complete authority over the border like a czar. He handed down a complete authority over the southern border to Kamala Harris. Yes, we can even bring up the video of him saying this.
Right.
So yeah, when we say she's border czar, yes, it means she had complete leadership over the czar. It's almost like a joke we're saying. It's like, damn, border czar, like you had full reign, and all you did was overtime and didn't fix anything.
Bro, y'all keep saying she has no power. The VP is literally in charge of whatever the damn president appoints her to do, her to do, or him to do in that moment. So if we come out with video proof of her being appointed as the border's leadership, and then now we're in this situation with lackluster leadership at the border, we've seen migrants stroll through, legal, illegal, whatever you want to call them at this point. We've seen the issue persist for the last 3 to 4 years, and she was appointed as the leadership. What can we say? What do we do? And again, it's like they keep letting us know. It's like, what are you going to believe? Your lying eyes or the stories we support?
So when we say border czar, it's a joke. It's a joke pretty much saying that, bro, the president gave her, bro. When the president, and this is why we said czar, because the president was like, her word is my word. You don't gotta check in with me. What she says, that's final. That's why we said, damn, okay, this gave her complete supreme role over the border, and she completely failed.
And nobody's saying that the VP has just as much power as the president. Y'all are purposely conflating what we're saying. Like, bro, she had power of the border as soon as she was appointed to have power over the border.
Yeah,
it's that simple.
And she didn't do nothing. Miss Border czar.
Oh, and shout out, I think we got a couple super chats. Yeah, it's funny how people say she's not doing any of this stuff yet. Her and Biden shut down the airspace over North and South Carolina during the rescue operation. $10 from Marshall Gaming. Appreciate you, dog. 5 from Shane Hanlon. Yep, sent it to you. You can shed some light on it when you get time. Keep up enlightening the people. P.S. Her worded as good as Biden. She can do anything.
Yes, her word is as good as Biden. That's what Lily Biden said. Her word's as good as mine. She's good. Y'all need to low-key go ahead and look up that video. And it's actually fun. You can literally just look up Biden appoints Harris as border czar. You can even use the joke itself and it brings it up. That's how true it is. That's why we say border czar is like low-key a joke. But it's kind of true.
Believe in the nobility of public service. And we know
it's like maybe y'all not into politics enough to understand what we're saying, but okay.
Of the United States of America is a sacred oath. An oath that must be honored and must never be violated.
You can break it down to me. Historically, they've had no autonomy over the border. He appointed her as the border's leader.
And your words today, and the reason we are all here today.
Talk about really, past presidents, past leadership, bro. In that moment where Biden literally came out and was like, yeah, he right.
And if she wasn't border czar, then why does she even say that? What you mean? I gave the border agents overtime. Oh, hold on. All right, so if she had no power, how was she able to give these border agents something if she didn't have complete control?
Oh, yeah, we need to pull up that video. Shout out Troublemaker, though. We appreciate you chiming in, bro. Either way, disagreement or anything, it doesn't matter. We appreciate you. She was not put in charge of the border, but diplomacy with Central America. She helped them create jobs. That's true, but you think you're missing context because in this video, which we'll pull up for you, where can we find that at?
I got you. It's a really easy lookup, sadly.
And we're going to pull that up for you, bro. In this video, it could literally debunk your claim because during COVID era, she was appointed to the situation at the border by Biden. He said, yo, she speak for me. Whatever she say, go. Her word is mine at this point.
Gang activity. Like, it was hilarious. It was like, bro, he's like right-hand man type of ordeal. So,
shout out Pepper Jackie, $2 for the young girls. What the F? What you talking about?
The president to leave these countries. And
multiple other things that have happened. I mean,
so, Vice President. All right. So, video. This is a video from 3 years ago. Video now. Vice President Biden announced that VP Harris will lead response to at the southern border. Is that not good enough for you? Because
Troublemaker and all other detractors and disagreeers, please tune in. sit on your hands, as I like to say, and go ahead and educate yourself on some of the facts. Some of the
Increase has been consequential.
Yep.
But the vice president.
And yeah, President Biden announces Vice President Harris will lead the response to the migrant challenge at the southern border. And look where we're at now with the southern border right now. But hey, we do it for you.
Multiple other things that have happened at the meeting, and I appreciate it. Agreed to lead our diplomatic effort and work with those nations to accept the returnees and enhance migration enforcement at their borders. We're already talking with Mexico about that. She's already done that. We're going to be dealing with a full team now that we have to be able to deal with the problem here at home, but also to deal with it now in terms of in country.
Now, he said deal with the problem here at home. So, yeah, because he did say, he's talking about to help people out in Mexico and create jobs for them. I'm like, well, she ain't creating no jobs for us, so that's another fail for her.
Shout out Phil Goldsworthy, $2. Ain't got too much to say. Just wanted to show some support. And it's your first on the live, man, so we appreciate that honor here at St. Key Media.
So, yes, everybody listen to Biden closely now.
A full team now that we have to be able to deal with the problem here at home, but also to deal with it now in terms of in country. And I can think of nobody who's better qualified to do this than this is a woman who ran the second largest Attorney General's office in America after the United States Attorney General in the state of California, and has done a great deal of upholding human rights, but also fighting organized crime in the process. So it's not her full responsibility and job, but she's leading the effort, because I think the best thing to do is to put someone who, when he or she speaks, they don't have to wonder about, is that where the president is? When she speaks for me, doesn't have to check with me, she knows what she's doing, and I hope we can move this along. So, Madam Vice President, thank you. I gave you a tough job, and you're smiling, but
she don't got to check in with me, nothing. Her word's as good as mine.
I gave you a tough job, but I know you're smiling, but
you got it.
Yeah, you got it, right?
No one better capable of trying to organize this for us.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and for having the confidence in me. And there's no question that this is a challenging situation. As the President has said, there are many factors that lead President to leave these countries. And while we are clear that people should not come to the border now, we also understand that we will enforce the law. And
we are clear that people should not come to the border now. So that means she was appointed as
the border czar.
Yes, or the head. Yes, or the head of the border, or leading the situation with the border. Yes, VP Harris,
also known as border czar.
This is where we all get it from. We're not just pulling it out of our ass here because Trump supporters said it or whatever. No, it's because this is what Biden actually said. Like, yes, this is an actual fact.
And shout out Troublemaker. He came in again and he literally said that their border is not ours. He means Central America. Come on, man.
Come on, bro. Did everybody else hear that? How we heard that?
He literally was addressing the southern border. He literally
was
addressing the southern border.
And then she even said at the end of the video, yeah, I know it's a hard challenge, but we can't let people into our southern border.
Come on, bro.
She even closed in context at the end of the video.
Come on, bro.
Well, in context. So, come on, bro. Come on now. I mean...
He went, bro. You started moving the goalposts.
Yeah,
our borders, their borders.
I'm like, hold on, bro.
Come on, my man. Come on. Shout out Big Wave Dave coming in with another 10, man. Big Wave Dave, Marshalling Gamer, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Y'all been showing crazy support this stream. Special thanks to y'all, man. Yo, us conservatives know the libtards lie all the time. They either sheep take it and run with the lies and believe everything. They are spoon-fed by the media. They are exhausting, man.
Cause I ain't gonna lie. Come on, dog. We played the video in full context. I mean, does anybody else doubt what that video was saying? Like Troublemaker, we do appreciate your support. I promise you we do. But we do kind of have to call you on that. Like, dog.
Push back on that, my friend.
Like, we were listening to the same thing, was we not? I'm just saying, all you gotta do is wind it back. And she closed it in context. Yes, people cannot come to our border. Bro, the border has been a problem since 2021, and she did not do anything about it. Like, you could look up the data. Bro, there's graphs that show you the evidence. But, all right.
I get it, though.
I get it, bro. Trump derangement syndrome, it's okay, though. But one day, bro, you will be cured. One day.
Score perhaps one of the most fundamental questions that is facing the American people in this election. Who will obey that oath? Who will abide by the oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States of America? I have had the privilege. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I have sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution 6 times in my career, including as vice president, as a United States senator, and as the top law enforcement officer of the largest state in our country. Responsible for upholding and enforcing the laws of the state and the laws of the United States was the work I did. And I have never wavered in upholding that oath. And I have always executed it faithfully and without reservation.
The law was crazy.
And therein lies the profound difference between Donald Trump and me. He who violated the oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. And make no mistake, he who, if given the chance, would violate it again.
I mean,
Donald Trump lost.
How are we trying to say he is what he's not? He has never been convicted of being an insurrectionist. And if you're so sure he's going to do it again, then what's the point of even holding the election? Because that's what I'm saying. They don't even believe what they believe about Donald Trump. They don't even believe what they're telling you about Donald Trump. If this was the case with Trump, then one, why are they even trying to run against him? Oh, well, his people are just going to riot and all that good stuff. Why aren't they already making the threats now? Like, don't worry, National Guard is going to be out on election day. Don't worry, though. We'll have everything out. Like, come on. Because they don't believe that Trump's really like that.
And I see we got a lot of folks in here, almost 1,400, man. We appreciate everybody who's in here on either side, man. Blue or red, donkey or elephant, it don't matter, man. Increase the conversation. Like and share the video, man, because we doing what a lot of streamers are scared to do, honestly. It'll be a full Kamala chat or a full Trump chat, man. We encourage both sides to come in here, have some healthy discourse, hear each other out, maybe come to some enlightenment. You know what I'm saying? Maybe learn something you didn't know before the stream. So like the video. Let's get some more folks in here. Double tap that screen, man. You can also hit the 3 buttons in the right-hand corner, man. Like the stream.
The 2020 election.
And shout out Big Wave Dave, man, coming in with 5. Sadly, all the Never Trumpers don't care about this country. They want personality over policy and will be the death of our country. Oh, man. I think uninformed voters will be the death of our country. Not even necessarily Never Trumpers, libtards, lefties, snowflakes, whatever you want to call them. But I think an uninformed voter is the most dangerous type of voter.
And troublemaker. Really, dog? Really? She said it at the end of the video. Does anybody, bro, did anybody else deny what was said in that video, dog? Or it's just him?
Bro, the title of the video is literally Our Southern Border. Should we really go back?
I guess so. Because I'm like, bro, the Trump derangement is crazy. Like,
where is it at?
Shoot, you should just be able to go in the history. It's right there. Bro. It's right there, dog. I'm like, bro.
All right, troublemaker, I respect you. I can respect you, bro. But I can at least respect you.
All right, he's standing on it, I guess. He's standing on it.
Now.
Because leave the response at the southern border.
Right. That's literally the
title
of the video, bro.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm trying, but it's like, bro.
All right, man. We got you, bro. I respect you.
Their border.
I respect you, though, bro.
Right.
You are super chatting in, and I can respect that.
All right.
The Vice President and I and all of us here have been working very hard to pass the legislation that is going to beat this virus, as well as get people back to work and change their prospects. And so she's traveling all over the country working that. In addition to that, there's about 5 other major things she's handling, but I've asked her, the VP today, because she's the most qualified person to do it, to lead our efforts with Mexico and the Northern Triangle and the countries that help. We're going to need help in stemming the movement of so many folks stemming the migration to our southern border. So this new surge we're dealing with now started with the last administration, but it's our responsibility to deal with it humanely and to stop what's happening. And so this increase has been consequential, but the vice president's agreed, among the multiple other things that have happened in the meeting, and I appreciate it, agreed to lead our diplomatic effort and work with those nations to accept the returnees and enhance migration enforcement at their borders. We're already talking with Mexico about that. She's already done that. We're going to be dealing with a full team now that we have to be able to deal with the problem here at home, but also to deal with it now in terms of in country.
Okay. So to your point, he did say that he's going to enhance the effort at their border, but he said we do have a full team, a full spectrum of leaders, which she also is a part of, that is dealing with the issue domestically. Did we miss that, or did I at our borders? Like, am I misinterpreting that?
A full team now that we have to be able to deal with the problem here at home, but also to deal with it now in terms of in country. And I can think of nobody who's better qualified to do this than this is a woman who ran the second.
Okay, so she's leading
full context, because remember, he's not going off full context. He's going off of what he just heard.
Exactly. So she's leading the charge in the response with diplomacy efforts with the leaders of their countries. But there's a team here who she also leads. Did you miss that part? Yeah. There's a team here at our border that she also leads. Are you missing that?
And think about to fix the southern border. Where are we going to send them back if we're not in like talking to the Mexican people? We're not talking.
Bro, that's why we're in communications with Mexico and these nations, right? And if we're releasing these folks, and if we're having conversations with them, who are we having to get these people from? Who has these people in custody? Our southern border agents. Bro, it's like they purposely, willfully missing the point.
Here at home, but also to deal with it now in terms of in country. And I can think of nobody who's better qualified to do this than this is a woman who ran the second largest Attorney General's office in America after the United States Attorney General in the state of California, and has done a great deal of upholding human rights, but also fighting organized crime in the process. So it's not her full responsibility and job, but she's leading the effort, because I think the best thing to do is to put someone who, when he or she speaks, they don't have to wonder about.
She's leading the effort. Did you not just say that?
Bro, just go back to the part about the
fighting organized crime in the process. So it's not her home, but also to deal with it now in the borders. And diplomatic effort and work with those nations to accept the returnees. And
there it is. Work with those nations to accept the returnees
that are in our custody at our southern border. So she would have to be leading the team or coordinating with the team here. You're saying, oh, he never said she led the team. Bro, she has to be leading and coordinating with the team here to deal with those efforts diplomatically with these foreign nations.
So hold on, just let it play out.
So this increase has been consequential.
Let it play out.
But the vice president's agreed, among the multiple other things that have happened in the meeting, and I appreciate it, agreed to lead our diplomatic effort and work with those nations to accept the returnees and enhance migration enforcement at their borders. We're already talking with Mexico about that. She's already done that. We're going to be dealing with a full team now that we have to be able to deal with the problem here at home, but also to deal with it now in terms of in country. And I can think of nobody who's better qualified to do this than this is a woman who ran the second largest Attorney General's office in America after the United States Attorney General in the state of California.
Yeah, no disrespect intended.
And has done a great deal upholding human rights, but also fighting organized crime in the process.
For me, it's clear with context that she would also be in charge and coordinating with the team that we have here domestically at our southern border to, one, send these migrants back, and to two, deal with these other nations, these foreign nations where these migrants came from. She would have to be, bro, it's a combined effort, bro. It's a combined effort, and maybe we'd have to disagree to agree on that, but I don't know if you can really quite change my mind from that, to be honest.
Yeah, because I'm over here listening to the video myself, and he says, yeah, to help our problem at the southern border, we have to work with Mexico at their border as well.
And these other foreign nations to be able to send them back.
So I do hear where you're kind of picking at that. You're kind of picking at that right there. But if you do listen to him full context, he said, yeah, we got to work with them at their border to fix everything that's going on here at our border because they're not accepting it. Remember, even Trump stated that, yo, we're trying to send them back, and they wouldn't accept them.
And he detailed a team that we have here domestically that handles the issue, which she would have to be in cooperation and coordination with, if not leading herself, if she's leading the effort of sending these people back. It's context that I think that you just kind of are maybe just not wanting to see right there, my friend.
But now we have a lot of super chats to catch up on.
Let's start with Vlastine. He's sending 5. He said, Trump upset the apple cart. They are scared of change and populism. He went light on the swamp the first round. This time he won't. Man, I'm hoping so, man. Drain that mug. Troublemaker. $5. Appreciate you having that back and forth with us, bro. He says, boom, he said she's going to deal with Mexico and the southern countries, their borders. You already know what I said about that one. Big Wave Dave chiming in with 5. How did the new surge start with the last administration? Please give me a break. Man, I agree. Troublemaker chiming in with 2. He said he never said she leaves the team here. You heard my response on that as well. And Big Wave Dave coming in with another 5. He said, Biden bringing up her past policies and the videos of her past work as AG. Nah, I ain't want to do that. Ain't want to do that. Ain't want to do that. Too many people know about that Prop 47, that Prop 57. Her work as AG. Decriminalizing certain violent crimes when she was still in charge and still had leadership in California.
But yes, Kamala was appointed as the leading operations to help at the border of sending back these people. That was their main job. That was her job. And she had to go ahead and work with Mexican border and southern country borders. What are we doing protecting southern country borders? Like, think about how much sense that makes. We're only working with them so we can send back the people that's trying to come here.
Yeah,
that's what we're going for.
My bad, Miles. We just kind of wanted to get through that point on that one because I feel like that was clear as day for most of us to see, but I can understand where if you were looking past it, you'd miss the point.
Yeah.
But yeah, Vlad or another mod, let me know if we missed any chats.
Oh, God. Like, shoot. Yo, supporters. We tripping?
Let us know, man. Let us know.
And as you have heard and know, he refused to accept the will of the people and the results of an election that was free and fair. As you have heard, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol where they assaulted law enforcement officers. He threatened the life of his own vice president and refused to engage in the peaceful transfer.
Shout out Phil Goldsworthy chiming in with 2.
Hey.
He says she's failed for 4 years. She'll do better now. That's
hey,
bro. She's had the lowest approval rating of almost any vice president in our country's history.
Dog, you see the debate we just had to get into? Like, people are not even willing to accept her failures.
Bro, they want to look past them. They want to pretend like they don't exist. I'm just
right,
like, bro,
dog.
We can say Trump has his. We
bro,
can say Trump's messed up. Y'all want to say he bankrupted how many times?
Bro, bro, think about the logic in what that bro said. He said, oh, she was appointed to protect their borders. As Americans, we're protecting other people's borders. I mean, really? But that was the argument we had to go through, man. Our bad.
Of power. And let us be clear about how he intends to use power if elected again. He has...
Yeah, facts. Big Wave Dave chiming in with 5. He said, all these little bots in chat don't hear anything. They're sheep, just bots. One of the two, man. You ain't lying. And
man,
as I like to say, bro... NPCs, non-playable characters. Like, they're there, the lights are on, but nobody's home. It's the easiest to program,
But
really.
one thing I do respect respect him for standing on what he believes.
Yeah,
he was like, "Hey, show me something different." I respect it,
in
but
particular, the what's my man's name? I don't want to fuck his name.
Troublemaker?
Yeah, in respect to Troublemaker, he did stand up and stand on his opinion, and I can respect that above all else. But I just think with that, yeah, I think he was maybe accidentally looking past some context, but it's all good. I can understand kind of where he was at with it, but with context added, I don't see how we can't all put together that she was in charge of the whole effort on the southern border, the combined effort.
Called for jailing journalists, political opponents, anyone he sees and deems as being an enemy. He has pledged to destroy the independence of the Department of Justice. And he called for deploying our active duty military against our own citizens. Well, I believe you and my running mates both. Well, listen, I believe that anyone who recklessly tramples on our democratic values as Donald Trump has, anyone who has actively and violently obstructed the will of the people and the peaceful transfer of power, as Donald Trump has, anyone who has called for, I quote, termination of the Constitution of the United States, as Donald Trump has, must never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States.
That's crazy. I feel the same way about her.
Never again.
I feel the same way. Come on, I feel the same way about you.
Never again.
I'm pretty sure Trump do too, man. Because ain't no way. I do want to bring up a Prop 47 video.
And the tragic truth.
Kamala's Project 2025. Which one should we hit him with first?
Man, we're going to go to Prop 47 because this is why, one, you're not even qualified to be president. You barely qualified to be AG. Because how the hell is you making laws that the Supreme Court got to step in and check you on? That was the most craziest thing in my eyes. She made a truancy law to lock up parents whose kids were out of school for 10 days or more.
What did that do? What impacted it? Tell us more about.
And it did not work. And guess what? Because she was AG, it took the Supreme Court to have to step in there and talk about, that's unconstitutional.
So shout out Charlie Kirk for hosting this conversation.
Tell us more about Prop 47. What did that do and what impact did it have on California?
Yeah, absolutely. So the sanctuary cities point is very important. She was for sanctuary city policies as the DA of San Francisco. And then, as you said, she actually helped to stave off federal action that would have stopped California from becoming a sanctuary state. But when it comes to the specific propositions that she facilitated as California Attorney General, Prop 47, and I'll also touch on what's called Prop 57, she was at the center of this by giving them favorable descriptions on the ballot, which is worth more than any amount of money when you're able to write the wording of the proposition in a way that will lead voters to think it does something different than what it actually does. So Prop 47, which has been behind the explosion of retail theft and open-air drug markets and fentanyl deaths to a large extent in California, just recently, the main architect of that initiative came out and said that he very much appreciated the favorable ballot description that Kamala Harris gave for that initiative as AG. And then even more egregiously, Prop 57, which came a couple years later and was this massive early release initiative that let tens of thousands of serious criminals out of prison early. She deceived voters into thinking that this was only going to apply to nonviolent crimes. In fact, she, on the ballot itself, characterized as nonviolent crimes such as rape by intoxication, rape of an unconscious person, human trafficking with minors, assault with a deadly weapon, domestic violence, drive-by shootings, the list goes on. She said these are nonviolent crimes in order to deceive voters into releasing the offenders from prison early. And it's no wonder violent crime in California now far outpaces the rest of the country.
Yeah.
Tell us more about Prop 47.
Nah, I
Let's
don't
go to this
need.
Kamala Project 2025 for y'all.
Oh man, gotta go up a little bit for that one.
Yeah.
Oh, Tim Wall stolen valor and all
Oh,
that.
man,
Wow.
we got all the facts right here on our X. Go follow our X, man, for some of this, man. Let's bring y'all this shit. Go ahead, Seth. Do it better than I do.
All right, so citizenships for citizenships for 20 million illegals. Well, we're at 10 million now, so she's halfway there, guys. Ban gas-powered cars. Well, Biden put it into the planning, so I guess it started. Replace police with social workers. Well, hey man, police can't do their job without catching life sentences, so I guess hey, we might just be there. Ban fracking. Well, now she's pro fracking, so I guess she kind of regressed on that one. Transgender surgery for minors. Well, we doing that shit today, so hey, she got that popping. Taxpayer funded abort reparations. Well, man, well, thank God she ain't got that one popping. So my FBA people, nobody's really for it. Pack the U.S. Supreme Court. I mean, well, God forbid she do that, because man, trust me, we're gonna be losing a lot, guys. If we had a liberal ran Supreme Court, whoo, you don't want to know. Government and big tech censorship. Well, Twitter files. What was it? Mark Zuckerberg coming out admitting to hiding Hunter Biden's laptop. So already achieved. And let's see here. Federal takeover elections. Well, already achieved. Man, use tax dollars to fund abortion. Already achieved. Enforce racist affirmative action. Well, she's damn near it. Require government approval to buy guns. Soon to be coming. If elected, of course. If elected. I mean, God.
Everybody's favorite VP, Marxist Kamala.
Nope, I'm against reparations. I'm just against it. I don't like free handouts. Nope. I'll just get it off hard work, off the hard work, and the opportunity of being in America. Shout out and God bless America. Ain't that crazy? But yeah, that's a pretty good. Good enough. Anything we bring up now is just
that we are facing in this election.
Yeah, overkill
for President of the United States is that there is actually an honest question about whether one of the candidates
it's on our
will
X page. Go
uphold
follow Set and Key
the
Media on
oath
X.
to the Constitution of the United States. That is the tragic truth of this election, that this is actually an honest question that we are having as Americans. And I know the vast majority of us agree that upholding the Constitution must be a basic requirement. We expect of anyone seeking the highest office in the land. I know the vast majority of us, regardless of your political party, agree we must hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power. And if you share that view, no matter your political party, there is a place for you with us and in this campaign, because those principles, I know.
And shout out Big Wave Day, man. She doesn't care about the Constitution. Trump does. And that's the facts. But hey, you know what they'll say, Big Wave Dave? January 6th. Like, bro. Shout out Big Wave Dave. Shout out Big Wave Dave, man. Appreciate you.
Unite us across party lines. And in this election, I take seriously my pledge to be a president for all Americans. My entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And when I say that, I mean all the people, not just those who share my party affiliation. Through all my decades in law enforcement, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only question I ever asked was, are you okay? And that is the kind of president we deserve.
That Kamala says just comes off of a reel. It's like she reads from her iMessage notes or some shit. Like, at least if Trump, you want to say he rambles, you want to say he doesn't stick to the point, you want to say he tries to be funny more than he sticks to policy, at least it's coming from the hip, at least it's freestyle, at least you know he can give an extemporaneous speech. Like Kamala is so recorded, it's so rehearsed, nothing is authentic about it. I'm just like, bro, like how many times have I heard her say this exact thing? I done seen, well, you know, if you new here at St. Key Media, man, we cover every rally they put out since at least like the past 30, almost 60 days. Both sides, Tim Walz, Kamala Harris, JD Vance, and Trump. What I'll say about Vance and Trump is that they can actually give a speech, and even Walz, he can kind of come up there and freestyle some. Kamala, man, she's saying the same thing we heard in the last rally, in the last interview, and the last time she spoke. Shout out Big Wave Dave coming in with another 2. He says her entire career on her knees, bro. Bring out the knee pads. Hose for Kamala. Yeah. Don't forget her where she came from. Because, yo, she did kind of start with that. Well, Willie Brown knows. Willie Brown knows better than any of us, right? But she did low-key start, let's just say, kissing ass to get in the door. Shane Hanlon. Appreciate that $2. He says peaceful transfer of power from us to the nah, facts, bro. Facts. That wasn't even peaceful, bro. They snatched it from us for real. Snatched that mug. Said, give me that.
And I pledge to you that is the kind of president I will be. Because the President of the United States must not look at our country through the narrow lens of ideology or petty partisanship or self-interest. The President of the United States must not look at our country as an instrument for their own ambitions. Our nation...
Gaslighting, disingenuous, progressive tolerance. Man. Oh, droning in the scenery. You are not lying, bro. It's like that Marxist video we covered about repressive tolerance, actually. Like all left-leaning ideologies and no conservative-leaning ones. And I always say it is dangerous to be a radical on either side, bro. Even if you completely right-leaning and only seeing down that narrow-minded path and you're not entertaining any other political ideologies, that could be pretty dangerous, as we've seen, right? But even more so like on the left, like, or equally on the left, like a full lefty liberal radical, bro, and they only see down that rabbit hole, man, it's not good for either side, bro. It's not good.
Is not some spoil to be won. The United States of America is the greatest idea humanity ever devised. The nation that inspired the world to believe in the possibilities of a representative government. And so in the face of those who would endanger our magnificent experiment, people of every party must stand together. And let me be clear.
Shout out M coming in for 2. Appreciate that super chat, M. He says, do we have to show them Agenda 47 again? I mean, we can run through that. We can. At this point, man, I don't even know if they know about the existence of Agenda 47. So, you know what? That might be a good idea real quick. Because they think Project 2025 is Trump's, really. But this is right on this man's website. Shout out Trump. He's had this up here for months. Anybody could have looked at this. Versus Kamala, who just updated her policy like, what, a month ago? Before that, it was all fundraising, mugs and T-shirts. But he got a short video about all his statements on his agenda, or all of his policies on his agenda. So, President Day, Donald Trump declares war on cartels. You know, these drug cartels that are getting this fentanyl over here, killing folks. RP Rich Homie Quan. Ending veteran homelessness in America. So all these homeless encampments that we see across all these major cities, man, start giving these people housing, start giving these people work, cleaning these people up, getting these people sober. I'm definitely for that. Especially with the veteran population, man. They served America. We should serve them. No welfare for illegal aliens. Man, what? You ain't got to question that twice, my boy. Ain't got to question that twice, my boy. The American Academy. Trump announces a plan to revolutionize higher education by shifting excessively large endowments from private universities towards a new institution called the American Academy. Academy. I can get with that. Some of these overfunded public institutions kind of starting something new, accessible to more folks.
Or indoctrination, or the indoctrination of American children through liberal ideology.
Oh, I can get with that for sure, too.
Oh, God. And shout out Marshall Land Gaming. So now she's claiming America's an idea, pretty much. Yeah. And shout out BTD Ryer, BT Dryer. Either way. Yeah. Like either way, it's your first super chat on the stream. You honor us with that, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, dog. Yeah, but back to it. So President Trump messaged the American auto workers. Yeah, you know he's trying to get some of these auto industry back over here. Shout out. President Trump pledges to homeschool family. On Agenda 47, President Donald J. Trump promised to serve as a champion for America's homeschool families. Yeah, I could see that. I could. And shout out to the homeschool families, man. A lot of folks actually want to take their child's education seriously and take it into their own hands. So those people should be championed. Shout out Big Wave Dave chiming in with 5. He says, when Trump was president, despite the constant garbage, he did what he said he was going to do. And a lot of people have said that. Even
Trevor Noah,
Hardcore Lib Trevor Noah came out and said the exact same thing almost.
He did it all.
So more people were just starting to see, like, bro, I ain't like him. I ain't like what he said, but, bro, he did what he said he was going to do. President Trump's 10 principles for great schools leading to great jobs. Y'all make sure to come over to the website if you care about those 10. America must have the #1 lowest cost energy and electricity on Earth. I could agree. That's what makes us a world power.
Boy.
They need to get from us, not we don't need to get from them. Returning production of essential medicines back to America, ending Biden's pharmaceutical shortages. Kind of is in line with his cap on insulin. Shout out. President Trump calls for a death penalty for human traffickers. Yes, all child and human traffickers must pay. Rescuing America's auto industry from Joe Biden's disastrous job-killing policies. Yes, I can agree with that as well. Get these industries back over to America. Make it conducive for them to be here. Ultimately, the American citizens win. More employment, better job market and economy. I can sign on for that. Rebuilding America's depleted military. We already have an American industrial complex, so depending on where you stand on that, some might say yes, some might say we're already there. I'll kind of just skip past that one personally. Protecting students from the radical left and Marxist maniacs infecting educational institutions. Man, you know what? I read some stat that said like 7 or 8 out of 10 teachers through grade school and up are liberals.
Yeah, I ain't right.
We don't have a lot of teachers preaching conservative or right-leaning values.
That's crazy. That's why there's no more like go-getters today, because they teach you to be self-lover and hate the rich, and I try to achieve to be one of them.
It's your government's fault. It's the rich's fault while we're here. Yeah, that is kind of like the rhetoric you see passed out of the public school education system. Cementing fair and reciprocal trade with the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. And we're just going to close this up real quick. Using empowerment to cut waste, stop inflation to crush the deep state, addressing rise of chronic childhood illness, ending the source of drug addiction in America, celebration of 250 years of American independence at the Iowa State.
And shout out Big Wave Day, man. Vote for policy, not personality or identity, man. And that's a fact, though.
You already know, man.
That is a fact.
Just finishing up this real quick. And protecting students from the radical left and Marxist maniacs infecting educational institutions. There's 3 more pages of this, y'all. Y'all get the point, though. He was snapping on this. And y'all didn't know it existed. Y'all think Project 2025 is his plan, which I can admit. Project 2025 got some good stuff in there, but it still ain't even affiliated with Trump. But there you go.
Democracy and freedom are not only at stake here at home. They are also at stake around the world. As President of the United States, I will strengthen, not abdicate, America's global leadership. Last week, I met with Ukraine's President Zelensky.
I'm out on that, mate. Peace out.
And the message I delivered was the same message I've shared with him every time I've seen him. I stand with Ukraine, and I always will. And I told him, as I have before, I want Ukraine to prevail. By contrast, in our debate, Donald Trump couldn't even bring himself to say he wanted Ukraine to win the war. Couldn't even bring himself to say that. A war.
I mean, why would he lie? Why would he lie to the American people and just say that, oh, yeah, I want them to win, but there's no way of them winning? It's like, yes, please. Like, tell me how you, please, tell me that you want a hopeless situation to happen. I'm like, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. They ain't gonna win. I want the war to end, so Ukrainian people can stop dying for no reason. Like, yeah, I wouldn't answer that. I wouldn't answer that the way they wanted me either. Do you want Ukraine to win the war? Like, no, they just need to stop fighting. They can't win. They just need to stop fighting.
That Putin, a brutal dictator, launched against a free and independent people. Trump wants to force Ukraine to give up its sovereign territory, a bedrock principle upon which we stand and fight for. And you know who else wants them to give up their sovereign? Absolutely, territory? Putin. Putin. And that's not a plan for peace. It's a plan for surrender. Well, I believe that in the global struggle between tyranny and democracy, the President of the United States must always be on the side of...
And shout out Big Wave Dave, man. He said, Project 2025, not Trump. Abortion ban, not Trump. Mind you, I don't like his personality. I vote for policies. Again, still waiting for these lib bots to prove me wrong. Hey, man, oh God, yeah. Y'all need to add Big Wave Dave real quick, man, because he got questions for y'all and y'all refusing to answer. Let's go. Shout out Big Wave Dave.
Of freedom. So we are gathered here today in Ripon, not far, as the Congresswoman mentioned, from a small building where the Republican Party was born in 1854. Liz Cheney stands in the finest tradition of its leaders. And if people across Wisconsin and our nation are willing to do what Liz is doing, to stand up for the rule of law, for our democratic ideals, and the Constitution of the United States, then together I know we can chart a new way forward, not as members of any one party, but as Americans. Americans who are united in our devotion to the country we love. I thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States.
All right, let's get into a little bit of current situations going on, but don't worry, though. We got the expose on Kamala coming up. Trust me. Shout out to Candace. I mean, pray Candace is never on your case, okay? Because you will be exposed.
About to strike.
Let's go.
If you were worried about inflation, here's another event that could cause prices to go up. And what that is the East Coast port strike. First time ever possibly since 1977. We're talking about an association with 85,000 members, the International Longshoremen's Association. This is the North America's largest longshoremen's union, about to strike after midnight tonight. I'm shooting it on Monday tonight. Let me tell you why.
And shout out Big Wave Dave, man. He said, all the bots in here have are lies and insults. Prove my facts wrong, I beg you. Shoot, hey, man, like I said, y'all need to go ahead and talk to Big Wave Dave, man, because apparently Y'all ducking the smoke. Y'all ducking that smoke from him.
This is important to you. Here's what they're asking for. Of these 85,000 members, roughly 45,000 of the workers are involved. They're asking for a 77% raise for the next 6 years. This is 36 ports. Roughly 43% of all U.S. imports pass through these ports. This is the first time they may be going through a strike since 1977, and they're worried because automation could lead to job reductions by 15 to 30%.
And my reaction to that is, okay, so if they're doing this, how is Kamala Harris even going to raise the corporate tax and expect this not to happen again?
You should know about this. You know why? Here's a number for you. Watch this. Port of New York and New Jersey handles $240 billion of annual goods. A strike just in one of these ports could cost $641 million in one of the ports. The one in Virginia could cost $600 million a day. We're going to talk about that today. If you get value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Okay, so why are they doing this? So the East Coast workers are saying, look, why don't you match our salary with the West Coast workers? They work 40 hours a week. You pay them $116,000 a year, but you're paying us only $81,000 a year. We want a raise. So are they asking to match that number? Because that raise would be a 43% raise. But they're not asking for a 43% raise. They're asking for a 77% raise, which would be $143,000.
And shout out, man, to Ricky Platinum. I ain't gonna lie that. Ricky Platinum? Hey, that's cold. Man, y'all keep doing your thing, man. Keep on explaining this information so we can start thinking instead of reacting. Man, power to the people, bro. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Shout out Ricky Platinum, man. Like, that boy sound like he just got game.
Unions doing their part. The other is the fact that they're worried automation. 15 to 30% of jobs could be eliminated. So they're doing their part, and union and these guys are going back and forth. And by the way, it's so nasty. Let me read a couple quotes to you here. I think everyone's a bit nervous about it, says Mia Ginter, director of North American Ocean Shipping for C.H. Robinson, a logistics company. The rhetoric this time with the ILA is at a level we have never seen before. This is from CBS News. They're nervous. This is legit. Now, how will you be affected by it? Well, let's go through these things. What products will be affected by it? When you look at the top importing companies exposed to this strike, just in the last 12 months, you'd have Walmart, IKEA, Samsung, Bob's Discount Furniture, LG, Home Depot. Look at the list of names. Amazon, General Motors, Michelin, Heineken, Pepsi. Then, if you go to the different ports, this one's New York and New Jersey. GM, Globus, LG, Samsung, again, Heineken, Continental Tire, Volkswagen, IKEA. You see the names. You may shop at these places. The one in Virginia, Walmart, IKEA, QVC. You got Ace Hardware, Dr. Pepper, 7-Up, Home Depot. These are things you and I buy. This is the one at Savannah. Savannah, you'll see again Walmart. You'll see again Hyundai, IKEA, LG, Electronics. A lot of the similar names. Amazon again. You know, this next one is Houston. People are being affected by it. Now, product-wise, what will be affected? What's going to go up if these guys continue? So in a couple of these places, when we look at this, perishable items at risk. Bananas. 25% of the nation's bananas move through ports that could go on strike. 25% of the bananas. Cherries, other perishable fruits transported affected through these ports. Imported alcohol, wine, beer, hard liquor, raw materials, cocoa, sugar, non-perishable items, furniture, appliances. Port of Baltimore handles the large volume of auto imports in the U.S., a critical point for the auto industry. Exemptions and exceptions are military cargo. The union has pledged to continue handling military shipments even during the strike.
And shout out Big Wave Dave, man, SBSB. Please explain how Nancy made her money. I mean, yeah, hey, SB, do you know how Nancy made her money? Because I'll go ahead and break it down for you. It's a whole lot of inside trading, and it's due to her position, and it's illegal, what she's been doing for years, but, you know, we don't ever call them out on that one, though. I mean, you asked how, same thing for Obama. Obama walked in there 6 figures, then he walked up 50 mil out. Like, I mean, 50 mil up. Like, I don't know how that happened.
All right, while this is going on, Pete Buttigieg and Julie Su have urged negotiations, but Biden-Kamala Harris administration has ruled out invoking the Taft-Hartley Act, which is from the 40s. You know what that is? That's when the union, they're like, hey, you're trying to take advantage of these companies and the employers. You're forcing employers, put them in a bad situation. You guys better come back to work or else you lose your benefits. They're not going to want to do that right now. You know why? Because of a couple things. One, what has been the economy dealing with the last 2 years that a guy named Jerome Powell just lowered the rates by 0.5 basis points a week and a half ago? You know why? To kind of mess with the inflation side. Guys, can we lower the interest rate? Oh my God, thank you for this 0.5 basis point. Stock market's going back up. No one's talking about inflation anymore until this number. So you know who's going to feel this? Do you remember when all of a sudden you were trying to buy a used car, all this other stuff, you're feeling the prices? Wait a minute. Why did this go up all of a sudden? What's going on with this stuff? What are you talking about? I need this thing. We can't get the chips from China. What? The chips from China? Who cares about the chips? Well, guess what? Most of these chips for ACs, for cars, all this stuff. That's why used car prices are 30% higher. Oh, I can't afford to buy it. If this happens to you, the next 35 days, you know what's going on in 35 days? It's this thing called election, November 5th. And if we're talking about just one of the ports, $600 million a day, that's the one in Virginia. And the other one is $641 million a day. Just the two of them together is $1.2 billion a day. That's 2 out of 36 ports. Do $1.2 billion over the next 35 days. You know what that is? Roughly $42 billion, not including the other 34. You think a Harris-Biden administration wants to deal with that? You think you want to deal with that? Do you want that? You don't want that, right? This is going on right now, and it's things like this at the wrong time that can impact the other party, because Trump is a guy that capitalizes off his opportunities. Guess what he's going to be saying tomorrow? If I was president, this would have never happened to you. I cannot believe the union didn't take care of you. And by the way, when you think union, what side do you typically think about? Jimmy Hoffa, left or right? Left. We got you. We're not going to let the employer like Ford take advantage of you guys. Why is Ford Motor Company allowing you to work 69 hours a week? We're going to come and save you. We're the union. You're only going to work 40 hours a week or 50 hours a week, and they're going to pay you overtime. And now you don't get this union of 85,000 workers, and you've always been the one that gets the Dems. And a recent union came out and said, we're not endorsing anybody this for the first time. We're not endorsing anybody from left. They've been endorsing people from the left. Terrible.
And shout out to Wendy Ford and Big Wave Dave. Wendy Ford said, please be aware that Biden/Harris is only giving American citizens of NC $750 to get back on their feet. They spent the FEMA money on illegals. Yeah, they spent millions. I think it was like $1.4 billion on illegal. Then tapped the pockets of FEMA, and now they're out here looking stupid. Like they'd never get caught. I mean, karma's real. Karma's real, Kamala and Biden. It's real. And Big Wave Dave, man, I say it and I'll say it again. The libtards project on others. It's bad mental problems you all need to work out. Not for real, though. Don't try to make others villains when you are doing the exact same thing. So I have to add that exact same part because I ain't gonna lie. That's exactly what they doing, dog. But it's that regressive tolerance. It really what it is. And it's part of Marxism. It's pretty much it's blaming you for what they're doing.
Timing for Kamala Harris, horrible timing, but even a worse timing for the consumer, which is you, which that's what you care about, how this is going to affect your pocketbook. If you got value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. And if you've never seen the video I did, The Dark Side of Unions, you're going to enjoy it. Click here to watch.
The Dark Side of Unions. I probably need to watch that sometime, but let's get on to this Kamala expose on Kamala Harris. Well, Candace Owens expose on Kamala Harris. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to give you some parallels of the situation in Venezuela compared to the situation today. Let's go.
I am absolutely giddy today, you guys. I did it. I spoke to Kamala's uncle officially. And by the way, he's a gem. 10 out of 10. I really wish that he was running for president instead of her because he comes across as a very honest man. I'm going to tell you all about that conversation and how it's now led me to many more questions. So many more questions that I have about Kamala and her true heritage. Also, she's once again been asked about her racial identity. This happened just 3 days ago. And suddenly she's a little iffy on the answer. Kamala and me are now in a very particular kind of relationship. I'm like Maury, and she's essentially my guest. I'm asking her a question. Kamala, during your run as president, we asked you if your genealogy was actually Irish Indian.
You said no. The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Oh! Welcome back to Candace.
What was that? that?
President, we asked you if your genealogy was actually Irish Indian.
You said no. The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Oh! Welcome back to Candace.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be funny.
Where to begin? Okay, so 2 days ago or 3 days ago, Kamala was asked again about her black heritage, and suddenly she is getting a little iffy.
And shout out to Phil Goldsworth, man. And dock worker union leaders make $700K, owns a yacht, has 2 kids that make $200K. You think they are all about fair wages? No, unions are mafias that control purse strings. Oh, really? That control the purse strings. Okay. Honestly, that's crazy, because wasn't the mafia in like unions? Wasn't that one of their greatest scams, was union, alcohol, and all that good stuff? Like, yeah, that reads. It's just now it's corporate now. It's corporate. Now they can get away with it. Got someone from this chat on my channel. Hey, shout out Big Wave Dave. Hey, man, if they ain't hating on you, ain't doing something right. Let me make sure I go ahead and got everybody here. Because, there we go. Boom. All right, I think so.
On the details, you can see she does not want to engage in the conversation, and the answer that she actually gives is fantastic.
Oh, yeah, and shout out to Marshall Gamer, man. Let's not forget about Kamala Harris and Biden shutting down the airspace over North and South Carolina during the rescue effort. Ooh, no, you ain't lying about that. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, first off, you drain the pockets of FEMA for immigrants. So, once again, immigrants over citizens. And we would have never known this. We would have never known this, guys, if it wasn't for this hurricane. I mean, karma's real.
It is just fantastic, and we need to now pick it apart. So she appeared on a show called All the Smoke, and she was interviewed by the hosts, which are former NBA players Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson. I want you to pay very close attention to her answer here. Take a listen.
What do you think when you hear people kind of...
He said, Candace has gone off the rails. Love her, but she has gone wrong. Man, I would like to ask you in what way, Big Wave Dave? Because I ain't gonna lie, I think she's been pretty on point. Now, she has said some wild things. Like, the wildest thing I think she's ever brought to my attention was like Frankism. And I'm just like, hold on, what's going on here now? But other than that, she's been spot on. But then if you want to believe the media, she's anti-Semitic, Hitler lover, all this wild stuff.
Questioning just the fabric of who you are.
Well, one, I don't listen to it.
Okay.
I mean, Big Wave Dave, give it a year and they'll probably be saying the same thing about me and Key.
I'm really clear about who I am, and if anybody else is not, they need to go through their own level of therapy. That's not my issue.
Their issues, right?
My mother was very clear. She was raising 2 black girls to be 2 proud black women, and that was never. It was never a question. You know, it's funny because over the years, journalists, some, not most, will want to talk about it. And I say, okay, if you want to have this conversation.
Big Wave Dave, her husband has twisted her views. I was saying which way? Like, we talking about the Christian, like her going from, I don't know, Christian to Catholic? Or do you think she's getting these, I don't know, maybe these, or her being perceived as anti-Semitic is because of her husband? Because honestly, we never hear anything from old girl's husband. So I damn near want to know as well. Like, hold on. Because I ain't never heard from bro before.
You know, it's funny because over the years,
I know I could pull up an interview.
Journalists, some, not most, will want to talk about it. And I say, okay, if you want to have this conversation, I'm prepared to have it, but sit down and get comfortable for a few hours. If you want to start talking about race in America.
Far right.
You want to talk about the 1/8 rule?
Okay, you're right about that. Far right.
Right. You want to talk about what it means in terms of who you are perceived to be and the impact.
And shout out Big Wave Dave, man. Appreciate the support, big dog, man. You pretty much, man, sponsored the channel. Shout out to Big Wave Dave, sponsor of the channel. He done sponsored this whole episode, okay?
That can have on the rest of your life, regardless of who you actually are in terms of your God-given capacity and the rights that you have and should have. So, you know, I don't mess with that. I think that's other people trying to figure some stuff out that and they got some issues. They got to deal with it.
Wow. So she just doesn't answer the question at all, right? So before we had her really leaning into being black, now all of a sudden she's not.
Capacity and the rights that you have and should have. So, I don't mess with that. I think that's other people trying to figure some stuff out that and they
got some issues.
They got to deal with it.
Wow. So she just doesn't answer the question at all, right? So before we had her really leaning into being black, now all of a sudden she's not. She doesn't even mess with that. I don't mess with that. I don't even mess with that. They need to go to therapy. She's pulling this Freudian technique. Obviously, I've spoken to you about Freud, who was a disgusting human being who essentially gaslit women who were actually being abused by their fathers. So what she's doing is this exact same Freudian technique of gaslighting people by being like, actually, you need therapy. The problem is you. The problem is actually you for asking the question. No, Kamala, we're asking the question because you made this a theme in your bookie book, which we're going to get to in a little bit, okay? So you don't get to now just not address the question whatsoever. Put yourself in her shoes, okay? I'm going to put myself in her shoes. I'm running for president of the United States, okay? And these questions keep popping up about whether or not I am black. Do you know how simple it would be to simply answer the question? List your black relatives in 4 seconds. I would be like, this is my grandma, this is my grandpa. Suddenly she's a little iffy on the details here. Why didn't she just say, yes, obviously my grandmother is Beryl. Here's a picture of her. She's black. I'm disgusted with the people that are even calling this into question. Here's my great grandmother, Iris Finnegan. I am obviously black. Instead, she goes, oh, do you really want to talk about it? That's what I say to these shows. Do you really want to talk about race? Do you really want to talk about the 1/8 rule? I mean, how dare she? And the answer is yes, Kamala.
Like setting key. Like, you all ain't black if you vote for Trump. I mean, at this point, bro, the way they're framing it, it's like, damn. So I done automatically lost my melon just because of a vote. Well, god damn, if it was that easy to stop being black, trust me, man. Man, trust me. I probably voted for Trump in 2016. Like, what? By the way, I love being black. And it ain't something that can be taken away. But it is kind of funny how there is randoms on the internet who be like, oh, no, you got to take, no, you're not black for real. You got to take your black card. I'm like, bro, you in what army? You in what squad? Like, please inform me how you going to do that. Like, because please.
Actually, I would like to talk about it. Yeah, I'm actually totally up for talking about the 1-drop rule, the 1/8 rule. Let's discuss history. That's what those journalists should have done. That's what those former NBA players should have done, not giving her a free pass. I would have been like, no, ma'am, name your ancestors. And why are you bringing up the 1/8 rule at all? Let's talk about the history here, okay? The 1-drop rule was actually a legal doctrine in the United States that was used as a means of racial classification, okay? It really dates back to the antebellum period in Virginia where people of color...
Big Wave Dave is funny as shit, man. Give me an end card. I'll be like, bro, I think that's how some of these white dudes is low-key feeling, though. Like, maybe I could say the N-word and I can come at a black man if I'm voting for Kamala. Great. Okay, great. Now I can come at black men or black women if they're voting for Trump. There's finally a group of black people I can attack relentlessly with my overt racist ass or my really covert racist ass and take over there just because they're voting for somebody. Now I can go be as racist as I want to them. Hey, man, some of y'all expose yourselves, okay? Okay, bro. Like, trust me, I get it. I get it. You just want to be racist, and the fact that there are black people voting for Trump allows you to be racist now. I mean, have at it. Have at it, my friend. Have at it.
Legally white if they had less than 25% African ancestry. So we're talking about something that was pre-Civil War, but then the classifications became especially relevant throughout Jim Crow in the South, obviously because of segregation. So they're like, are you white or are you black? So they needed to know how to quantify whiteness and blackness. The laws were first officially codified in Tennessee as one of Virginia's racial integrity laws. They wanted birth certificates to just be very clear.
And shout out Marshall Land Gamer, man. He says, don't care about your race. Humans are humans. And hey, I always say it's not about your race, it's about your character. Like, I could give a damn about what color you are. I could give a damn about where you come from. I just care about your character. That's it. If your character aligns with mine, it'll be good.
But then the classifications became especially relevant throughout Jim Crow in the South, obviously, because of segregation. So they're like, are you white or are you black? So they needed to know how to quantify whiteness and blackness. The laws were first officially codified in Tennessee as one of Virginia's racial integrity laws. They wanted birth certificates to just be very clear whether a parent was legally white or legally a Negro, so that it was known which laws in society you had to abide by. What about Indian Americans? Because strangely, she brings up her mom. You would think the first thing she would do would be to bring up her dad. Instead, she brings up her mom. She's like, my mom was very clear that she was raising 2 black women. Your mother is Indian, like fully 100% Indian. So the fact that the first person that you recall is a non-black person is suspicious. And regarding Indian Americans, just to be clear, in 1923, the Supreme Court decided in the United States versus Bhagat Singh Thind that Indians were classified as Caucasians, as they had been by anthropologists. They upheld that, but they also made it clear that they were not considered white. So that is probably the answer as to why her mother put Caucasian on her birth certificate. That was actually the legal classification for Indian women. Now, also regarding this one-drop rule, Kamala Harris was never subject to it ever in her entire lifetime.
And shout out, man, appreciate you for pulling up. Didn't they twist words to make her seem for Adolf? Yes, they did. Yeah, they did twist her words just to make her seem like she was for Adolf Hitler, and it was wild. I was like, what? Like, she obviously ain't say that. She brought Adolf Hitler as an example to nationalism. Which he was. He was a nationalist all the way through. German all the way through. He's all about Germany, even though he was Austrian German. But that's how he thought. And they kind of, mistook her speech. Misworded her speech. Well, honestly, I ain't gonna lie. They misworded it and took it out of context. I was like, damn. Okay.
He was born in California.
Shout out M, man.
Just to be clear, that was the very first state to end segregation, and they did that back in 1947. So they did it 7 years before the Supreme Court decision of Brown versus Education, which federalized desegregating all of the schools. So it actually infuriates me that she does this, that she essentially goes back and pretends that she's lived through something. Like, let's talk about the one-drop rule. Why are we discussing the one-drop rule? By the way, even if you were subjected to it, you probably would have passed, since none of your parents are listed as Negroes on your birth certificate. Like, what are you doing mining the history of black people that came before you and who you are still refusing to name? You put them in a book once, but that was it. Now you don't want to talk about Grandma Beryl. What's up with that? Now you don't want to talk about great-grandma Iris Finnegan. What is up with that? And by the way, as I was considering that, her upbringing and how strange it is that she keeps leaning into this idea, like she was born 2 years before my mother was born, and my mother didn't live through segregation. My mother didn't live through any of this stuff. These are not her memories.
And shout out to Big Wave Dave. Candace is not about Adolf. She has still gone a little far in my personal opinion, though. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Because you got, bro. I think Candace is one of them anti-abortion, like all the way through, no abortion, no matter what type of people. So, and yeah, she does have some far-right ideas. So I can't say I completely agree with Candace, but me and her can agree about 90% of things. 90%.
These are the memories of my grandparents. My grandfather lived through segregation. I'm going, why does Kamala keep doing this? Like acting like she grew up in the 40s and in the 50s with these sorts of memories. And then I remembered suddenly that she did this on stage a while ago, where she got almost teary-eyed and emotional talking about busing and desegregation. I'm going to roll that back for you just to jog your memory. Take a listen.
You also worked with them to oppose busing. And you know, there was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public schools. And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
Okay. Oh my God. Guys, so you watch that clip, okay? You're an American. You see she's getting a little choked up, and you can instantly assume that what she means is that she was like a Ruby Bridges. Yeah, like that little girl was me in second grade. I was a part of the second class to be desegregated. Like that instantly signals, given the emotionality of it, that she was a Ruby Bridges. Talk about mining Black history. Well, let me be clear. She intentionally misled people here to make them believe that she was a young Ruby Bridges. This is how disgusting and despicable this.
Bro, no way she dropped the hard R. She did? Wait, Candace dropped the hard R? Well, she did say the F word. I mean, the F word, that rhymes with maggot. She did say that one time. And she said it on on Don Lemon's show. So maybe. Like, shoot, Andrew Tate starts saying the hard R all of a sudden. I was like, God damn. Apparently they're trying to desensitize the word, apparently. And I guess I really don't care. I don't really let those words affect me. I really don't let outside things really try to affect me too much. Well, in here, of course. It's like, oh, you called me the N-word with a hard R? Great. Good for you.
This woman is. She wanted people to go back in their minds to all they learned about Ruby Bridges, the images of Ruby Bridges having to be protected by police as she entered into that school in Louisiana. She wanted people to go back in their minds to that. That's why she's getting all choky. She's like on the brink of tears. That little girl. So to be perfectly clear here, that little girl went to Thousand Oaks Elementary School in Berkeley, and far from that impression she's giving, she did not live through any desegregation or any real desegregation at all, because as I mentioned,
she's only 60. All right, well, maybe. Like, wait, no, when was Kamala born? And shout out Big Wave Dave, man. They get on JD for opposing Trump. She made clear how much of a racist Joe was. That's true. She made clear how much of a racist Joe was. He attended a funeral for a KKK member. Well, let's be real. We gotta remember, bro. He called us super predators, and then he also, locked up hella black men. Way more than, Kamala's been alleged to. So, yeah, it is kind of crazy. Everybody forgets Joe Biden's racist past. Hey, bro, can you imagine if he never had that debate performance with Trump? They'd be still calling him sharp as a tack and not racist.
And the schools had already gone through that before she was born, literally before she was born in 1947. In fact, the school district had to issue a statement after that performance on stage. And this is what they had to put up on their website for clarification. They wrote, "There has been some confusion in the media and social media around the Berkeley schools and integration due to the fact that our high school was already integrated, as evidenced, for example, by high school yearbooks, which show children of many race and ethnicities at school together prior to 1968. In Berkeley, we only have one comprehensive high school, so it was integrated by default. Our elementary schools, however, reflected the racial composition of our neighborhood, which like many..."
Now, hold on, G. I'm pretty sure segregation was stopped by 64. Like, I'm almost sure, like 90% positive. Like, what?
Many neighborhoods across America reflected the history of segregation stemming from policies which restricted the opportunities of non-white residents.
Okay, never mind, actually. Let's see here. Segregation, United States, was outlawed by several laws and court decisions in the 1950s and the 60s. So, let's see here. When did it completely end? Okay, so around, 1968, I guess? Well, complete, yeah, okay. They named it unconstitutional by 1968. So, okay, it was still possible. It was still possible for her. Now, if we look at this, though, because it was definitely still popular for Kamala to be in segregation, so we got to give it to her. Two-way brushing ban was put in by our school in 1968. Kamala Harris joined our first grade in 1970. So 2 years. She joined it 2 years before the end of segregation. 2 years. So, maybe. I don't know. I still couldn't deny it just because, like, okay, it may have been ended, but, ending it and put into practice is two different things. We got to admit that.
So then they go on. We recently celebrated the 50-year anniversary of our voluntary busing plan, and you can find additional details here. So let me clarify to you what actually happened in her childhood. There was no desegregation effort that she had to live through. She was not Ruby Bridges. Rather, what they realized was because of the past in which you had Black people all living in one neighborhood, and this was contributed sometimes because of like red line districting. You had Black people living in one neighborhood, you had white people living in one neighborhood. What ended up happening was that you had schools which were like majority Black and which were majority white. And so what they wanted to do in Berkeley was to be the first to offer a busing plan to turn that around so that the buses would pick up students that lived far from the white school and bring them over there so that the schools would be more evenly mixed. That's what she's describing. So after they put and implemented this busing plan, Kamala was the second or third class since they had implemented this busing plan. Nothing to do with desegregation, just an effort to say, okay, we're realizing now if people are just districted according to where they live, you're going to have these schools that are like 85% Black and some schools that are 85% white. That's what it is. So just thinking about the emotionality and how tricky she's being here, again, trying to allude to like some Ruby Bridges scenario really makes me angry. It is just so unacceptable. I just can't stand this fraud. And it's so important to state also that the one-drop rule was declared officially unconstitutional in 1967. That was just 3 years after Kamala was born. This is just not her childhood at all. Not her child at all. This is just what she does. She lies and she lies and she lies. But it gets better.
Hey, and shout out Big Wave Dave, man. He's still waiting for the lib boss to debate me. Apparently not going to happen. I mean, bro, Big Wave Dave, bro, we did a whole debate night and nobody pulled up, man. Nobody pulled up. Whole debate night did and everything, bro. And shout out Big Wave Dave. We did a whole debate night. Nah, nobody pulled up. It was sad. It was damn near sad. I was like, dang, all these people who disagree on here do not want to pull up to debate? Crazy.
It gets better. But first, I'm going to remind you guys about preborn, because Kamala is indeed the first vice presidential candidate to ever visit an abortion facility. And Tim Walz supported a bill in his home state which legalized the denial of life-saving medical care to infants born alive after botched abortions. The media has dubbed this the abortion election. We have to stand up to this evil when you join forces with Preborn, the largest pro-life organization in the nation.
Yeah, shout out Preborn. I mean, but we got to get to the show here, guys. And shout out Big Wave Dave, man. They are just bots. He's like, man, he's proving it at this point. Proving it.
.com/Candace. That's preborn.com/Candace. So like I said, it gets better because yesterday I was going through her book that I downloaded. I downloaded that so that you didn't have to, because I wanted to send a picture of her grandma Beryl to someone. So initially when we started looking into the story, my producer had downloaded the book. I had downloaded the book, but he had stumbled upon the picture of Beryl. So I hadn't actually flipped through the ebook that I had downloaded. And so remarkably, it was kind of the first time I was going to the picture segment looking for Beryl, and I realized Beryl's not in this book. I was going, wait, what's going on? This is her book. Where is the Beryl picture? And I said to my producer, like, did we make a mistake? Like, this is definitely in the book. He pulls his up. He has a picture of Beryl. Mine doesn't. I'm going, is this a different edition of the book? And yes, it was. There were actually 2 publications of the book. One in January of 2019. And then 5 months later, in May of 2019, they published what is known as a Young Readers Edition. Basically, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's meant to be for younger readers, and it's typically more pictorial, right? So they want to change a couple of words, essentially kind of dumb it down to make it easier to read and include more pictures. Yet in this edition, they decided to remove pictures. And it's just, I guess, ironic that the pictures that they removed for the Young Readers Later edition were pictures of Black Iris and Grandma Beryl. There were more pictures that were removed, but the family members were all still there, except for Black Iris and Grandma Beryl. I found that to be extremely interesting. But suddenly I realized that I had never flipped through the book that had more pictures than the edition that I was holding. And I started going through them, and you guys are not even going to believe just how...
What's good? Controversial control, man. I like it. Verse controversial control, man, with $5 super chat. On a positive note, on the topic of race, have you seen or do you plan on seeing Matt Walsh? I'm a Race? Of course, bro. I was a fan of What Is a Woman? That was a banger. I'm definitely going to catch that one, bro. I have to catch it.
had never flipped through the book that had more pictures than the edition that I was holding. And I started going through them, and you guys are not even going to believe just how diabolical Kamala Harris is. It was just... I'm going to have to just go through this calmly, because I am telling you, as a Black person, it's actually offensive how hard she tried to Blackify herself. And it made me think of the entire Emmanuel Macron, Brigitte Macron scandal, because the journalist that broke that story essentially said that what they do when they're running is they publish a book, and that is the legend that is established, essentially, because people in their minds think, oh, well, if it's in a book and a publisher agreed to publish it, HarperCollins published this book about Kamala, they must have fact checked this, and all of this must be true. People have this wrong perception that if a...
Hey, shout out Marshland Gamer, man. Welcome to the Starter Fan Pebble. Man, welcome to the S.E.T Media family, man. We got a members program, man. If you want to go ahead and join, get, you know, exclusive content, special replies to comments. Like, we got to reply to y'all. And we appreciate, and we do appreciate y'all for being in the community with us. So don't worry, we got Discords coming up and all that good stuff, and exclusive content. So watch out, be on the watch out for that.
A book is published as nonfiction, that there was some effort of due diligence, which means that everything that you're reading is not fiction. So they do this, like it's like a rite of passage. I'm publishing this book, and I'm expecting everyone to just accept this as the legend of Kamala Harris. I'm going through these pictures, okay? And aside from Iris, aside from Beryl, she also decided to include some other, what I would describe as noteworthy pictures of herself. Like this one, where she writes, "Sporting my fro. Summer of 1970. But basically, you just know when you go through this that they essentially sat down as a team and were like, we're creating the legend. We need you to be Black, okay? This was published again in 2019. And they're like, we need that Black vote. Let's make it easy. Give me the blackest photos of you that you can possibly find. Like, to put the caption of her afro is just signaling to Black people, hey, I'm Black, which is ridiculous because there's so many other races that have afros. Puerto Ricans have afros. Spanish people have afros. Jewish people have afros.
And controversial control, man. Appreciate you, Verse, man. We appreciate it, man. Welcome to the man, bro. Welcome to the family, man. Welcome to the family. Trust me, we got some stuff coming up for y'all.
Afros. Mark, my director, is Jewish. He has an afro, okay? It is not like proprietary to Black people, but she's publishing this because, like, you're just supposed to look at the picture and go, oh, she's got an afro. I guess she's Black. She literally wrote that, okay? Then, of course, if you can imagine this team sitting down trying to process how to sell Black, you would go, well, Harlem, right? You got to put some pictures of Harlem here. And there are pictures of her in Harlem. Look at this photo. She just posts up right here, visiting my Uncle Freddie in Harlem. Harlem was always a magical place for me. Now, what's interesting about this picture is the man behind, I don't know if that's actually her Uncle Freddie, right? Like, that came to my mind. I'm like, is this just like a guy working on the side of the street and she's just like including him because this picture shows a Black man that's in Harlem and again signals to Black people that like she's with her uncle up in Harlem? Kind of feels that way. But then I realized that she featured some more pictures of her Black aunties and her Black uncles, and we see Uncle Fred again. Take a look at this photo. This is going to drive you guys crazy because I still can't believe it when I read it.
Hey, and Big Wave Dave, shout out, man. The picture of her with her grandmother was fake. Her grandmother died before she was the age to take that picture, and that is true. Yeah, that Black woman she posts up with, yeah, that's not her. That's not her grandmother. Her grandmother is, supposedly white and Irish. Supposedly white and Irish. Who knows? Who knows? Shout out Big Wave Dave, man. We appreciate that one, bro, because they don't know that, man. A lot of people don't know that, so dropping knowledge on y'all.
So you see three obviously Black people in this photo. You would not question the authenticity of their Blackness. And the caption reads, I'm blessed with an amazing family. I'll never be able to thank Auntie Chris, Uncle Freddie, and Aunt Mary enough for their constant encouragement and support. They always showed up for me, as they did here at a campaign event for my DA's race that we held at a San Francisco, you guessed it, jazz club, because, hey, we're talking Harlem, we're talking Black people, we're talking afros. Let's also post a picture of you in a jazz club with your aunties and your uncles. And like Black people will just accept that you only have all these photos because,
I mean, Hey, it did look convincing at first. I'm be real with you. Oh, I do like jazz. I ain't even gonna lie. I do love jazz myself.
You're like super black. But then I said, wait a second. She doesn't have an Aunt Mary or an Aunt Chris or an Uncle Fred. I've been deep in this woman's genealogy. Who are we talking about here? These people do not exist. And I said, is it possible that like somewhere in the book that she's alleging, probably assuming that no one is going to actually read through, she acknowledges that these aren't her real aunties and uncles? And the answer is yes, my friends. There's a passage about Aunt Mary and Uncle Freddie in this book, The Truths We Hold, which is really just the greatest trick ever played on Black America. She writes this: my mother surrounded herself with close friends who were really more like sisters. My godmother, a fellow Berkeley student whom I knew as Aunt Mary, was one of them. They met through the civil rights movement that was taking shape in the early 1960s.
Oh, come on, man. It's like you're just overselling it. It's like I've been a part. She's been a part of every Black history, like every moment in Black history she's went through and all this crazy stuff. Next thing next thing you know, she's gonna say I was a slave. I'm like, God damn it, woman. How'd you do it? Like, bro, literally, Brody's like she's super black. Like she's super black. She's so goddamn black. Like grandparents in a jazz club? What? Come on, bro. Like, come on. Big Wave Dave, man, appreciate the support. She is obviously a liar. She flops on anything that gets her votes. Don't be dumb. Be informed, man. And, bro, y'all better listen to Big Wave Dave, man, because, bro, he ain't lying. There we go.
And was being debated and defended from the streets of Oakland to the soap boxes in Berkeley's Sproul Plaza. As Black students spoke out against injustice, a group of passionate, keenly intelligent, politically engaged young men and women found one another. My mother and Aunt Mary among them. They went to peaceful protests where they were attacked by police with hoses. They marched against the Vietnam War and for civil rights and voting rights. They went together to see Martin Luther King Jr. speak at Berkeley, and my mother had a chance to meet him. She told me that at one of...
Even met Martin Luther King? I mean, so what? Kamala's family just touched every part of Black history. Because every part, civil rights, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X about to come up next, Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, LeBron James. Like, God, who else? Who else, bro?
These anti-war protests, the marchers were confronted by the Hells Angels. She told me that at another, she and her friend were forced to run for safety with me in a stroller after violence broke out against the protesters. But my parents and their friends were more than just protesters. They were big thinkers, pushing big ideas, organizing their community. Aunt Mary, her brother, my Uncle Freddie, my mother and father, and about a dozen other students organized a study group to read the Black writers that the university was ignoring. So you guys, what can I say here? I am being reduced to sound effects. She wrote this book and she starts the sentence with her family. She's visiting her family in Harlem. This is maybe she wrote, I have the best family, and shows multiple pictures of an Uncle Fred that isn't her Fred. Why did she do this? It's not her uncle, okay? It's just not her uncle. It's her mom's friend. And she dedicates so much time to him and the protests, and she's dropping Martin.
Big Wave Dave, man, again, bots run their mouth, but won't debate me. It's like, I'm telling you, bro, they're going to run when you really hold their feet to the fire. They're like, oh, yep, I'm out.
Luther King, and she's dropping W.E.B. Du Bois, and she's dropping so many other people that are Black in this book. For what reason? Because she's performing. Because this is a sleight of hand. Because they quite literally likely sat around in a boardroom and they...
I'm like, her fam is Gramps from the Boondocks. Nah, for real. Nah, for real, though. That's literally what it is. It's like, bro, if you ever watched the Boondocks, Dog was a part of every part of history. Even his ancestors was a part of every part of Black history. I was like, God damn. Like, super Black. It's like, boy. Oh, man, like, bro, him and Uncle Ruckus, every part of Black history they was in.
They said, how can we make you Black? I want to see every photo of you ever taken. And I'm going to tell you what in people's minds will just read like Blackness. So we've got Ruby Bridges now in people's memory being embedded in people's memory. Now we've got this idea of her marching aunties and uncles in Harlem. It's just so unacceptable. It is so unacceptable. After going through all these photos, I made a joke to my producer and director. I was like, oh, what's next? Is there going to be a picture of her just like eating collard greens and cornbread? Is she going to be like, this is me eating collard greens and cornbread? I'm in Harlem. And they said back to me, no, she's done that. I said, no. I said, shut up. That's not true. She's not done that. There's no way. They said, no, there are clips of her speaking about collard greens. I said, I cannot believe this. Produce me the clip. And they did. Here it is.
Oh, I'm weak. This is going to get funny. And Big Wave Dave, man, shout out. SB, anything I have said, please prove false. He said, anything he said, man, he said, just shoot. Might want to go ahead and list it out from Big Wave Dave so he can catch him up on it.
I have a friend.
Me the clip. And they did. Here it is.
I have a friend who had a Christmas party, Christmas Eve every year, and she asked me to make the greens for a party every year. And I am not lying to you that I would make so many greens that I'd need to wash them in the bathtub. I'm telling you the truth.
So how do you make your greens? Do you put turkey in them? Do you
bacon.
Put nice. My grandma
I do
puts
bacon.
bacon. She's put
garlic.
Not a blah. This guy. Chris Hogan, sorry to ruin your Black Panther party. Forrest Gump to Kamala Harris. I'm weak. Sorry to ruin your Black Panther party. Forrest Gump to Kamala Harris. Man. All right, bro. Shout out Chris Hogan.
Garlic. I put white vinegar.
Yes.
I start with, I slice up my garlic. But no, first I chop up the bacon and get all that fat going. Then I put garlic, some chili peppers, and then a lot of water and a little chicken stock. And I let it go for a while before I put the greens in. And then, so you get that going and all that flavor. And then I put the greens in for a couple hours. Then I do vinegar. And then I cheat and do a little Tabasco.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, but Tabasco of all, I like Louisiana hot sauce, but Tabasco has that right amount of vinegar. Yeah.
Those greens.
And that's how I do my greens.
I see why you get invited every year.
And she brought it up again at another event. Take a listen.
Hey, Marlon, so I know how to make a mean pot of greens. In fact, people used to ask me to make greens for them for Christmas. One year, I had so many that I had to wash that we ended up washing them in the bathtub. So I am not playing around.
The greens, it's the greens.
Black America, listen to me. I'm speaking directly to you because I am not.
And Big Wave Dave, SB, what's up? Man, you have been called to the center, SB. You have been called. So... I need to start doing these call-in shows so y'all can debate. That would be a more fun call-in show. Boy, that would be fun.
Not playing around either. If I catch you voting for this woman,
great.
I'm going to haunt you. I'm going to haunt you in your dreams. There will be nowhere that you can go where I will not haunt you. This is just, we have to come together. At some point in society, we have to come together to declare this unacceptable. I don't care where you sit on the spectrum. This is the most not okay thing that I have ever seen in the history of politics. This is how she's shoring up black votes. She's going around talking about collard greens, putting in fake pictures of her uncles and aunties that are black while conveniently ignoring all of her aunties and uncles that are white. And people are just eating this up. Let me find that woman that was going, okay, to all that vinegar put into her call. Okay, let me find her. I'm going to haunt her. I promise you that.
Not for real.
But of course, guys, let's get to me speaking to...
Because come on, bro. No, any real black woman looked at her and be like, wait, what are you talking about? Hot sauce and in greens? In the greens, bro. Ain't no way.
To her uncle. Because that actually happened. I promised you yesterday. I said... I had a phone call. I was trying to wait for it to happen yesterday. Well, it happened last night. Part one of our phone call happened last night. We briefly spoke on the phone, I would say for about 10 minutes. And I first want to say just how much I liked this guy. I just had a feel okay, I'll be honest. I have a Caribbean bias. My former producer made it very clear to me that I have a Caribbean bias because she'd pitch me stories or like say like Rihanna did this, and I'd be like, I'm not gonna say anything bad about Rihanna.
Shout out Big Wave Dave. Oh look, SB was just talking crap, ignoring what I said. He has no response. Yeah, like I said, bro, he probably just timed out. He was like, oh, I was just talking. And shout out Marshall and Gamer Man. Kamala Harris's plan has backfired so spectacularly at this point. You could call her a wily coyote. You could call her wily like coyote. Yes, you can. You can call her wily coyote at this point because yeah, every trap that she laid down or every plot she's laid down to, you know, I guess falsely report that she's black, blown up in her face. Blown up in her face. And I'm weak as hell. She has a Caribbean bias. I'm weak as hell. Well, not really. I don't really have that Caribbean bias. And my people are from the Caribbean. But if you want BS, I'm on your ass.
I want to say just how much I liked this guy.
Politics,
I knew. I
and
just
all
had
that.
a feel like, okay, I'll be honest. I have a Caribbean bias. My former producer made it very clear to me that I have a Caribbean bias because she'd pitch me stories or like say like Rihanna did this, and I'd be like, I'm not gonna say anything bad about Rihanna, or like Nicki Minaj, and she's like, but I have a Caribbean bias. This guy's got a Caribbean accent. My grandma had a very thick St. Tomian accent, so it was just like I could sense his Caribbean calm. I can't explain to you, and I could just also sense that he was being incredibly honest and forthright, and he was speaking to me, and it was actually like very. I guess I would say just beautiful in a way because he cared about this. He wanted to reach out because he cares so much about Vioris, you know, and he doesn't want whatever is going on with Kamala to make people have this perception of Vioris. And I told him right away that it was never my intention for him to get inundated. So I want to be clear. My understanding is that it's the press calling, but I want to make sure that there are no Candace Owens viewers that are going out there calling any of these relatives that are still alive, because we can find information online, but we definitely should not be harassing her relatives who have nothing to do with her running, and in many cases don't even agree with her politics. Like this person that I spoke to is a Candace Owens fan, conservative, as many Caribbeans are conservative because, like, you know, on the islands that it's just not a lot of wokeness. I'll leave it at that, you know.
I'll tell you that right now, as a fellow Caribbean. I mean, I was born in America, but both my parents were born in the Caribbean. And I'll tell you this right now, bro. My mom may be voting for Kamala Harris, but she really aligns with Trump, and she just don't know it. She just don't know it. Even my dad, he aligns with Trump. He just don't know it. It's like they just don't know it. It's like, trust me, y'all conservatives, you just don't know it. Like if I really sat down and you'd probably see it or hear. You could sit down and explain to a Caribbean parent who's voting for Kamala Harris. You explain her policy. She'll go like, hold on. What you talking about? I don't agree with that. I don't like that. Like, I know you don't. Like, trust me, the LGBTQ stuff, transgender, all that good stuff. Bro, I'm talking about vote left all the time, but they don't agree with none of that. None of that. Taxing the rich? Nope, don't even agree with that as well. It's kind of funny.
Why are you gay kind of a vibe going on. You are gay. It's a little bit more of like an island vibe. Anyways, I just said to him, look, we're just trying to get questions answered about Kamala's heritage because of her father's paper. I said, I have a lot of questions about your brother, Donald Harris. I just am not understanding anything in this paper. And I went through the holes in it. I went through the fact that, you know, he
man, I'm weak. Big Wave Dave said, my move. Can you dispute anything I have said? Come on, bro. Yes, B, I guess. Yeah. Man, shout out. I mean, hey, bro, y'all gotta say something to him at this point. At this point, he calling all y'all out.
About Kamala's heritage because of her father's paper. I said, I have a lot of questions about your brother, Donald Harris. I just am not understanding anything in this paper. And I went through the holes in it. I went through the fact that, you know, he mentions this person growing up, like they all kind of grew up on a farm together, but you're asking the question, like, Beryl married this person. Why is he trying to make it seem like everyone grew up as one happy family? Why didn't he even mention Vioris at all, which is kind of the dog that didn't bark? And I asked him directly if he knew the Miss Iris that he is referring to in this book.
And shout out, man, Controversial Control, man. Appreciate you for pulling up. And And they want a female pres, but forgot about Tulsi. Shake my head. I mean, Tulsi left their side. Tulsi could no longer agree with it. She was like, yep, y'all doing too much. And Big Wave Dave says, oh, nothing I said is debatable. Oh, nothing I said is debatable. Cop out. Shout out to the chat, man. Thank you, chat.
Book in the Miss Iris that Donald J. Harris is referring to in his piece, rather, who he says is Iris Ney Finnegan. Again, very strange, because Iris should have never been Ney Finnegan. Finnegan was her married name. And he said, I can't answer that. I don't know that name. I want to be very clear. He has a relationship with Donald. He is close with Donald. They grew up together. He considers Donald his full brother. He has
Big Wave Dave, so I'm correct. Thanks.
He said, I can't answer that. I don't know that name. I want to be very clear. He has a relationship with Donald. He is close with Donald. They grew up together. He considers Donald his full brother.
And, oh, okay, I got you. I guess you want the poll on that one, M. Who's voting for Trump? I got you.
He has no idea who Miss Iris Finnegan is. This is Donald's brother that we're talking about. So I said, okay, that's, of course, of some interest to me.
Appreciate you, Big Wave Dave and M, man. Appreciate y'all.
I asked him why it is that he's even then mentioning this Miss Iris, and he told me that he wanted to clarify something which was of most importance to me. He wanted me to know that before Vioris and Oscar Harris got married, Oscar Harris already had 3 children, okay? One of them being Donald. Now, to be clear, he is younger than Donald, a lot younger than Donald, so he wouldn't know much about if there was some family secret, he would not be aware of it. But to the best of his knowledge, like, this is what he was told, that they had 3 children before Vioris and Oscar got married. And I asked him, quite frankly, if he knew or heard of Beryl. He told me he does not know Beryl.
And Big Wave Dave coming back once again says, SB says I haven't said anything. I mean, all right then. All right. Let's see here. Hey, shout out.
Instant red flag to me. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, how do you not know if you have a half sibling that you are close to and have been close to your whole life? How do not a lot younger than Donald, so he wouldn't know much about if there was some family secret, he would not be aware of it. But to the best of his knowledge, like, this is what he was told, that they had 3 children before Vioris and Oscar got married. And I asked him, quite frankly, if he knew or heard of Beryl. He told me he does not know Beryl. Instant red flag to me. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, how do you not know if you have a half sibling that you are close to and have been close to your whole life? How do you not know who their mom is? He said, I don't know who his mother is. You don't know who Donald Harris's mom is. The woman who started this entire thing, Beryl Finnegan, like the person.
Big Wave Dave coming back. You know that lies. I have said a lot. You know what lies. I have said a lot. Got you. I got you on that, Big Wave Dave. Man, appreciate y'all for tuning in. This is going to be a good one. Hey, you can either enjoy the show or enjoy the debate in the chat. That's going to be with SB and Big Wave Dave.
Before Vioris and Oscar got married. And I asked him, quite frankly, if he knew or heard of Beryl. He told me he does not know Beryl. Instant red flag to me. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, how do you not know if you have a half sibling that you are close to and have been close to your whole life? How do you not know who their mom is? He said, I don't know who his mother is. You don't know who Donald Harris's mom is. The woman who started this entire thing, Beryl Finnegan, like the person who just flagged me as weird. Something is not right here. We now know that Donald Harris's brother does not know him. Okay. Like I said, he said that Oscar Harris had 3 children before he married Vioris. He mentioned that Donald was very close to them. He also said that Oscar Harris's children all had businesses, that Donald, when he was coming up, Donald was in university. They kept very close to him. He said that Donald has always been very, very private, and he doesn't like publicity. And I find that to be very interesting.
Really?
But what people, yeah, sure. There are some people who are exceedingly private, and there are some people who are exceedingly private because they have something to hide. And I, again, do not feel that Donald Harris was telling the truth about his upbringing. I think he gave some truths and kind of made it very murky in his Jamaican heritage piece, but some things that were objectively proven to be untrue. He told me that Kamala definitively knows Vioris, that he also knows her, that she visited Jamaica twice with her father, and that sometime after she had graduated college, she went down to Florida with her sister and she visited Vioris. So she had a relationship with Vioris. Unfortunately, Vioris did not make her book. And I think we know why Vioris did not make her book. Now, I have no reason not to believe the person.
And man, Big Wave, they're coming in again, man. SB is a common libtard bot. He has been here, but has no, let's see, rebuttal. Has no rebuttal for what I have said. Got you. All right, then.
Person that I spoke to, I just felt that he was being very authentic and he was there to simply clarify some things and that he didn't know the answers to some things. He authentically didn't know. And if he is telling me something that is not correct, then the reason why those things are not correct is not because he's trying to lie, but it's because he is not aware of them. So it leads us again to more questions about Donald Harris. Who is this guy? Who is his mother? Where is Beryl? Okay. Where is Iris Finnegan? Why won't Kamala, who felt so, I guess, close enough to Beryl and Iris to include them in their book, why won't she even mention them as an easy way to debunk what is being said? Why is she even mentioning the 1/8 rule? What are you talking about, Kamala? If you're telling us that your grandmother is Beryl, she looks pretty black to us, like that would make you more than 1/8 black. What's going on here? Why are we getting all iffy on the details?
Yeah, Big Wave Day coming in, man. I'm waiting, bot boy. Ah, man. He said, I'm waiting, bot boy. Hey, shout Big Wave Dave. Low. Man, he already sponsored the show, bro. It's the show for this man at this point.
The 1/8 rule. What are you talking about, Kamala? If you're telling us that your grandmother is Beryl, she looks pretty black to us, like that would make you more than 1/8 black. What's going on here? Why are we getting all iffy on the details? We've got a couple of lingering questions here, and I'll tell you what we are starting to think about. But first, I want to remind you to drink coffee because we are not letting go of the story. You're going to need a lot of coffee. If you're going to drink a coffee, it should be 7 Weeks coffee because it is America's pro-life coffee company on a mission to fund the pro-life movement, 1 cup of coffee at a time. We're up to 25%.
And Big Wave Dave coming in with, okay, I'm a bot. Please, bro. I mean, man, come on now. He definitely not a bot. So, shoot. That's one thing Big Wave Dave has proven. He is not a bot. And he actually has a YouTube channel, which you should go in there and check out if you're into firearms and all that good stuff, man. Go ahead and check out Big Wave Dave, man.
And off your order. Okay, now let's get into some other leads. So we have a couple of interesting things that are happening, some things that we are exploring. Someone has found, okay, and this is, by the way, we'd be in conspiracy land. We got nothing more than like a visual, and I can say by the visual, this woman does look like the Beryl that is pictured with Kamala, that I said looks like a 60-year-old woman. I'll show you the photo right here. Okay, so somebody came across a woman who has the same name, Beryl, who is still alive, very, very, very old. Now, this woman is not at all related to Kamala, judging by who her son is and doing that sort of a thing. She's not related to Kamala, but again, she has that same name. She's still alive, and we have confirmed that she is from that same town, that same place, Brownstown, Jamaica.
And man, shout out Big Wave Dave. Appreciate that, brother, man. No problem at all, big dog. No problem.
So we know she would have been there at the same time. And like I said, she resembles the
Big Wave Dave and Marshall Land Gamer, man. If you're in the chat, bro, if you like gaming, man, go follow Marshall Land Gamer. If you like your firearms, man, go follow Big Wave Dave. Appreciate y'all.
Person that Kamala is trying to pass off as her grandma. Could this be the help? Could this be a woman that they just took a picture with? We're going to explore that lead, but first a bigger lead. And now I can just send all of you guys to hunt and figure things out. By the way, I'm depressed because next week I'm on vacation, which means that we're going to have to stop this. Like tomorrow will be the last day of the investigation before we have to pause for a week and come back after Columbus Day. But anyways, here is something that you guys can help with. So remember in Donald J. Harris's piece, he mentioned only a sister, despite the fact that he has like at least 5 other siblings. He only mentioned Enid Maud Harris. He just calls her Enid. We were able to find her because one of you guys sent us a file, and it is confirmed that Enid is the sister that Donald Harris had, which predates his Oscar Harris's marriage to Vioris. And it turns out that she is just a half sister. We were able to determine this because we found her marriage certificate where both of her parents' names are listed. I'm going to show that to you right now so you can see that Enid Maud Harris got married at St. Peter's Church. This was in New York. And that she married a man named Hugh Ashton Watts. Okay. And you can see listed under her parents, we have Oscar Joseph Harris, and we also have Perline Curry. We cannot find Perline Curry, and we cannot find Hugh Ashton Watts. Now, both of these people would be dead today. Okay, so again, we're just asking you to crawl through online looking for documents to determine who these people are. It's like without a trace. We know that Enid is still alive. Obviously, Enid is very advanced in age, so do not call Enid and ask any questions. We are not okay with that. We are not here to harass elderly people. We're just looking for answers because there is a plausibility that maybe Perline Curry is his true mother that he's not telling us about. Maybe Perline Curry is Kamala Harris's grandmother and not Beryl, right? So again, we have questions here, and the fact that we can't find Perline Curry, we just want to know what race she is, what she looks like. That's really kind of the information that we're looking for. And again, a good start here is you can find Perline Curry, or if you can find Hugh Ashton Watts. And we know that they got married in New York. We know that they lived at least for a short time in the Bronx. We're sending you guys out to explore those leads as we continue to try to get to the bottom of Kamala's heritage, because I personally do not accept that I need therapy, as she says. If you are even asking a question, you need therapy. No. Like I said, we are only here because you sent out your media goons to go after Janet Jackson and to try to paint her as crazy. We're only here because we have now arrived at the stage where you've gone from bringing Megan Thee Stallion out to shake her butt.
So basically, it's like, all right, because you attacked another black woman is spoken up, coming against, reportedly another black woman, which we are now, as you've been following this series with us, she ain't black. Yep, she ain't black. It's a lie.
You're walking out to Beyonce, you're talking about collard greens, you're dropping fake black relatives to kind of persuade people that you have this black upbringing, you're talking about Harlem. You don't get to pull a 180 and pretend that it's irrelevant, okay? Because you know when Trump was on stage and he said to you, look, I don't care whatever she is. Well, let me tell you, I disagree with him. I care. You've now caught my attention, okay? And common sense says to me that if any person was put in a seat and asked about their heritage and someone said, what do you think about these rumors that you aren't black? All you would do is start listing your relatives that are black and say how foolish it was. And she's not doing that. She's instead running Operation Gaslighting. And you know what? Shame on those people.
See, it's not really race baiting, though, because if this was a different topic, it'd just be searching for the truth. But I think we're all a bit sensitive to it because it is about exposing, if she's a black or not. So since it is on race, it doesn't feel a bit like race baiting, but nah, I don't see it as race baiting. I see it as, all right, you told us this and that, but it's turning out not to be true. I mean, like I said, let it be Trump. And then I'm pretty sure y'all understand my point now. Is, let this be Trump, and it'd have been really a front page story. He'd have been untrustworthy and all this good stuff. And we need to give Kamala that same attention. It's not true. She's lied about a couple things, and it needs to be brought to, the public's attention. Ta-da. Here we are. Make sure to like the video.
Shame on Matt Barnes for not pushing her. Put her feet to the fire. You don't get to just mine black history and black pain to try to present yourself as the first black female presidential candidate. It doesn't work like this. It's completely unacceptable. Nobody would have cared if you ran and you said, I am Indian Irish. Not a single soul would have cared. Okay? You did this. You did this, and we're not going to let it go because nobody messes with Janet Jackson. All right, guys, before we get into your comments, I want to remind you that this episode is sponsored by Nimi.
Weak as hell. Like, nobody attacked Janet Jackson. I mean, nah, for real, though. My opinion, I respect it. I respect it. It's like you're speaking up for another black woman. Because, God forbid you're white trying to talk about this. Ooh, good Lord, man. Good Lord. Imagine a white person doing this report. Like, imagine if Candace was a white woman doing this. I mean, it'd be bad. Hey, shout out the Drip Show. Man, going live on the baby oil. Hilarious.
You have more oil reserves than any other country in the world. So imagine you're the richest country in South America. You have more oil reserves than any other country in the world. 18% of the global reserves are yours. Saudi second at 17%. You are rich. You're beautiful. You're doing great. Everybody wants to come to your country for vacation. Venezuela. So on some of the lists, Guinness Book of World Record, the happiest people alive live in Venezuela. And in 1998, you get a guy that comes in, Hugo Chavez. Billionaires support this guy. Business owners support this guy. They're like, we like this guy. He's going to be great. And then all of a sudden, boom! Bad policies cause Venezuela to be at a point right now where in the last 10 years, 7.7 million people have left the country. 25% of the people in the country of Venezuela left. 6.5 million to, neighboring countries. South America, the famous bridge, the Simon Bolivar Bridge, they cross to go to Colombia, Caribbean. Some of them come in here. These are workers, family people, have jobs, business owners. How do you lose people like this? And then they have an election right now, July 28th. Maduro gets up. We won. Nobody else won. Opposition saying, no. We destroyed you. 67, 60. No. We won. No, we have the data. Well, our policy states that whoever's the existing president, we tally the numbers that only we have access to. The opposition does it. What kind of a country does this? Venezuela, and that's who we're going to talk about today. If you have value out of this video, give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. Let's get right into it. So imagine you're the president of this country called Venezuela, and you all of a sudden get so pissed off at Elon Musk. You say, I'm willing to fight you, and I will kick your ass if you want to. I'm going to fight you. And guess what? For 10 days, nobody can use X because this is the arch enemy, and it's called election interference. What Elon Musk is doing with this technology called X. And Elon's like, what are you talking about? You're doing election fraud, bro. You're a criminal guy running Venezuela. Your people are leaving you.
It's like, nah, there's no election fraud. There's no election interference, dog. It's just that y'all lost and you're trying to gaslight your own people. Man, Venezuela, bro. Hey, man, hope y'all doing all right out there.
You're mistreating people. Do you not realize what happened in 2018 when you got the sanctions put on you for what you were doing to your own people, where your inflation in 1 year was 63,374. Your own people were burning your currency because they were saying it's worth nothing. That's under your regime, buddy, Mr. Maduro. They did it under you. And I've seen your video where you're doing the, little Muhammad Ali footwork. You're fighting this other guy. I've seen that video that you kind of shown that you know how to fight. I see all this stuff you're talking about. If you look at the numbers, this is not a good look. You are the CEO of a company called Venezuela, and you used to sell a lot of oil. And then in 2018, when the sanctions were put on you, the barrels went from where it was in 2000 to 2003. Look at the drop you had. Why do you think this is? Are you not a good diplomat? Are you not able to negotiate? Do you not have the good policy to sit there with other countries and say, hey, guys, let's make it work? Do you not see your people starving and they're going through it where all of a sudden there's an election on July 20th of 2024? You say, I won, I'm the winner. But then the opposition results, led by Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia and Maria Corina Machado, claims victory with 67% of the national vote, with you only getting 30% of it. And they said that they collected 81.21 of the official ballot tally sheets, showcasing their claimed win. And detentions.
Damn it, women. Damn it, Venezuela. Now women got something on us. You see, they voted for a woman there, and they didn't let her go. I'm like, wait, damn. Goddamn. Ain't that crazy? Kills me. But, hey. Yeah. I guess they got that old man. I guess the young lady's his vice, I'm believing. I know it's the old man running it, but Makes sense. You kind of destroy a country's currency for long enough, and they try to vote you out, and you probably pull election fraud. I mean, dog, what you expect was going to happen? Of course they're going to call that.
183 opposition members were detained from January 1st to July 28th. Exiled voters, only 69,000 of the 6.5 million eligible voters were living abroad, so you can't say like there was any kind of an election fraud taking place. Meanwhile, 6 people were killed. More than 130 people were arbitrarily detained during post-election protests. And then this is the tally that everybody sees, that you show everybody. No, I won, 51.2%. According to the Consejo Nacional Electoral, the CNE, which you have access to, the rest of the...
And shout out Big Wave Dave. He said, okay, SB, what's up? He's like, all right, I done called you out. Come on now.
People don't. But according to Plataforma Unitaria Democrática, 67% to 30% you lost. Maybe your people are saying we're sick of it. They may ask, Pat, where are you going with this? Let me simplify it for you, okay? We have certain people right now that are accepting certain policies in America. Well, what's wrong with Kamala Harris's policies? $4.1 trillion. She wants to tax people with unrealized capital gains. It's just going to affect the people that have $100 million plus, 25%. It's not a big deal. I mean, these people can afford it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can just tax these guys. What's wrong with that? I'm not going to be affected by, am I, Kamala? I'm not going, she doesn't think. She tells me I'm not going to be, I should believe it, right? That's exactly what many of the elites and average people in Venezuela believed in Hugo Chavez. This is a good guy. 1998. Let me give you some of the stories. At first,
Hey, man, shout out Big Wave Day. He said, bro, I need you to have a call between me and the dummies. Low-key, Big Wave Dave. I'm just going to have to let you just take over. We're going to moderate it. It's like, you know what? It's all you, big dog. It's all you. Don't worry. We're going to get that set up. Cause I seen one of my homies was able to go ahead and put together like a call-in show on the vertical, and I needed to ask him how he did it.
Prominent wealthy supporter was Gustavo Cisneros.
Yeah, shout out to the Drip Show, too. Tune into that if you ever get a chance.
A media mogul, later on became critical due to Chavez's media policies. The other one is Juan Carlos Escotet. The banker supported Chavez's economic initiatives and benefited from financial sector reforms. Why? Because, hey, I'll get up and say everything is good for you. Can you just please make policies that all the business flows through me? I got you, bro. Don't worry. We're going to take care of you. As long as you keep telling me that I have power, I'm going to be good with you. I'm good with that. You just give me all the business. Wilmer Ruperti, an oil shipping magnate who supported Chavez during the oil industry, strikes by providing logistical supports. And obviously, many business elites and powerful families benefited from state contracts and subsidies. Here's the challenge, though. This alignment changed as Chavez's policies became more radical, leading to expropriations and loss of business control.
Bro,
what's the point?
Hold on, bro. Why does things look just a little bit too familiar? I mean, guy comes in, everybody props him up to be this hero, this savior, kind of like what we're doing with Kamala Harris, and then they turn around and bankrupt us? And it kind of because they kind of say it to your face, because this is what she do. She said it to our face. Yeah, raise the corporate tax, raise the Medicare tax, raise unrealized gains tax, which is new. I mean, come on now. This is going to be a doozy. So if it turns out like Venezuela, man, we could be facing the same situation come 2028.
I'm good with that. You just give me all the business. Wilmer Ruperti, an oil shipping magnate who supported Chavez during the oil industry, strikes by providing logistical supports. And obviously, many business elites and powerful families benefited from state contracts and subsidies. Here's the challenge, though. This alignment changed as Chavez's policies became more radical, leading to expropriations and loss of business control. What's the point? You put somebody in, like, it's not going to be that bad. It's going to be okay. Yeah, I mean, I get some of the stuff that you're saying. Chavez is a good guy. I've had dinner with him. Like, just say, oh, he's a good guy. And then they get in. Wait, what's that all about? Well, I mean, just a little bit. And they push a little bit more. Not a fan of it. I'll let it go.
And shout out Jamaican Cutie for the $5 super sticker. I appreciate it. It's your first super chat on live stream. Hey, you honor me with that, sweetheart. I appreciate it.
A little bit. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, you better be quiet. Why? I won't give you the business anymore if you do that. But bro, you're like crossing. You never said you were going to do this. Well, I'm going to do it. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. I've never met this side of you before. Oh, you didn't know all along. I was driven by power and to control you. That's what he's saying. And now what do you do? And this is where all of a sudden you get 63,000 inflation, 7.7 million people leave.
Damn, I mean, that's hella inflation. Like, god damn. And bro, shout out Big Wave Dave, man. Bro, they aren't taking my guns like they did to the people in Venezuela. Like, F off for real. I'm like, promise you, y'all ain't taking my guns. Like, that's the last thing we gonna let go down.
And
like,
these people,
like First Amendment, Second Amendment, boy, them things is solidified in gold for us men. Just us, I don't know what it is, but the first and second is just golden to us. You just can't take that away.
Many countries will take them because they're family, they have kids, they're working, they can go any other place. They will be a net positive to society. But a beautiful country, Venezuela, lost it all because of bad policies. And by the way, most people said of you before, oh, you didn't going to do about it.
And shout out to Olivia Hickman for the $10 super chat. First super chat on a live stream, man. We appreciate you for giving us that honor here.
Nothing. I've never met this side of you before. Oh, you didn't know all along. I was driven by power and to control you. That's what he's saying. And now what do? And this is where all of a sudden you get 63,000% inflation. 7.7 million people leave. And these people, many countries will take them because they're family, they have kids, they're working, they can go any other place. They will be a net positive to society. But a beautiful country, Venezuela, lost it all because of bad policies. And by the way, most people watch us and that'll never happen in my country. What a lot of people say, cancer? Me? Come on. Nah, not me, somebody else. For me? No, that's for other people. It's you.
When you look at the pieces on the chessboard, you can kind of see the end of the game sometimes. I mean, like, when you just look at all the positions of the pieces on the chessboard, you can kind of see the end of the game. Look, I'm looking at it, I'm like, god damn, yeah, if Kamala wins, we could end up like Venezuela. It's definitely very possible. If her tax plan comes into fruition here, we're gonna be looking pretty bad. And then, if we can just do 4 years of it and it don't crush us, I mean, God bless us. But if it crushes us and sooner than that, we might have a problem here. Like 4 years, we could probably do. But 8 years, you're gonna screw us over with that one.
Oh, shit. This is why you notice many immigrants who come to America are slightly more paranoid when the government tries to tell us what to do, especially the ones that don't want all the entitlement. I'm not talking about the immigrants that come here and say, Section 8, welfare, all this. I'm not talking about those guys. I'm talking about the guys that are coming here just because they want to be left alone and be free. They are a little bit more paranoid than Americans that are born here, going to the universities here, brainwashed. They're like, come on. All these other people that try to do socialism, they weren't sophisticated enough like America. Right. We are America. We know what we're doing. We're smart. We have Harvard here. We have Berkeley here. We know how to handle socialism. You guys don't. We're the smarter ones, right? And then boom, more taxes, more taxes, more taxes, more taxes, more taxes, more regulation, more regulation, more regulation, more regulation. And then you feel like this. You can't breathe. Then what? The only thing, I'm not telling you we're there right now. All I'm telling you is future looks bright 51% of the time, but the other 49%, only the paranoid survive. Don't be too confident that this mess cannot happen in your country. If you got value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. One of the best speeches on this topic was given by Milei, who's now running Argentina. Argentina looks like it's making a lot of progress. If you've heard this speech, great, you forgot about it, it's good to always listen to this once a quarter, if not once a year.
Yeah, because that's some wild stuff right there. I mean, man, that's some wild stuff. I would definitely be a little bit afraid here. Like, well, Kamala's policies and those who don't really understand her policies, well, we might be looking at that. But all right, let's get into some of this that Key had up.
One of three major crises the Harris administration is facing. There's also the severe damage after Helene and the escalating conflict in the Middle East.
Meanwhile, our current president, Joe Biden, spent 16 days in the last 2 months in that chair, I think it's a Tommy Bahama chair, at the beach in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware.
How lovely.
Hey, shout out Big Wave Dave. He said, brother, tell Lauren to subscribe to my channel. Hey, yo, Lauren, subscribe to his channel, man. Go ahead. And, if you like guns and my man be out here on the boats and all that good stuff on the jet skis, Big Wave Dave, yo, man. Hey, shout out Big Wave Dave.
Mark Meredith is live at the White House. Mark.
Lawrence, Ainsley, and Steve, good morning, friends. Later today, President Biden is set to return to the South. He's going to be touring the hurricane damage left behind from Hurricane Helene. He'll be in South Georgia, and it comes just one day after the president was in the Carolinas. The president getting a firsthand look at some of the devastation, while the Federal Emergency Management Agency says it doesn't know how much money it's going to need to clean up this damage. Also, it doesn't know if it's going to have enough money to make it through the rest of hurricane season, which stretches on until the end of November. DHS officials say they don't know how much money they're going to ask Congress for. Biden critics, though, say they are amazed that the president is making the trip while accusing him of being missing in action as Helene hit. Our latest count shows the president spending a lot of time away from Washington, and this is not a new trend. Biden's raised eyebrows before for his constant travels away from Washington. When President Trump was in office, he too was regularly criticized for visiting Florida and New Jersey on a regular basis. This week, though, the president rejected.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I do like guns. I'm gonna be real with you. I do like guns. And jet skis. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, guns, jet skis, like nice cars, and pretty women. It's like, hey, you can get me with those. I do love it. I do love it. And shout out Olivia Hickman with the $5 super chat. We appreciate the support, man. Actually, all y'all been showing out tonight. I love it. Let's see here. Appreciate y'all.
Rejected the idea that he's asleep at the wheel.
Something funny though.
Mr. President, why weren't you and Vice President Harris here in Washington commanding this weekend?
I was commanding. I was on the phone for at least 2 hours yesterday and the day before as well. I commanded. It's called a telephone.
There's an op-ed on Fox right now from David Marcus who writes, in a normal world, Joe Biden would have stepped down by now and be free to lay on the beach in Delaware all day, which he does anyway. But these are not normal times. So until January 20th, the best we can do is cross our fingers and hope for the best. Okay. Vice President Harris, she too was touring the disaster damage on Wednesday, but today she returns to the campaign trail with an event this evening in Wisconsin.
Okay.
Steve, Lawrence, and Ainsley.
Hey, Mark, so the president snapped at that reporter who asked about, you feel bad about not being here for that crisis.
All right, here. Got the next one pulled up here for y'all. Let me go ahead and grab that one. Let's see here. Because honestly, it's been fun. It's been fun. We're going to keep it going. We're going to keep it going. We're going to keep the pressure on them. Shout out to Liberal Hive Mind.
Around the corner. I'm mentioning that it's October because what happens in October in the world of politics? The coveted October surprise. The question is, what's it gonna be? Everyone's waiting on the edge of their seat wondering what's gonna happen. I'm sure a lot of leftists are waiting for the next conspiracy theory. What's the next hoax that's gonna take Donald Trump down this time? And my response to those people is, well, I think you might have exhausted all resources at this point. I don't think there's any fuel left in the hoax tank. Honestly, I'm not sure if there's gonna be an effective October surprise targeting Trump, but apparently, when it comes to Kamala Harris, it's a different story entirely. There's a lot of skeletons in that closet, I'll tell you that much. We've already covered a lot of it, but it seems as though we haven't even scratched the surface. And of course, you probably get exactly where I'm going with this. It seems as though we might have a little bit of an October surprise here, or at least the start of an October surprise. Folks, this is the kind of thing that can take a presidential candidate or campaign down. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so I first want to start off with this moment. Here's Hillary Clinton at a Clinton Global Initiative event.
And this was a bit disturbing. I did not like what Hillary Clinton had to say. I was like, oh, foreshadowing like a mother. Like, okay, we really foreshadowing today.
Not mistaken, maybe 3.
And I anticipate that, something will happen in October, as it always does. The Russians, as I said earlier, are very active in this election. We know the Iranians are active as well. Chinese uses TikTok, or they certainly did against Biden and for Trump. I think they're a little less pro-Trump right now. So you look at where people get their information, and they get their information largely from social media. And so the campaign is doing the best job it can to combat that, combat both domestic and foreign false disinformation. But I anticipate there will be a full court press in October. The digital airwaves will be filled. And why does that matter? Because the press that is pro-Trump anyway, oftentimes stories are put on digitally that then are picked up by, let's say, at Fox and others. And then those stories are stories, so the mainstream press reports on them. And so that story then takes on a life of its own. There will be concerted efforts to distort and pervert Kamala Harris, who she is, what she stands for, what she's done.
She suggested that something's going to be dropping, and of course implying that it's just going to be fake news, don't pay attention, and then a couple days later, we get a frickin' bombshell. Look at this story right over here. Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, quote, forcefully slapped ex-girlfriend for flirting with another man in booze-fueled assault after date to star-studded gala.
Whoa. Whoa. Ho, 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 ho. Man, for those of y'all who call Trump a woman beater or a woman essayer, I mean, Kamala's husband ain't doing too bad him damn self, huh? Well, Kamala Harris has done Doug, forcefully slapped ex-girlfriend for flirting with another man in booze-fueled assault after date to star-studded gala. I mean, yo, Chad, what would you have done if your girl was just off flirting with some other guy pretty much in front of your face? I mean, I wouldn't have hit her, but all I know is, hey, she gonna better find a way home. I know that.
The second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, 59, allegedly struck the woman in the face so hard that she spun around while waiting in a...
No, I'm sorry. Why they had to say that? They had to say that, bro. They could have just said she hit the woman. She hit so hard. I'm sorry. That's not funny, but it's just the detail that they added is a bit funny. I'm sorry. I know I'm terrible. I know. I'm sorry. I'm terrible. Hey, shout out Olivia Hickman. Okay, at least Olivia Hickman forgives me. And shout out Olivia. At least you forgive me somewhat. I mean, it is. Oh, goddamn. That's effed up, bro. That's effed up.
A valet line late night after a May 2012 Cannes Film Festival event in France.
Hey, and 48. Oh, wow. Okay, we hit 48K subscribers. We appreciate y'all, man. And shout out Diamond for go ahead and shouting that out. And you can go ahead and catch more of Diamond on our celebrity topic playlist. She orchestrates all those topics, so we appreciate her for that. And hey, make sure y'all go ahead and double tap that screen and subscribe yourself. Appreciate y'all.
One of her friends told the DailyMail.com that the woman called him immediately after the incident, sobbing in her cab, and described the alleged assault. DailyMail.com is not naming the woman, who is a successful New York attorney, but will refer to her by the pseudonym Jane. A second friend said Jane, who had been dating Emhoff for 3 months, also told her about the alleged violence at the time. A third friend told DailyMail.com that Jane first told her in 2014 that she had dated Emhoff and recounted the full story of his alleged abuse in 2018, when then-Senator Harris was in the news after grilling Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh in a Senate hearing over SA allegations. The friends, who all asked not to be named for fear of retaliation by Emhoff, shared with DailyMail.com pictures of him and Jane together from 2012 and other documents and communications corroborating elements of the story.
Oh, he's somebody to be afraid of. Oh, well, damn. I mean, think about it. He got to be somebody to be afraid of if they're just like, oh, well, I don't even want to come out about him. Let's see. Probably I think he is a millionaire. He's a Jewish millionaire, so that might have something to do with it. But who knows? Right?
Lee frickin' moly. This is bad. I mean, this is real bad. I mean, the hypocrisy is just insane. Once again, it's all projection. The left points the finger at us and says, you're a bunch of misogynists, a bunch of women-hating, MAGA cult extremists. I mean, even Doug Emhoff himself keeps going on and on with this whole misogynist thing.
Two guys who actually not only don't trust women, but are literally running on a platform of authoritarianism and misogyny.
I mean, well, you beat women, so I don't know, man. I'll take grabbing by the pussy any day over smacking a woman. Like, I'll take that. I'll take the grabbing by the pussy. I think women would appreciate that more than being smacked. I mean, women, let's be honest. I mean, come on now. Let me ask y'all, grabbing by the pussy or a smack? Like, I guess I gotta leave that one up to women. Y'all do be a bit crazy sometimes.
That literally should be their slogan, because that's what it is. So you want, people who literally are outwardly misogynistic in their policies and the way they talk about women and the policies in which they've already enacted and have talked about enacting, or Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. It's completely binary.
And then it turns out that he's an abuser. And it's also very likely that Kamala Harris is fully aware of this, yet tried to shove it under the rug. This could be game friggin' over. I mean, what a joke. The hypocrisy is just insane. They keep promoting this Doug Emhoff guy to us as a soft, supportive man, as the new face of masculinity. I mean, it's the cringiest shit I've ever heard in my life. Jen Psaki recorded this clip with him not too long ago.
Important part, or an interesting part of how people have talked about your role here is how your role has reshaped the perception of masculinity. And I'm not sure you planned on that, but you are an incredibly supportive spouse. Has that been an evolution for you?
This right here is Kamala Harris's guy. I mean, I never seen him. I never did no investigation into the man, but this, well, and I'm not talking about, you know, I ain't bashing on her taste here. You know, she got some Jewish in her, but I mean, the symbol of masculinity, this, can we get a stronger jawline or something here? Like, come on now.
And do you think that's part of the role you might play as first gentleman?
It's funny. I've started to think a lot about this. I've always been like this. My dad was like this. And
should we just talk about masculinity for a moment? Has being second gentleman changed your own view of perceived gender roles or what it means to be a man?
So that's what Kamala's husband's gonna be, the first gentleman. The first man is gonna be the first gentleman. Okay. I never thought we'd get to this time, guys. I never thought we'd get to a time where we'd have a first gentleman. I was hoping it was gonna be somebody else, but hey, it just might be Kamala. It just might be Kamala and Doug.
This is something I've thought about a lot and something I've spoken about a lot. There's too much of toxicity. It's masculine toxicity out there, and we've kind of confused what it means to be a man, what it means to be masculine, where you've got this trope out there that you've got to be tough and, you know, angry and lash out to be strong. It's just the opposite, you know.
Now, I do hate when people think, oh, lash out, tough and angry. Like, you know, a lot of people confuse that with a man who's speaking passionately. And I do hate that. Like, when a man, like, raises his voice, he speaks passionately. Like, oh, you're unhinged. Oh, you seem emotionally, like, you seem emotionally unstable. No, he's speaking passionately. And I do hate when weak-ass dudes like to sit there and be like, oh, you're emotionally unstable. You seem unhinged. No, he's being passionate about what he's saying to you or what he's speaking on. I do hate when men of passion get bashed like that. And hey, shout out to Olivia Hickman. Look up Pelosi's wrap-up smear where she explains how to lie and use media to spread it. Well, hold on. How to use media to spread it. I'm sorry. My bad. Look up Pelosi wrap-up smear where she explains how to lie and use media to spread it. I mean, goddamn. At this point, bro, it's like inside trading and all this crazy stuff she's been doing. I'm like, is she a CIA asset or something? Like, because there got to be something going on with Pelosi. They just get away with too much to just be getting off like this. Like, inside trading, husband's a venture capitalist. He's benefiting off it too. It's like, what's going on here? But hey. And yeah, you up out of here for that comment. I mean, I'd never in my life, and never would, never will hit a woman. So there you go.
You know, strength is how you show your love for people. Strength is how you are for people and how you have their back and how you stick up for other people and pushing out against bullies. I mean, that's what I believe it is. So every time I can speak against this toxicity, we're seeing it with our younger people. We're seeing it in our discourse and our politics, in the media. You're seeing it as it relates to so many of the issues that we're pushing back on. So I think it's a problem, and I'm going to continue to use this platform every time I get to speak out against this toxic masculinity that's out there.
This guy's condemning toxic masculinity. They're attacking J.D. Vance for being a misogynist. Donald Trump, of course, they've been attacking him for years. But look at who these people are. Doug Emhoff, Kamala Harris's husband, is an abuser and an adulterer. It's just insane. I mean, the deception, frankly, the sociopathic nature. These people keep presenting themselves as such a lovely couple, such nice people, and yet look at who they actually actually are. I mean, for Pete's sakes, look at this photo. Kamala Harris tried so hard to take advantage of the Brett Kavanaugh situation, to grandstand on issues of misogyny and assault and abuse, but the whole while she's married to an abuser. These are bad people, folks. They're bad freaking people. It's like I always say, those who present themselves as the most virtuous, those who pretend, who put on this act as if they're some sort of reincarnation of Gandhi, are the people I tend to trust the least. And at this point, I mean, this should be the straw that breaks the camel's back. How much more lying can you handle? I mean, that's the question I'm asking the public. The Kamala deception became too much for me to handle a very long time ago. But now this, I mean, this has to take it over the edge. How much more deception can you handle? Everything about Kamala Harris is fake. The hypocrisy is just unbelievable. At one point, enough's gotta be enough. These people are not what they present themselves as. Then I think after this October surprise bombshell, it's becoming more and more obvious. It's becoming glaringly obvious. And really the craziest part, I mean, I'm calling this an October surprise, but I don't even know if that's what it is. This could be the appetizer. I mean, based on what Hillary Clinton was suggesting, it could go a whole lot deeper. It could be a whole lot bigger than this. And this, in my view, is already enough to tank her campaign.
And I got that video of you, Olivia, already. Don't worry, I found it. Oh, God, shout out the internet, man. Shout out the internet. Like, God dang. All right, I'm going in this one. Shout out to Trump's Agenda 47. Boy, that boy Keith found a more detailed version than I did. I was like, what? And then it had videos explaining each policy. I was like, come on now, that's cold. When is Kamala going to do something like Trump, where she makes a video for each policy she stand on? I'm like, okay.
It's a personal destruction. The fact is that if we just talk.
And this is pretty much Nancy Pelosi admitting to, well, using smear tactics.
The difference is we don't engage in the politics of personal destruction. The fact is that if we just talk about the issues, for example, I think it'd be interesting to people in these districts to know that the Speaker wants to take away the guarantee of Medicare. So I think talking about issues is where we should be. What is the difference in one person being Speaker than another? It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You demonize, and then we call it the wrap-up smear. If you want to talk politics, you call it the wrap-up smear. You smear somebody
talk politics
with falsehoods and all the rest, and then you merchandise it. And then you write it, and they'll say, see, it's reported in the press that this, and this. So they have that validation that the press reported the smear, and then it's called the wrap-up smear. Now I'm going to merchandise the press's report on the smear that we made. And it's a tactic, and it's self-evident. But I think I'm worth the trouble, quite frankly. I love the fray. I'm not disrespectful of people's views. I respect any positive things that people want to say.
So making up lies, stories, over-exaggerating or over-sensationalizing these lies reported on people is politics. I mean, I would like to be a little bit more honest about politics. Like, let's attack each other's, policies. I like that better than you just making up stories or, making up smear campaigns on people and just reporting it to the media so they can continue to lie or the story. But, hey, though, if it's an honest story, sure. But the way she was talking about it doesn't really sound like she was out here giving, honest stories and honest, takes and all that good stuff. It kind of sounds like she was just manipulating it to fit her narrative or to fit the narrative that she wanted other people to believe. That, well, I ain't gonna lie, some of y'all fell for it. I mean, y'all think we drunk the Kool-Aid over here, man, for real. According to Nancy Pelosi, man, y'all been guzzling the Kool-Aid for a long, long time now, and y'all have not left the punch bowl. But here at S.E.T. and Key Media, man, look, bro, we try to get you to leave the punch bowl, man. Come on now. Get off the punch bowl and come over here and drink some water. All right, let's get to the next one.
Welcome back to The Decision 2024 from Valuetainment and VT Analytics. This week, there's new national polling that's out. There's a whole bunch of...
And shout out to Olivia Hickman. Seriously, go look it up. Play it for everybody. Listen to it yourself. She's smiling. It's a super short clip. And don't worry, I actually found like the whole minute-long one so everybody can get the full context of what she was talking about. And she was definitely talking about that. That is a bit sinister.
polls from Atlas Intel and others. It was a big weekend in college football for both of the candidates. And on top of it all, last night we had a very interesting debate, and we've got early polling on that. I'm Tom Ellsworth, the BizDoc.
I'm Amy Dangerfield. Let's go ahead and dive into another week of data, starting with the national polls. We can see as of September 25th, Trump is actually taking a lead by up to 4 points. We can see that Kamala Harris has remained, stable, but also pretty stagnant. She has not reached above 50 in the last several weeks. In fact, there was only one time during the 15th of September. Whereas Donald Trump, he has been on the consistent incline. We can see that over the last several days, he has maintained his position in the lead aside from 1 or 2 times, but his moving average is very stable. It's on an upward trajectory as opposed to Kamala Harris. From there, we go into the college polling, and this was some very interesting data considering the fact that Notre Dame have not shown a Republican in the lead in their presidential polling, I believe in the last 4 or 5 different cycles. What we can see here is that Donald Trump is actually in the lead by 2 points.
So wait, Notre Dame, like the school? Like what? So Trump is killing it on college? That's pretty surprising. But I think Notre Dame's like a Christian-leaning college.
He is ahead at 48% compared to Kamala Harris, 46%. And then we see that the other/independent or undecided is tracking at around 6%. And that wasn't the only thing happening on college campuses, right, Tom?
Yes, it was a long weekend if you were Tim Walz. Tim Walz went to the University of Michigan football game where he was booed, as you can see in this clip. And as he walked back through the tunnel under the stadium exiting, he appears to give the finger to some fans he didn't agree with. Certainly not the look they were looking for. In high contrast, at the Georgia-Alabama game...
Hey, it's what they don't show you. It's what we will show you here at S.E.T and Key Media. I love it. I love it. But I can respect that they all booing you. You throw a middle finger, okay.
He appears to give the finger to some fans he didn't agree with. Certainly not the look they were looking for. In high contrast, at the Georgia-Alabama game, as you can see here, Trump was given a hero's welcome, and they stopped, were chanting USA, USA. So it was a very different look on typically liberal college campuses in America, although you would have to say that Alabama, Georgia is something of a home team for Trump. However, the upper Midwest, Tim Walz from Minnesota, you would have thought that the Michigan game would have been a home field for him, but it was not. Now, I said it was a long weekend for Harris and Walz. Here's why. After he was booed and apparently gave the finger to some students, she suddenly was switching her position on the border. She stopped for the border for what she said was an investigative border visit, which turned out to be only a 20-minute photo op. And then eagle-eyed analysts were finding this. From 2021 to 2024, Kamala had only made 2 tweets or posts on X about the border. This year, January 1st to 9/26, 7, but suddenly, over the weekend, 15, along with the metamorphosis of adopting Trump's position, such as no taxes on tips, came to the border where suddenly she was making very Trump-like statements about her position on the border. Roll it all together, something of a difficult weekend for Harris and Walz, but guess what? That's the way these campaigns run.
Now, as we've noted, she has made several tweets in the last several days, one of which is really demonizing Trump and the Republican administration for shutting down the quote-unquote bipartisan border bill. Now, what's particularly interesting about this is this was an omnibus bill, which means that there were several other bills that were wrapped up inside this one bill. She's trying to act as if Donald Trump did not want to secure the border, when in reality, the main reason why they shut down that bill was because it still enabled a certain amount of illegal immigrants to cross the border on a day-to-day basis. But not only that, there was also hundreds of millions of dollars wrapped up in aid for Ukraine that was also included in that bill. What type of Republican would want to support that?
Well, it goes both ways, to be objective.
And that was the truth about the bill. Let's go back, because she exposed it. A lot of y'all don't know about the bipartisan border bill and how it was low-key disguised as a foreign, it was disguised as a border bill, but it was really a foreign aid bill, which gave very limited support to the border. But since it gave support to the border, they put it as a name. Very, very, very tricky. But hey, it is what it is.
Across the border on a day-to-day basis. But not only that, there was also did not want to secure the, which means that there were several other days, one of which is really demonizing Trump and the Republican administration for shutting down the quote-unquote bipartisan border bill. Now, what's particularly interesting about this was an omnibus bill, which means that there were several other bills that were wrapped up inside this one bill. She's trying to act as if Donald Trump did not want to secure the border, when in reality, the main reason why they shut down that bill was because it still enabled a certain amount of illegal immigrants to cross the border on a day-to-day basis. But not only that, there was also hundreds of millions of dollars wrapped up in aid for Ukraine that was also included in that bill. What type of Republican would want to support that?
Well, it goes both ways, to be objective about it, but that was a bill that's filled of what they call pork, that there was a lot of other things that were in the barrel, not just the title, which is usually deceptive. The Inflation Reduction Act that contained a bunch of basically charity for corporations. And now you have a bipartisan border bill that had a bunch of foreign aid and other things. And this is what we've come to see in Washington. So to say people were against a border bill is simply untrue. They were against some of the other spending that was in the border bill. But even as they're against it, a week prior, they were probably pushing bills of their own full of pork. Now getting back.
Yep, and that's what they called it. The bill was full of pork. It said one thing. It said the title says one thing, but it's complete something else. Once you read the text of it, you're like, okay, I see what they got. I said Kamala Harris has actually used pork on her Prop 47 and 57. She used pork on those props. She filled in it. All right. So she framed it as, all right, we're gonna get a lot more people out of jail. But then she forgot to leave out the part, I'm gonna be real with you, where she intentionally left out the part where, but we're gonna overlook, grape if the person's unconscious, child sex trafficking. Yeah, we're gonna just let go of those and just let them back onto the street. Pork, political pork. Hey, we learned a new term today here. Ain't that nice? Hopefully Tom explained that pretty well.
Back to the polls, Atlas Intel, known as one of the more reputable top 3 in terms of their accuracy in the last presidential election, they had a big drop this weekend in terms of the number of polls that they put out on the wires. What did we see?
We saw that Trump is actually leading and in some cases charging ahead in many of the different battleground states. Now, you'll remember we did a deep dive on North Carolina just last week. We showed you all of the most recent polls, in which case most of the time Trump was actually leading. So it's interesting to see Atlas Intel currently has Trump at 48.1 by comparison to Kamala Harris's 50.5. That is one of the states that she appears to be ahead. And then from there, we also have Nevada. She is tracking at 50.5% by comparison to Trump's 47.7. And aside from that, in all of the other battleground states, Trump is either winning or it is a dead even race.
The sign of a good pollster is one that will put out everything that they have assembled together, even if there is seemingly outlier statistics. The North Carolina statistics are a bit of an outlier. But if you look at the Atlas Intel poll, they said that's what we polled, that's what we found this week. Other polls are showing that Trump is rolling up on a decisive tip point of over 3 points in North Carolina. There are multiple points of validation on that. And in Georgia, it's expected to be tight. And in Arizona, Trump has as many as 3.5-point lead. In Nevada, I would say this is correct. I see Harris right now, VT Analytics, at about a point and a half favorability. However, as we will get in the call, all of this matters, and it is pointing to momentum on the Electoral College side heading toward Donald Trump. But before we get to the polling data, let's get to the VPs that went at it last night.
A lot of people went into this thing thinking it was going to be bad, thinking that, Tim Walz wouldn't be able to live up to the job. Some people were skeptical about J.D. Vance too. What we can say is Walz definitely lived up to his reputation. He was jolly, but certainly a little bit clumsy, and not the guy you want negotiating with Putin. The clumsy part really comes in with his misspoke and the comment that he made about becoming friends with school shooters.
From end to end on the internet, it was a meme, and it was certainly, I don't know.
I'm friends with school shooters. Yeah, I know these people. I'm like, yo, wait, what? It was so funny because, like, bro, Trump caught it. Everybody else caught it. But me and JD, apparently. Me and JD both missed that. I was like, wait, he said that? Played it back over. He definitely said, I was like, yo. I guess I was listening for policy rebuttal so hard. I missed the goofiness of it. Oh, wow.
I don't know if it was a gaffe or it was just a misspoke, but in a world of instant response social media, it went everywhere, and the Harris campaign cannot be pleased by either his overall performance, his demeanor, looking over at J.D. Vance and kind of looking a little confused and bug-eyed, whereas J.D. Vance looked poised looking over at Walz.
He looked extremely poised. A lot of people would even say presidential, and J.D. Vance won over a lot of people who were still a little bit unsure of him on the Trump ticket.
We'll find out what the polls say in a couple of weeks. I would say if you were a Trump supporter, you still are a Trump supporter, and if you had questions about J.D. Vance, I think you probably feel better this morning and confident, even confident about succession later, because he did look presidential. Well, there were some opinion polls. Remember, these are just opinion polls run by media outlets, but the overnight opinion polls all came in this range. Well over 60%, 63, 65 for Vance, 35 for Walz, so it's a one-third, two-third. That's not close in a world of one-point polling politics. And there's another one here, 58-39, and 2% saying it was even. These people obviously drink at home. It was anything but even if you were watching it, regardless of what side you were on. So if you look through all the social media, it was a very good night for Republican energy. They feel good about their candidate, Trump, and his choice now because they're even more confident in that choice because they got to see the side of J.D. Vance. However, I think on the Harris side, there's probably still work to do.
Exactly. It's going to take a little while to see the way things really play out in the polls, because we can look back and see that these presidential debates do tend to move the independents. We look back to what happened with the Reuters focus group after Trump debated Kamala, and we saw that despite many people feeling that she actually won the debate, she didn't win them over on the core issues that actually matter to Americans. The independents moved, and they moved for Trump. So it'll be really interesting to see the way this plays out for the vice presidential debate.
You can win the opinion poll, and there were many people that gave similar marks to Kamala Harris in a presidential debate, but then you don't win new voters or the voters that have yet to make up their mind. But in those focus groups, it showed that Trump did on the top two issues.
Yeah, even when I did the poll during when we were looking at the debate, I've only seen there was probably like what? Maybe like the 1,500 we had watching, there was only like 20% of y'all that was undecided. I was looking at the debate, and I was happy to see that. I was like, all right, cool. Well, I feel like any undecided voter looking at this is obviously going to go for Trump at this point because, bro just did not look confident. Like, you see my man's eyes when he got out there? Like, boy, it looked like he's, well, zooted up.
Being the economy and then immigration. So we'll wait and see if there's a bounce, if any, out of this, or if there's just some enthusiasm for J.D. Vance to bolster the Trump ticket. And now it's time for this week's call.
It'll probably take about a week or two until we're able to really determine which candidate, if any, got a little bit of a bump or a bounce out of the vice presidential debate, which took place last night. But for now, we're going to go ahead and dive into our VT call. This is the culmination of all of the data that you just saw, plus our own aggregate to bring you our call 5 weeks from the election. Tom, what are we seeing?
Here we are. Right now, we are seeing an 80% probability of Trump winning the Electoral College and
And shout out to Ohio. I feel like we should be a little bit more red than this, but it is what it is, okay? It is what it is. So now they finally got looking a little different. They got Trump at 281 and Obama at 226. Of course, you got the West. Arizona is leaning more towards Trump, but it's still a battleground. Of course, Colorado, boom, boom. Yeah, that's what I always say. People say your electoral vote matter off your size. I'm like, nah, Montana's a pretty big-ass state, and they ain't got a good electoral vote. Like, we got more than them. Then, of course, you got Pennsylvania. That's a little bit in the pink, so it's a little bit more undecided. But I've been speaking to my people out there in Pennsylvania. Shout out to my Pennsylvanians in the chat, and they've been telling me that, nah, we going for Trump. Ohio, trust me, we going for Trump. And anybody else? Georgia, you know, Georgia could still go blue. I could still see Georgia going blue, to be honest with you. I could still see that happening. But anywhere else, Minnesota, Minnesotans don't like Tim Walz that much. But hey, it's still Democrat. It's still one Democratic leadership. And of course, over here in good old New England, well, New York, of course, you all know New York going there.
Take a look at what we're seeing here. North Carolina, we do not see any path barring a major shift in the polling at this hour for Kamala Harris. And Georgia remains tight, but the outlying areas solid red, and we're seeing an uptick in the percentages into the low 60s for the outlying counties, which are balancing very blue Atlanta and Fulton County. But we see that. Pennsylvania, we are seeing it approaching a 4-point spread in VT Analytics. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. If those go as we are currently projecting, the night would be over for Kamala Harris, and here's why. These three, without Arizona, is 270. That's the ball game. Even if she was to win Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada at that point, with the rest that are projected very solidly in blue and red through the West, the Electoral College math will simply be at least 270 for Donald Trump. So, and with the election little under 5 weeks from today, that's what we see.
Join us next week as we take a deep dive into Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, some of the main swing states that will really determine this election.
Okay. They talking about main swing states. Let's get over here, though. Really? Oh, wow. I wouldn't say that, but all right, let's get into this next video. Then I think we're probably gonna, let's see here. What the hell? Where's my video at? Huh, interesting. See. Let's see here. I think it was this one right here.
Stating stuff. Yeah, you can sense the sarcasm in my voice. I'm having a little bit of fun with this one because the left is all over X celebrating the reverse shift. Kamala Harris once again takes a commanding lead. Blah, blah, frickin' blah. I don't know about you guys, but I don't get my polling results and election forecasts from Nate Plastic. I'm gonna stick with the pollsters who have a good track record. And yep, over the last little more than 2 months, it's been real noisy, a whole lot of noise, a whole lot of polls dropping showing Kamala Harris with a commanding lead. I mean, some leftoids literally believe that Kamala Harris is going to win North Carolina. But I don't know about you guys, I'm not listening to the noise. I am blocking out the noise, and I'm focused in on the pollsters that I trust. And the number one pollster that I trust is remaining steadfast in their presentation, in their belief that Donald Trump is in fact in the driver's seat. So I guess the question is, who do you believe? Morning Consult, Bloomberg, NBC News, or Rasmussen Reports, Trafalgar, and the rest of them? Let me show you guys what the media is purposely ignoring. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, I got another clip here from Mark Mitchell at Rasmussen Reports. I want you to listen to this. Just take a look how different this story is compared to what the media is telling us.
Tonight, you've still got Trump in the lead. You just saw the Hispanic poll that came out by NBC, kind of shocking of what they've done there. Give us the breakdown, Mark. Where is this race now?
To be honest with you, it hasn't changed at all. And that's horrible news for Kamala Harris because, like we said a week or two ago, she needs an act of God, I think, to win this. Trump is still up +2 points in the national numbers. That's been 3 weeks in a row now. So I really don't see that trend changing. And all the demographics you're talking about have kind of like lasered right on into, roughly tied with Hispanic voters. Trump getting a really big portion of the black vote, about 29% and our 28% our most recent poll, and doing extremely well with 18 to 39-year-olds too. So time and time again, we keep seeing that pattern. Now, anybody looking at our overnight numbers,
1839, god damn, that's quite the age gap. I mean, man, yeah, he got my vote.
Might say, well, hey, it looks like, things are tightening up and maybe it's more like a 1-point race. And yeah, maybe on Thursday it will, maybe it won't. I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't think at this point it matters. I think it comes down to the states, to be honest, because the national polling, it looks like it's locked in. It's going to say Trump roughly tied to +2, depending on who you look at, as long as you're not looking at ABC, NBC, Washington Post, Bloomberg Morning Consult, and their ilk. And so now I think everybody's looking at the states. And as we talked about last week, we had Pennsylvania out. All the swing states that we have, all 10 of them are out, and they were all like really tight, but not exactly as tight as Emerson shows them with everything in an exact tie. We had Virginia going to Harris by 3 points and North Carolina going by Trump 3 points, as it should, with Georgia also going to Trump by 3 points. And then also everybody's looking at this Atlas Intel set of swing state polls. And again, they were really accurate at a national level. I'm not sure how good their swing state polling was last cycle. and they showed kind of a little bit of an opposite signal than us. Their Rust Belt was better for Trump than ours was, but their Sun Belt was worse. The crazy thing is that every single one of those numbers that we put out and they put out, for instance, they showed North Carolina going 2 points to Harris. I don't believe it. But all of those are within the overlapping margin of error. So you're kind of like bumping into the limit of what polling can do, which is why I look for all these validation points. Okay. Like you said, one of them, that the polls really have shifted massively in Trump's favor. And I went, you're going to love this. I went and yesterday I did 2 YouTube videos. This is, my sign where my kids were over 100,000 subscribers now. I took our data, and this isn't a poll. We're not going to release it, but it's a really good analysis. I took our data from New York, New Jersey, and Florida and cut the numbers and, not with very controversial weightings, just using like 2020 exit polling numbers. And New Jersey went from Biden 16 down to Harris 8. New York went from Biden plus 23 down to Harris 11. I mean, these are incredible moves. And everybody's saying, well, Florida might be in play. There's no.
And all right, man, you hear that, man? They making incredible moves out there, guys. But all right, man, we're going to go ahead and close this one out. I will catch y'all guys tomorrow on the next one. We got a banger stream coming up tomorrow. Do not worry. We always keep it, well, as entertaining as possible here at S.E.T. and Key Media, man. Real infotainment, as we like to say. Anyway, though, this is S.E.T. with S.E.T. and Key Media, and I will catch y'all on the next one. Hold on, man. I'm going a little too fast here. Hold on. I got to read out the supporters, man. So let me go ahead and get the supporters out the way real quick. Shout out to our supporters. You love to get supporters a shout out at the end of the show. Let's see here if they go ahead and let me. There we go. Shout out Olivia Hickman. Shout out Diamond. Shout out Big Wave Dave. Shout out Jamaican Cutie. Let's see here, man. Big Wave Dave was pretty much sponsoring the show at this point. Shout out M. Shout out the Marshall Land Gamer. Shout out Chris Hogan. Shout out Controversial Contro. Shout out, let's see here. Actually, yeah, shout out Controversial Contro and Marshall Land Gamer for joining the membership program. Hey, our membership. Appreciate you, man. Shout out, man, Big Wave Dave. You was sponsoring the show on this one, bro. We appreciate that. Let's see here after I get through Big Wave Dave. Shout out Phil Goldworthy. Appreciate you, big dog. Let's see here. Shout out Wendy Ford. Shout out Ricky Platinum. I still like that name, man. Good name you got in you there. Shout out BT Dryer. Shout out, let's see here, Droning in the Scenery. Shout out Shane Hanlon. Let's see here. Man, we got shout out Troublemaker, man, giving us that pushback. So shout out to Troublemaker. Shout out to Vladstein, mod, member, all that, man. Shout out Vladstein. Shout out Phil Goldsworth again. Let's see here. Shout out Flat Earth Trina. Appreciate you. Let's see. Shout out Pepper Jackie. Got Shane Hanley again. Shane Hanlon. And let's see here. Any new ones? Shout out Hellbat. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Hellbat. Shout out Lunatic Ren or Sierra Renee. We got shout out Taylor Smith. And that's it. Shout out Capone and shout out Pepper Jackie. We appreciate y'all for tuning in, man. We appreciate it here at S.E.T. and Key Media. We'll catch y'all on the next one, man. Peace. And we out.